There you go. Tom, did I confuse you?
Yeah, I thought I lost a week.
Probably so did some of our viewers. Anyway, you can go to the blog. If you're watching this at the BCTV website or at YouTube or wherever, there is probably going to be another place that you could go posted that you can get a link to, or you can even get a file that shows you the program that you could follow along with if you want, and it shows the pictures that are online, so people are going to be able to watch this looking at the pictures if they don't even have a TV screen in front of them, but can get the sound as they would in a what do they call them, Tom? Podcast. Okay.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, right.
There you go. So we're starting on May 14th. We have a picture of a rendering from a planned project in Maryland.
That's what it says.
And an item from E&E News. And
looks like a little fishing boat there, huh?
A little fishing boat.
Yeah. Well, what it says here is it's a FERC order that could bar offshore wind from the U.S. power market. This is crazy.
Well, FERC has been working on this for months.
Huh?
And FERC has been working on this for months, and we've been reporting on it.
Yeah.
A controversial order from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission issued late last year could block offshore wind developers from the nation's largest capacity market, analysts say. Now, states with ambitious clean energy goals say they are grappling with how to respond. And there's a bunch of things that they could do to respond to this. And Tom, you probably have something to say about that.
Well, this is crazy. I mean, they're trying to say we don't want you to use renewables.
Yeah, that's exactly. What they're saying is anybody who subsidizes renewables, those renewables are not allowed to put out bids that are lower than bids from competing fossil fuel plants.
That's it in a nutshell. My goodness. I mean, it's hard to wrap my head around that. That's craziness. Yeah. Well, I got a couple of notes here. States are trying to meet targets for clean power, while FERC is trying to support traditional fossil fuels. And FERC's move here raises prices for state-subsidized renewable generation. So Vermont, for example, can't give you a discount if you put in solar or something like that. And it's going to undermine efforts to slash carbon dioxide. Now my cat's getting in the way. He wants to get in on the show.
Yeah, I should tell everybody we're doing this broadcast from home, which is why we're not on the screen. I am in my home and Tom is in his, and we're doing this by telephone, and anybody who's got a cat knows what that means.
Well, anyhow, it's undermining efforts to slash carbon dioxide emissions by extending a lifeline to fossil fuel generators that would otherwise have retired. And in this particular case, offshore wind will bear the brunt of the impact.
Yeah, and you know, it's not just carbon emissions, it's particulates, and they are killing people. I mean,
well, this is all a hoax.
Yeah, there you go.
And it's Trumpism, really. What we're looking at here is Trumpism.
Yes, and, you know, it's one of those things where basically what's happening is the democracy that we have is in trouble because it is, well, okay, I shouldn't be propounding on politics. But, you know.
You can't get away from it, though.
Hard. When you're talking about energy, it's hard. There's going to be a lot of money lost by people who own fossil fuels infrastructure. They don't want that.
That's the bottom line, really.
Huh?
That's the bottom line.
That's the bottom line. And they don't want to lose that money, so they want to force us to live with their products. And they are especially upset if the states are subsidizing attempts to keep us alive because, you know, in Vermont we lose about 300 people every year just to the emissions from the transportation sector.
And we have clean air, relatively.
We're in a place here where basically politicians are saying, given a choice of offering more jobs or saving more lives. We want to offer more jobs. It's okay if we kill people as long as somebody's making money on it. I don't buy that.
Well, unfortunately, there's some people that do.
Well, I'll tell you something. Based on their actions in office, I think Richard Nixon would not have bought it, and I think that Gerald Ford would not have bought it, and I think that Ronald Reagan would not have bought it, and I
think you're right.
George Bush would not have bought it. And these are the people who the people are saying are their predecessors, who they look back to, who are their models. And I'll tell you something. Theodore Roosevelt would not have bought this. It just would not have happened. So, anyway,
sure.
We got to move on, I think, unless you've got more, Tom.
No, we got a picture here of a very unusual thing. It's called a pump jack.
Also known as a nodding donkey.
A nodding donkey, exactly. Exactly. And the show wouldn't be the same if we didn't show a pump jack. And we're going to do it again before the show's out.
Yeah. Okay, this is an item from The Guardian.
Long-troubled U.S. oil firms are capitalizing on coronavirus assistance.
Weren't we just?
Why am I not surprised?
We were just talking about the fossil fuels industry, having an effect on our politics, weren't we?
Yeah, weren't we?
Many American oil and gas companies are in financial trouble and were before the coronavirus economic crisis. And now they're asking for taxpayer assistance to cushion their fall.
They got hands out, baby.
What? Yeah, absolutely. Many independent drillers were mired in debt and got mired in debt chasing the fracking boom.
Well, we've talked about that.
When I was young, 50 years ago, I had a lot of friends who were in the I think the majority of my close friends were either or both in the John Birch Society or the National Rifle Association. These guys admired people who were, they admired Ayn Rand, for crying out loud, who I could never deal with. But I remember them saying, you can't solve a problem by throwing money at it. And that's what is happening in Washington right now. They're throwing money at a problem, and concealed in all that are places where oil and gas companies can get money, and it's not really concealed when you get right down to it.
They got $113 million in taxpayer-backed loans that were meant for small businesses. And the fossil fuel industry, somehow or another, has glommed onto this. You
know what? I just had a thought.
Yeah.
Maybe FERC is going to tell these people that they're going to have to, since they're being subsidized, they have to meet the prices of wind power and solar.
That would be nice.
Yeah, but it probably won't happen.
Well, there's more coming. The Fed also plans to offer bond buybacks to giants such as ExxonMobil and Chevron.
Absolutely.
They're feeling a decrease in oil demand, so they want some more money.
Yeah, and these are companies that have, in some cases, hundreds of billions of dollars in income every year.
Well, they've been subsidized from the beginning.
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed, they have.
And, they want the subsidies, but you can't subsidize solar. Can't subsidize wind.
Yeah.
Well, we got a nice picture of a nuclear power plant, by the way, which is one of the most highly subsidized industries in America.
Yeah, this is from S&P Global. What do you got for a title?
Fermi 2 reactor in Michigan sees over 200 workers testing positive for novel coronavirus during outage.
Yeah.
I don't understand this one.
You don't?
200 workers?
Nearly 250 workers at DTE Energy's 1,250 megawatt Fermi 2 nuclear reactor in Newport, Michigan, tested positive for novel coronavirus during the ongoing refueling and maintenance outage, according to a union official. The reason why there were so many people who got sick is because they probably had 1,500 people, maybe more than that, in town from out of town just to do the refueling. That's what happens.
That's what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, and so they have all these people packed into a small area, And it's like some people with these things were saying you can't close these plants down. You got to keep them going. We should delay refueling. I'm sorry, you can't delay refueling. And then there's other people who are saying they shouldn't even be refueled because there's so you have two sides of the pro-nuclear, anti-nuclear thing here going on. But 250 people is a large part of the number of people at that plant.
There's about 2,000 people that are working there now, right now.
All right.
They're all over the place.
So this is 12.5%, and that's 12.5% that we know of.
Yeah. Well, they're trying efforts to remediate this, but it's it's a little too late. Now they got mandatory face mask usage and stuff like that, promotions of physical and social distancing. They should have done that in the beginning.
They should have. There's no question about it.
Well, let's move along. This next one is very interesting and very important, I think.
Yeah, and it's got an interesting picture of a solar farm seen from behind. So it looks like a black line across the screen.
It is an interesting picture. I'm glad you told us what it was, because there's no way we'd ever figure that one out.
Well, and I should say we're up to Friday, May 15th, and this is from the Los Angeles Times.
Giant batteries are changing everything for clean energy.
Southern California Edison announced it's buying 770 megawatts of batteries. So one California utility is buying more energy storage than was installed in the entire United States last year. The CEO of SCE's parent company called it just another stepping stone.
Well, batteries are a big part of the short-term plans for energy in America.
Absolutely, and I think long-term plans too. And the
well, yeah, really they are.
They are, and the thing is, we've talked about this and talked about it, but when you have the old baseload paradigm, you have baseload power plants that just run flat out all the time, that provide enough energy to meet your minimum need. Because if you fall below that, you've got a serious problem of what to do with the extra electricity. Then on top of that, you have load following plants that provide electricity that costs more, and then on top of that, you have peaker plants that cost even more. And it turns out these batteries provide electricity cheaper than the peaking power plants.
Oh, by quite a bit.
And so what they're doing is they're putting them in to cover the peaking power plants, but also the load following power plants and the base load plants, because it's just cheaper than...
Well, the batteries are going to become the new base load.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's what they're going to do. And what that means is our solar and wind power farms and rooftop solar and all the rest of that, what they're going to be doing is covering whatever load happens to be out there, but charging the batteries. And those, this is how we're going to get into a future where
it's a new model.
It's a new model. It's absolutely a new model. And the thing that's beautiful about it is not only does it cost a great deal less than the model we're working on now, but it provides more reliable and better quality electricity.
And it's instantly dispatchable.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It means
flip a switch, it's on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like a light bulb.
Yeah.
Well, we talked last week about this, and we talked about something that's going to change a lot. They got long-duration batteries now. There's only one company's got it. But a typical battery has enough power to last for about 4 hours. This guy's got a battery that's going to last 150 hours. That's
at full discharge rate.
Yeah.
It's confusing to some people because when you say power lasting only 4 hours, some people think that means that you charge the battery and 4 hours later it's going to have leaked all that power out.
That's just a measuring stick.
It's a measuring stick, yeah. But what it means is that the cost of batteries is just going to keep going down. And this, you've said this so many times. We've got so many people who are working on these things who are coming up with ideas.
Well, battery storage, or any kind of storage for that matter, is very significant now, and people are working on it.
That's right. Okay.
Let's move along here. We got a nice picture coming up
of a glacier, Berry Glacier.
That's the Berry Glacier, and yeah, let's try and figure out what it's saying here. Prince William Sound, yes. I'm getting confused between Iceland and Greenland and Alaska. This is in Alaska.
Yes, it is.
And it's the Berry Glacier. That's what this article is about. And scientists warn about the risk of a massive tsunami in the Prince William Sound. And before you read about it, I will mention what the Prince William Sound is. It's a large body of water in southern Alaska, near the Aleutian Peninsula.
Yep.
And it goes right into Fairbanks. Fairbanks is at the end of this. This is a pretty big-sized piece of water.
It is. This is from Anchorage Daily News, and when I saw this, I actually got kind of scared.
Well, it could be a bad thing.
It could be. A landslide in Prince William Sound could trigger a large tsunami in an area sometimes frequented by hundreds of fishermen and recreational boaters, according to scientists and state officials. The slope, and if you look at the picture, the slope on the left side there is getting unstable because the glacier, which is on the right side, is retreating due to climate change. And so, you know, one of the things that's interesting about this is you've got climate change, which is just a tiny little change in temperature, which is raising the temperature of the water so that the ice is melting a little bit faster than it used to melt. So the glacier is slowly retreating, a few dozen feet a year maybe, or a couple 100 feet a year. I don't know, but it retreats. That glacier is supporting the side of the mountain.
It's unstable.
It's unstable. And when they're talking about a tsunami here, they're talking about a tsunami in a very confined piece of water. And
well, a tsunami in 1964 and an earthquake killed more than 100 people.
Yeah.
So this is nothing to sneeze at.
Well, when these tsunamis happen in confined waters, you can have what's called a mega tsunami. And they had one of those in Alaska that was survived by two people who were in a fishing boat. How they did it, I don't know. But the wave was over 1,000 feet tall.
Well, this landslide is happening as we speak.
Yeah.
It's moving slowly right now.
Yeah.
But earthquakes, heavy rainfall, or rapid snowmelts, or flowing permafrost could make this thing slide quickly. It could happen instantly.
And it could put up a wave that would be very, very tall. Not maybe 1,000 feet, but
it could maybe it doesn't have to be 1,000 feet, but it could be a very serious tsunami.
Yeah.
And it could wipe out parts of Anchorage.
Yep. Okay.
And it's scientists are talking about it. They say it's possible that it could happen within a year, and it's likely that it will happen within 20 years.
Right. So they're going to have to start getting serious about keeping people out of the water in that area.
Either that or make it happen and everybody knows it's going to happen.
Yeah, that's something that occurred to me too. Maybe they can figure out a way to have parts of this go consecutively so that, you know, they have little bitty tsunamis instead of one great big one.
Well, let's say there's got to be some smart people working on it.
There are undoubtedly are smart people working on it.
Well, we got an interesting picture coming up. I wonder what it is. Well, it says it's a coal-fired power plant.
Yeah, how about that? And this, by the way, comes from a publication called Green Matters.
Oh, I got a different one from Boonsey 66.
Oh, the picture is from Boonsey 66.
Ah, yeah, right. Okay, the article came from Green Matters. I got that. The U.S. expected to generate more electricity from renewables than coal this year. We've talked about this before in respect to other countries.
Yes, and there was an article that I put up today, so it's not going to be in this week's show. It'll be in next week's show about performance in the first quarter in the UK. And I've been thinking about this. Renewable energy produces a little more electricity. In the UK, they had their offshore wind farms averaged a capacity factor of 60%, which is high. But the thing is, nuclear averaged 59% in the month of February. So what does that mean? It means the nuclear industry is losing a lot of money because you don't make money at 59%. And natural gas was at 37%, and coal was at 17%. What does that mean? It means the end of coal.
Well,
okay.
Coal, we've talked about this. Coal is a zombie already.
Okay, let me read this. Despite Trump administration efforts to bail out the fossil fuel industry during the coronavirus pandemic, the U.S. is projected to produce more electricity from renewable sources than coal this year. This is for the whole year. For the first time ever, the New York Times reported this.
Well, there's a takeaway here. It comes right from the article. Coal, this is a quote, coal is facing a triple whammy. As renewables grow, demand shrinks, and natural gas stays cheap.
Well, what do you do, Tom? If you've got a couple $1 trillion to throw around, you throw around some at coal because the coal industry has got friends in it. The renewables industry doesn't.
Well, there's truth in that statement.
Much as I hate to say it.
Well, the COVID-19 lockdowns have had a significant effect on the country's electricity over the past few months.
Yeah.
In addition, the U.S. electric power sector is expected to add 20 gigawatts. You know, you've heard me say it, a gigawatt is a bigawatt.
That's right.
Of new wind capacity and 13 gigawatts of utility-scale solar capacity this year alone. This is scheduled. This is coming.
It's coming, that's right. And I should mention, every time you say bigawatt, it reminds me of a joke I was told by an Italian once.
And I hope we're gonna hear the joke.
He said, "Do you know the definition of a bigamist? A bigamist is a large Italian fog."
A bigamist, yes.
I had to tell you that was told to me by an Italian because I would not tell a joke about Italians to diminish them because, Italy is a country that has done amazing things over the course of history. So,
for sure.
What can I say? Okay.
Well, let's talk about this one. This one's kind of weird. Saudi oil rush threatens to disrupt stabilizing U.S. market.
This is something to talk about too.
This is weird.
This is we have a picture of a tanker here. I felt like looking it up, but I didn't have time. It's called the Hellespont Trooper. This is from Yahoo Canada Finance. Over 30 tankers.
And that tanker is empty.
That tanker is empty, and that tanker is also big.
It's very big.
Not a small ship.
It's very big.
Yeah. Over 30 tankers laden with Saudi oil are set to arrive at the Gulf Coast and the West Coast during May and June, according to ship tracking data compiled by Bloomberg. The oil they bring threatens to disrupt a positive supply development, which is a decline in U.S. crude stockpiles.
This is weird. They're super tankers. They're carrying more than 50 million barrels of Saudi crude, which is a lingering effect of a price war between Riyadh and Russia back in March.
Yeah.
And what are they doing? They're running all this oil to America.
Why are they doing that? I think, and this is just a conspiracy theory on my part, and I really don't like conspiracy theories, but I think they are trying to destroy the American oil industry, and they are
doing a good job of it.
Yeah, they're saying, hey, oil prices went negative in the United States because they didn't have any place to store anything. So what are we going to do? We're going to give them more oil.
Well, put it in perspective, the volume of this oil arriving in May and June of this year is equal to nearly a third of all the Saudi crude delivered in the U.S. last year.
What can you say? I mean,
like I say, this is weird. From our standpoint, it's weird. The Saudis have it. I know they think they know what they're doing.
Well, I think they have a pretty good idea what they're doing. But the only thing that I can say is this is not an accident. This is something.
Somebody sat down and figured this one out.
I think so. And they're saying, okay, you want to undermine the oil industry in the United States? do it, because that means we don't have competition from fracking in the United States. And honestly, I think that they see the attempt by Washington to push the fracking industry and export products as a war on them. So
yeah.
Saudi Arabia and Russia have an oil war, and they both shoot at the U.S.
That's kind of neat, isn't it?
It's a very weird. We live in strange times. Okay, we're up to Saturday, May 16th, unless you've got more about that.
No, we got a great picture here.
This is a great picture.
This is Monument Valley, which is one of the most beautiful places in the world.
Yeah. Well, I look at this like I always look at Arizona highways, for example, and I look at the thing and I just say, these pictures are so beautiful, and I'm so glad I'm not there. I would get such terrible sunburn in a place like this.
Well, Monument Valley is the juncture of 4 states.
Yeah.
And it's absolutely a beautiful place. I have a screensaver of Monument Valley, so I look at it a lot.
I'm not surprised. I have a screensaver of the Li River, which is extremely beautiful, and it's in China, and I look at that a lot, and I've been doing it for years. Okay, this particular article is from Earth Island Journal.
The Bureau of Land Management is planning a vast overhaul of the Greater Chaco Land Management Plan. And the Greater Chaco is that part of the 4 corners of the U.S. that includes the Monument Valley.
Which is what you're looking at.
Exactly.
And they're planning this during the pandemic. The U.S. Bureau of Land Management is holding final public comment sessions on oil and gas drilling in the Greater Chaco region online through May 28th, effectively excluding local Navajo and Pueblo Indians because they don't have internet access. So,
just like most of Vermont.
This is the Bureau of Land Management. Well, I think they've got less than people in Vermont do. They
do, but I mean, there's no. These are places where there's no phone service or anything,
Yeah, exactly, and these people they're supposed to be given an ability to say, to voice their concerns, and the Bureau of Land Management is just excluding them by saying, well, we've got a pandemic going on, so we'll do it online.
Yeah. Well, you can't see it in that picture, and I wasn't aware of it, as to how much oil and gas they're extracting from this beautiful place.
Yeah.
There's 22,000 active oil and gas wells in that Four Corners region. That's a lot.
I wonder what would happen if you replaced those on a one-by-one basis with wind turbines.
Oh, no.
You'd have more electricity than you know what to do with.
Well, you would, but I wouldn't want to put wind turbines all over there.
I wouldn't either.
And I'm in favor of wind turbines.
But not there.
But not there.
Yeah.
I mean, the place is a national monument, literally.
Yes, absolutely.
Literally and figuratively, in any way you want it. It's a very special place.
And my own point of view, which I'm very certain an echo of what you just said, I wouldn't want to have either oil wells or wind turbines in this particular location.
Okay, I'm with you.
Yeah.
It's interesting because most of this area is within the region belonging to the Navajo Nation.
Yeah, and so the United States does what it always does to the American Indians, which is to
exploit them.
Their rights. By the way, I have a friend who is an American Indian, and I asked him how he felt about being called an Indian, and he said, "Oh, I don't mind that at all. Everybody knows that American Indians are not Indians.
Yes.
So it's like it's a name.
It's a name. Most Native Americans accept that.
Yeah, and I'm a Native American. I was born in Kansas.
Okay.
And
it's the truth. That's the truth.
If somebody made some kind of name that put him in the same boat as the Hopi or the Navajo, or as people who lived in Washington State or Alaska or whatever, it wouldn't be any more accurate than Indian or Native American. There isn't any really good word for these people because they're distinct, separate groups, each with their own cultural identity. So,
in most of these indigenous native languages, they refer to themselves as the people.
The people, that's right. That's what Inuit means.
Yeah.
The people. So.
Now we got a picture coming up of an unusual-looking guy.
Yeah, he is. This is from Clean Technica.
Keep your eye on this guy. I think he's going somewhere.
Well, yeah, I know people who are talking about running him for president, and you know, if
Biden?
Yeah, Joe Biden. Here I am zoning out on Joe Biden's name. If Joe Biden were willing to take a man as a running mate, I would think that Mario Cuomo would be close to the top of the list. Not Mario, Andrew Cuomo.
Andrew, I wish it were Mario. I liked Mario.
Well, I don't dislike Andrew. I think that he's doing a good job in a lot of ways.
He seems to be.
Yeah, so we have an article from Clean Technica.
Governor Cuomo rejects the Williams pipeline.
Yeah, and this is a good article, I think, because it kind of explains something. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo has rejected the Williams pipeline, which would have carried natural gas that had been fracked in Pennsylvania to parts of New York City. This pipeline would also have trapped New York into several decades of dependence on fracked gas.
That's the bottom line.
That's the bottom line. And if you really want to go just a step farther, it means that people would be putting up houses with or buying kitchen stoves to cook on or whatever that have that are newly built, designed for natural gas, and then all of a sudden the gas line stops pumping gas, and what do? Well, they're
that tenant punt guy.
Yeah, it's like this is where stranded assets can become very, very real when you're dependent on fracked gas or you're dependent on coal or oil or whatever. These are dependencies that...
Well, the word they use is trapped.
Trapped, that's right.
Well, it's interesting. This pipeline's only 37 miles long.
Yeah.
And it basically connects Pennsylvania to New York City.
Yeah, well...
And the gas is there. It's in a junction of Pennsylvania and New Jersey, and they're trying to bring it into New York City because New York City's a big market.
Of course, let's get everything to a big market. You know, this is an interesting article because of the idea of decades of dependence.
Well, that's what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
Basically. Well, let's move along here. It's Sunday, May 17th.
Yep.
And we got an interesting picture. This is a very interesting picture of a Dutch surge barrier.
Yeah.
And look at it. It looks like these things open and close depending upon what the tides are doing.
Yes, and storms and things like that. I think that's exactly what they do. And the Dutch have got a lot of expertise on this because most of their country is under sea level.
And what it looks like they do is when there's a big surge coming, they close the dam.
Yep. And what they're going to do when the oceans rise, I don't know.
Keep that closed most of the time.
Well, at some point, even this is going to be overwhelmed.
Yeah.
And
well, unfortunately, I think you're right.
The taller the wall gets, the faster the cost increases.
Well, from the article, let's read what it says here.
Okay, good idea. This is from the Maritime Executive.
Climate options, seawalls, flooding, or emissions cuts.
Yeah, climate change, it's fair to say, is complicated, and it's big. One of the main challenges of responding effectively is simply getting your head around the scale of the problem. A study subsidized by the journal Nature Communications clarifies the system through cost analysis.
Well, this study, it looks at the costs of protecting coastal communities from climate change. And given the costs of flooded coastal cities, scientists suggest that it would save money in the long run to build improved sea defenses around the coastline. And that's what they're talking about here.
Well, that's going to be expensive.
It is. We'll talk again about it in this show.
Yeah.
We got another picture coming up, and guess what?
What?
Pump jack.
Pump jacks. Oh, my gosh. Imagine having pump jacks on this show.
Imagine that, huh?
Imagine that. This is an article from Clean Technica.
And it's our friend Bill McKibben.
Yes.
As big oil declines, Bill McKibben says, so will its political power. Well, you know, I think he's right.
I think he's right. In a recent editorial, Bill McKibben declared, quote, big oil is not so big anymore, end quote. At least 90 fossil fuel companies are part of the Federal Reserve coronavirus bond buyback program.
We just mentioned.
We did. But the key point, McKibben reminds us, is as the industry flags, so will its political power.
That's accurate.
Yeah, so what's happening here is they're in trouble because of their own, I think, bad business practices. And the virus comes along, so let's throw money at the problem, and that means that there's lots of money around, and nobody can keep track of $2.2 trillion, and it's grown to be way past that. And so they're kind of standing there, as you said, with their hands out, and that'll keep them going for long enough to get some of that money into their own pockets.
That's what it's about.
Yeah, and then what happens when we get out of this and the money is not being thrown at them? They're going to be in deeper trouble than they were in.
Well, from the article, it says the oil and gas industry is oversupplying the market, pummeled by low prices, and sitting in last place on the stock market. And Bloomberg Business Week calls Exxon a humbled and mediocre company.
Well, I think humbled...
Things are changing, guys.
Yeah, humbled, yes, and mediocre is more important. When Bloomberg calls a company mediocre, they're not mincing words.
I don't think so. We got an interesting image coming up here.
We do.
Sloppy Joe's Bar. Looks like a fun place.
It does. The thing that I find interesting about this particular picture is...
Yeah, it's flooded.
It's flooded. The water doesn't have big waves or anything, so this is not happening in a storm. You know, the trees all look like they're just kind of hanging out.
Well, you can see the Budweiser truck there.
Yeah, but this is Key West. This is not because some stream overflowed its bank.
No, that's the water. That's the ocean.
That's the ocean, and the ocean happens to be high. And why is the ocean high? Well, it's sea level rise, guys.
Yep. Well, that's it. That's exactly what it says. NASA is explaining sea level rise, and yes, it's real.
Yeah. This is from Electrek. NASA scientist writer Alan Buis published a blog post which is called Can't See Sea Level Rise? You're Looking in the Wrong Place. That's the end of the title. We lose 2.5 meters of beach. And 2.5 meters, what is that, about 8.5 feet, Tom?
About 8 feet, yep. Yeah, about 8.5.
For every inch the sea level rises. So what are our options? You know, we just looked at this with those surge barriers. Either we spend a lot of money to combat it with things like higher seawalls, or we abandon ship and move. And
that's happening. It's happening already.
Absolutely, it is. And you know, it reminds me of a thing about the. I'm thinking that it's the Fukushima Daiichi Daini Fukushima Daini nuclear reactor. It's nuclear plant. It's the plant that did not melt down of the two Fukushima plants.
Okay.
And they had a problem, which was, you know, they had this seawall, and the seawall was too low, as they could see by the fact that, you know, the Fukushima Daiichi had the seawall topped, and so they decided they were going to build the seawall taller, and they projected putting some amount of money, and I don't remember what it was, but it was billions of dollars, into building a higher seawall in order to meet the problem that maybe they were going to have another tsunami one day. And then somebody came along and said, wait a minute, this new seawall that you've got is not tall enough.
Wow.
You know, it's like the ocean, this is not ocean level rise, but the point that I'm making is the initial seawall was many millions of dollars, I'm sure. But because they were doubling the height or tripling the height, they were putting billions and billions of dollars into it. And the reason is, of course, if you're going to build a seawall, as you build it up, you have to build it out. So it's not going to increase in price according to the height. It's going to increase in price according to the square of the height.
The volume.
Yeah. What are we going to do when the sea ocean level is rising and it gets to a point where we can't build those seawalls anymore, because that's going to happen. So that all has to be taken into account in the whole thing too.
Well, in this particular case, this is Key West.
Yeah.
Monroe County in the Keys has admitted that they can't save whole neighborhoods because it's cost prohibitive.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's true all along the coast of the Gulf, and it's true all along.
They got a solution.
What's that?
They suggest that the residents get boats.
I think that might be a good solution.
And Indonesia is moving its capital, Jakarta. And there's 10 million people in Jakarta.
Yeah.
And it's due to sea level rise. Interesting video about that.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, Joe Biden has created a climate task force, and he's named Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and John Kerry as co-chairs. And she knows what she's doing.
I have a lot of respect for her. You know, I have always been rather conservative, but I've also had respect for the other side. And
but she's a smart lady. She's going somewhere. She's only 30, I think, now. She's young.
She's young. And
she's got a ways to go.
She has a ways to go.
And like I said, she's very smart, and she's very well informed, and she's activist.
She's passionate. Okay, and I want to say one more thing about this flooding.
Yeah.
One thing that it reminds me of is Roy Rogers.
Roy Rogers?
When Roy Rogers was a little boy, his family was rather poor, but it was on the way up, and his father decided to put the family on a houseboat.
We're talking about the Lone Ranger here?
Yeah. Oh, no, not the Lone Ranger. This was Roy Rogers, who was married to Dale Evans.
Yeah.
Yeah, who was not the Lone Ranger, but he was a cowboy.
Yeah, right. I was thinking William Boyd.
And he got them on a houseboat.
Uh-huh.
And then they decided that they were going to buy a piece of property and they were going to build a house on it. And then they had a big flood. And they took the houseboat to the property, and when the flood went away, they were living on their property.
That's neat.
That's funny. Okay, we're up to Monday.
Work out, don't they?
Huh?
Sometimes things work out, don't they?
Yeah, sometimes. We're up to Monday, the 18th of May, and we have an article from Hellenic Shipping News Worldwide. And
a lovely picture of a fracking operation.
Yeah, isn't that lovely?
Well, U.S. oil and gas rig count plunges to a record low for the second week.
The second week in a row. And that's a big drop. The U.S. rig count, an early indicator of future output, fell by 35 to a record low of 339 in the week to May 15th. Data from energy services firm Baker Hughes Company shows. The data goes back to 1940, and the previous record low of 374 was last week. This thing lost 10% in 1 week from a record low.
That's exactly what it says. Global fuel demand is expected to drop roughly 10% in 2020, prompting companies to make drastic cuts in spending, lay off thousands of workers, and close production to offset the glut.
Yeah, absolutely. Should we move on?
Yeah, I think we can.
We have an item from WTSP and a slide of flooding.
Picture of a Jeep running through some water.
In Hurricane Harvey. What do you have for title?
6 years in a row, a named storm forms early in the Atlantic. Dude, you got to explain what that means, but that's significant.
Yes, for the 6th year in a row, a tropical cyclone was named before the official start of the Atlantic hurricane season. reportedly, there's even a debate going on in the National Hurricane Center in Miami over moving the hurricane season opening to some date in May.
Well, this year, Tropical Storm Arthur was named on May 16th, and the hurricane season officially begins on June 1st.
There you go. And the hurricane season is dependent on, what happens in nature, and it was started on the 1st of June because most of the hurricanes came after that. And now,
changing.
Every year in 6 years in a row, they've had a hurricane before that. So there you go. The weather.
From the article, and we've talked about this, one of the main drivers of tropical cyclone development, and a cyclone is like a hurricane. It's a circular storm with a low pressure in the middle.
Right.
And one of the main drivers is warm water temperatures, and
yes.
Climate change has made that commonplace.
Yes.
And as the article says, warm water is the fuel for tropical systems.
Yes. And it's worse now than it has been in the past, so they're expecting, very likely, there could be a bad hurricane season this year.
That's what they're suspecting.
So we have an item here from Clean Technica showing with a picture of a Tesla showroom in Tyson Center.
Tyson Center is Washington, D.C., basically. Tyson Corner.
Yeah.
And this is a very interesting article about Tesla because they seem to be the only company that's doing well.
Yeah.
Only auto company. U.S. auto sales are down 496,000 in the first quarter. I'm going to say that again. I'm going to round it off. 500,000 automobiles down.
After falling in 2019 as a whole, the U.S. auto industry has been slammed by the coronavirus in the first quarter of 2020. With few exceptions, sales of car brands are off badly from last year. One notable exception to the trend is Tesla, whose sales increased by 17% from the first quarter of 2019. And part of this is because the battery-powered vehicles are not suffering the way internal combustion vehicles are, and part of it is because Tesla has showrooms that are in places like malls, and
they're doing something interesting there.
They are, and VW has said that it's going to copy that.
That's interesting.
Yeah. So we're up to Tuesday, May 19th.
I was just going to say, did I have any? Well, I'll say it really quickly. The U.S. auto industry was getting slaughtered in the first quarter of 2020.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And you can see the effects of this: bankruptcies, brands are leaving the U.S., major mergers, worries about job security in the future. But that's not happening with Tesla. Everybody's happy there.
Well, yeah. Although Tesla has been making ventilators instead of cars in their plants.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of that going on, and it has to happen.
Yes, it does. Okay, as I said, we're up to Tuesday, May 19th, and we have an item from CNN.
Nice picture of a hurricane.
Yeah, this is Hurricane Irma.
Is that Irma?
That's what it says.
Okay. Hurricanes, typhoons, and cyclones, which, by the way, are all the same thing,
yes.
are becoming stronger.
Yeah. According to a new NASA study, it has become increasingly evident that cyclonic storms are getting stronger and deadlier with global warming. And this is according to a study by researchers at the University of Wisconsin in Madison and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Now, what you were just saying a couple of minutes ago was it is the warm water that makes these storms strong, and the water is getting warmer, and it's getting warmer because of climate change. And, let's stop denying this and try dealing with it. We should not be paying attention to objectivism. We should be objective.
Well, from the article, the probability of storms reaching major hurricane status, which is winds in excess of 110 miles an hour, has been increasing by about 8% per decade, based on 40 years study.
Yeah.
And this one I just heard on the radio yesterday. Super Cyclone Amphan in India has reached sustainable winds of 165 miles per hour on Monday, and it's still going. It was going as of yesterday.
It hit Calcutta.
I can believe it. Yep, it's a super cyclone. It's a hurricane.
It's a hurricane, I guess. That increase that you were talking about of 8% per year per decade over 4 decades means that we're having these big hurricanes at an increased probability of 36%. So this is significant.
Very much so.
Yeah. Okay. Our next picture is an artist's impression of a 14 megawatt wind turbine, and this comes from Renews.
Now that blows my mind. Only a year ago, 5 megawatts was considered a big one.
Yeah, I think it's.
And then
I would want
GE came out with an 8. Somebody else came out with a 10, and GE came out with a 12.
Yep.
And now they got Siemens with a 14 megawatts.
That's right. Got a title for this?
Siemens Gamesa unveils a 14 megawatt offshore Titan, and this is a Titan. This is big.
This is big. I got to tell you, I think this is a silly picture. This is artwork. This isn't real.
No, it's nice picture.
It's not a bad picture, all told. When you consider composition, color, and things like that. But those waves are not behaving the way normal waves behave. I think this looks like it's at a beach or something. At the bottom, there's rocks in this picture.
Yeah, it kind of looks like it, doesn't it? Yep.
Those are not waves near a beach. Those are waves way out at sea.
Yep. Which usually you don't see.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been out in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, and most of the time there's sort of waves, but, they don't look like that.
Yeah. Siemens Gamesa has unveiled a new 14-megawatt offshore turbine. It's equipped with a 222-meter rotor.
That's 700 feet.
That's 2 football fields end to end, including the end zones and a little bit left over. That offers a 25% increase in annual energy production compared to its 11-megawatt predecessor, which was already gigantic. Each unit will be able to supply the annual power needs for about 18,000 European households.
Well, right now they've built a prototype, but they're talking about this being commercially available in 2024.
It's, we're getting there. Okay, should we go on?
I think so.
We have
a nice little picture of a stream. Could be the Whetstone Brook.
Yeah, it is in the Appalachians, but I think it's probably in the southern Appalachians. I'm not sure. Cynthia Shahan is the author of this article, and I think she lives in Florida. I'm not sure. This is from Clean Technica.
The Nature Conservancy to unlock solar potential on retired Appalachian coal mine land. This is interesting.
Love it, don't you?
Yeah.
With its 65 years of work protecting the environment through conservation, the Nature Conservancy is making its way deeper into coal country. The organization wants to help develop solar power on the up to 13,000 acres of cleared coal mine lands.
Well, we've seen some pictures of some of these cleared coal mine lands that they just abandoned. They look horrible.
They're absolutely frightening.
Well, an interesting takeaway here, the Conservancy has acquired a diverse 250,000-acre Cumberland forests in the traditional coal counties of Virginia, Kentucky, and Tennessee.
Yeah.
And they've got a goal to conserve the Appalachian forests from Alabama to Canada, and they're on their way.
Yep. Okay, Tom, we're up to Wednesday, May 20th.
Yeah, it's the last one this week, isn't it?
It's the last day, but we've got 3 articles in about 3 minutes.
So let's talk fast.
Yeah, let's talk real fast. This is a picture of snow algae on Anchorage Island in Antarctica. This is not near Anchorage, Alaska.
No, it isn't. It's on the northern end of Antarctica.
This is an article from The Guardian. What do you have for title?
Climate change is turning parts of Antarctica green. And we've actually sort of touched on this before.
We have indeed. Scientists have mapped what they call the beginning of a new ecosystem on the Antarctic Peninsula as microscopic algae bloom across the surface of the melting snow. When the algae tint the surface green, they potentially create a source of nutrition for other species. So they're actually talking about an entirely new environmental system coming into...
New ecosystem.
Yep.
Yep, absolutely. Well, let's move along here.
Our next slide is a wind farm, and it's this...
Is that what that is?
It's an offshore... I would have called people out clamming, but this is a wind farm. And this is an article from CNBC.
I think it is.
Yeah.
Coronavirus crisis to hit renewable energy installations this year, but the IEA praises the sector's resilience.
This year, renewable energy installations are set to fall due to the impact of the coronavirus pandemic, the International Energy Agency said. The agency's renewable market update projects the first decline in growth rate in 20 years. But as you said within the title, they're saying this sector has good resilience. So
well, supply chains have been disrupted. Some factories have had to close.
Yeah.
But
that's the big
EIA is noting that 2021 is forecast to see renewables bounce back to 2019 levels.
Yes.
What they mean by resilience.
Yes.
Well, let's take a look at this picture. Now, we've seen this picture before.
Have we?
Well, not this picture, but this installation.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it looks familiar.
Oh, okay.
Very much so.
Okay. We should go on. This is our last item here.
Yeah, well, this picture is not of what they're talking about. This is an existing...
yes, it is. It's an existing wind farm.
And they're talking about a massive 1,000-megawatt baseload wind, solar, and hydrogen plant.
Oh, you're talking about the next picture, a solar array.
Yeah.
New economy. This is important. Okay, read that again, Tom.
Massive, 1,000 megawatts. That's a gigawatt, baby.
Yep.
Baseload wind, solar, and hydrogen plant pitched for New South Wales.
Infinite Blue Energy proposed a $3.5 billion Australian dollar or $2.3 billion US dollar concept called Project NEO, N-E-O, all capitalized, which would see combining up to 1,000 megawatts of wind, solar, and hydrogen fuel cell generation capacity to deliver continuous power around the clock in New South Wales. And this is important because it says the time has arrived. We can combine wind, solar, and storage, in this case hydrogen, to produce a complete kind of off-the-shelf replacement for baseload power.
Well, from the article, by converting the solar and wind energy into green hydrogen, it is possible to provide electricity via its fuel cell technology when there is no wind or sun. In other words, they're storing it.
Yeah.
The company estimates that the project would require 235 wind turbines and 5 square miles of solar generation.
Yep, and it is doing this at a cost which is probably half the cost or less of nuclear power. So we have a final slide, which is our goodbye, that says, have a fantastically untroubled week.
I hope we do.
I hope we do too. And thank you very much, Tom, and we hope that everybody comes back next time.
Well, all right, let's hope so.
Okay, bye-bye.
Adios.
Morning, everyone. It's a meeting of the Senate Natural Resources and Energy Committee, and today is Thursday, May 7th. It's 10 o'clock, so we're going to get started. So good to see you all. And as a committee again, Senator Rogers can't join us, but he has sent in to Jude, and she's going to redistribute it to all of us, a list of his priorities.
Flag.
Side of the screen.
Whoops.
Okay, so is everyone all set? I see Senator Campion, kind of. Senator Campion, are you all set?
I am all set. I'm just decided to step outside, and
Great.
I'm going to try to get, there we go. I don't know if you can see me.
The garden looks beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you. It's coming along. Coming along. Good old Mount Anthony in the background.
Tree
Wow.
needs a little trimming there.
I think I'll
It's
Turn this way.
it's greener where you are, I would say.
It's much greener where I am, even though we too are expecting some,
Snow this weekend.
some cold weather.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I've sent
So-
the email to everyone, and as per our committee assistance requirements, I am supposed to take myself off the screen. So I'm here listening and I can talk.
Great.
But
All right. If we have an emergency, we'll be calling on you.
yeah, okay.
We'll try not to have an emergency. All right.
Okay.
Okay, well, great. So thanks, committee, for getting together. In terms of working with the Pro Temp's office, right at the moment, one of the tasks assigned to every committee is prioritizing work from here to the finish line. And I think it's still a work in progress. You know, what do we mean by the finish line? I think there's a near-term finish line, which my sense is it hasn't been clearly stated yet, that early June, we may have budget adjustment plus first quarter budget for FY21. That'll get passed and we'll, I don't know, go into some sort of more dormant phase as a legislature and be returning something like August, September for a final budget for the balance of the year. How much, this is a tricky planning session we're being asked to engage in because it's not clear to me exactly how much time we have right now and until we pass that first set of budget documents, and then how much time we'll have when we come back, say August, September. Are we? I apologize that I can't lay out sort of clear parameters to help us make all our decisions right now, but I just wanted to let you know the framework we're working in. And I think we're still being asked to drive anything that we see that's COVID impacted, that we should prioritize addressing that. And then secondly, looking at the balance of work that's in our committees, either or in the Senate, either our own bills. We have two bills that we voted out, that one's on the calendar, the other is in finance and could be out, I think probably in short order. It's our plastics and waste bill. And then we have, a few big bills that came over from the House in our in basket. So what I'd like to do is just talk with all of you and hear your thoughts on, the email I just sent out that gathered together two earlier emails. Basically, the breakout is, there's the COVID bucket, anything that we need to get done sooner rather than later because COVID's impacting something in our jurisdiction. Then secondly, non-COVID. So I would put in that bucket things like the Act 250 bill. And then third, the two working groups have asked us to contribute. Senator Campion, you're a vice chair of one. You may want to fill us in your own words what your group is looking for. But between an email from Senators Westman and Campion plus a call from Senator Pearson on the other working group, the things that we've been asked to contribute to the working groups are, as I understand them, for one working group, what entities will need assistance as our economy restarts? And secondly, what lessons for the short term and the long term have we learned so far so that we might try to record those or do some, in some way, keep track of the lessons learned with an eye, I think, really on, like the next session. So that's it for the framework. And then the rest of those, the emails lay out, one of them is a list of bills, and then the other one was a list I sent out 2 days ago, all the areas that we work in that I thought we might, just send it as a memory prompt, like, are there things happening in these areas that we should be working on? So let me stop there and say, any general discussion before we start to work our way through those lists?
I mean, the only thing I might add, if I may,
Yeah, please.
is there are things, of course, that I think we'd all like to see happen. It's partly timing. If we're looking at 2 more weeks possibly of session before we take a break. I don't know how we would get to things like, Global Warming Solutions Act or even Act 250 stuff, unless I'm misreading something. I mean, those are things that are exciting and I think really important. But I just trying to also deal within a level of reality. And I look to you, Mr. Chair, to ask, are these things that we actually could get done?
Yeah. Well, this is an open discussion amongst all of us. We've all been involved in all this work. So I want to make sure that everyone feels that their voice and priorities get heard as we sort our way through. But if we have really only through the end of this month, basically 3 weeks to work, and even if we're meeting every day of the week, Tuesday through Friday, 2 hours, and I think I say 2 hours because Zoom is not the same as a normal committee meeting in my experience. Like I'd say a 2 hour, 90 minutes to 2 hours, I'm finding it's kind of a good maximum dose of Zooming at once for productivity. At any rate, so round up to 2 hours. That would be, even at 4 meetings a week, that's 8 hours and 3 weeks, 24. We could, I would say, honestly, if we were to work on Act 250, the entire bill we received, even if we spent all the time we have, I'm not confident that we will have felt like we did our due diligence on Act 250, which has been under development since September 25th, 2017. That's when the commission first met that was the driver for the bill that we got. So that said, not to stick to Act 250 too much, but I'm also thinking about, are there elements of things? So we'd say, well, for instance, Act 250 doesn't seem feasible to take on that entire bill. But we know there was a sticking point around trails and exposure to Act 250 liability. And our economy's challenged, and we have an outdoor recreation industry that could be one of the brighter spots, of the businesses that could get restarted in tourism and recreation. Things like trails might be a particularly good opportunity. So
that's a great point. Absolutely. To kind of look at just pieces, particularly I think the trails piece is something that I think we'd all be interested in.
And there will be sort of deeper dives and less deep dives on that. For instance, there was a jurisdictional opinion, either one or two of them. We need to get some help with Mike O'Grady from sorting through the filings and the status to find out where things are. But one possibility, for instance, might be a moratorium on implementing a jurisdictional opinion as it relates to trails, while the full trails working groups come up with something that I would call something like the AMPs of trails, and we don't have a published set of AMPs, I don't believe yet, for trails. So we know there's an opportunity there. There's some legal clouds hanging over it that I think are holding people back. Can we get rid of the legal clouds for at least the balance of this year would be the question I have. Any thoughts on 250?
Yeah.
250? Yeah, Senator McDonald.
I thought it was a coin flip when we, whether we'd get it wrapped up when we took recess back in March. And I think it's impossible to deal with at this point, to deal with responsibly. The trails issue is, if we weren't doing an Act 250, looking at Act 250 bill, that would have come up anyway. Right. So I would treat that as a separate issue.
Okay. All right. So is the committee generally interested in looking into the trails thing, if that's sort of a discrete piece of work we can do going forward with the time we have?
Yeah. If we weren't going to be tasked with finding the inevitable or the end solution, but put a pathway no pun intended, to get to one.
Okay. Great. Senator Perrin?
No, I think that makes sense.
Okay. So Global Warming Solution Act, that to me is a complicated and deep bill. And, you know, I'm open to working on it. The challenge I see is that it's a major shift in energy policy, and that was developed over a period of months with intense testimony. I have some serious questions about it, and I'm guessing you all do too. And so, although I'm open to, if it's a committee priority, to working on it, just to be direct about it, I don't see that we have the capacity to dig into that at this point and pass that, unless we're going to get a lot more committee time than is my current understanding. What are other people thinking on that one?
I agree.
I agree.
I agree. The interesting thing about the global warming issues is that this whole COVID business has been a kind of a lesson in how, what happens when you put things off and don't tackle them head on.
Right.
I think many people have said that.
What are other people thinking on that?
I agree.
Yeah, I agree. The interesting thing about the global warming issues is that this whole COVID business has been a kind of a lesson in how, what happens when you put things off and don't tackle them head on. I think many people have said that.
What are other people thinking on that?
I agree.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm working on it. It's showing live.
The thing about global warming issues is that this whole COVID business has been a.
Is everyone getting this?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure.
What happens when you put?
I mean, I enjoy hearing Mark.
Third time. Many people have said that.
What are other people thinking on that?
I agree.
Yeah.
Jude, are we picking up the YouTube feed into Zoom?
Yeah, there's some problems.
Has been a.
I'm trying to figure it out.
Is everyone getting this?
Yes.
Okay, just to make sure. I mean, I enjoy hearing Mark.
Okay.
I agree.
Jude, are we picking up the YouTube?
This is around.
Yeah, there's some problems.
Has been a.
politics.
Absolutely. Well, we're super happy you are interested in caucusing in. And while the word canceled has been used, that's simply because we have not yet been able to set a date certain. So cancellation right now is appropriate, but we certainly all hope we can hold representative town meeting pretty soon.
Tim, may I add something to that, please? Yeah, and I just want to add for the caller's benefit and for the general public's benefit that we're anticipating having some discussion about that at your meeting next week, 1 week from this evening. That'll be ultimately actually a decision for the chair and the vice chair when we go over the draft agenda tomorrow. But we have had prior discussions here with the board and in some of our communications with the community about having an update about some options that we're working on for how town meeting might be able to be held so that you can begin to decide the path forward on that. And that would be 1 week from tonight.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for tuning in by phone there, Summit. And I think that's going to be it. I don't see anybody else raising their virtual hands. So appreciate everyone's patience with the technology. I think I'd like to just ask our town manager if you have anything pressing that you want to add to a town manager COVID-19 update. Otherwise, we'll just launch into the sole purpose of our COVID-19 update section.
Yeah, we'll have a more complete discussion of a variety of different COVID-19 issues next week, as we've been doing at your regular meetings. But for tonight, I think it's appropriate for you to move directly into the follow-up discussion on the resolution from last week.
Great, thank you. So our next item is to review our COVID-19 emergency order of wearing face coverings required in the town of Brattleboro. Last week there was a lot of discussion and some nice work done by everybody to get to a consensus on an order that our town manager had provided, sort of a distillation, if you don't mind me characterizing it like that, of some other towns' orders. It's fairly efficient and clear, and we all really appreciate that. But I felt it was really important to get some feedback because it happened very rapidly, and that's why everyone very kindly agreed to a special meeting tonight, not only to address that important action, but also some very important items that we weren't able to get to because of the late hour last time. So I'd like to just open it up, let some other folks talk first, and stop talking myself, and see if you'd like to share some thoughts or reports from community members, etc. And I'll chime in either in the middle or towards the end. Anyone? We may have lost Ian. I don't see Ian.
Oh yeah, there he is.
Oh, there he is.
I'm still here.
Okay. Brandy had her hand up.
There we go. The one piece of feedback I got that I thought was pretty valid was that when we changed the age to 5 and under instead of 2 and under, we still left the basically the do not put the mask on language in, and that might be, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think we were focused on doing the right thing, but it's still, now it sounds like you shouldn't put a mask on a child that's 5 and under. And I say, if you can, you can. So that was like the one piece of feedback I got that I thought was valid to hear about the actual drafting.
Yeah, Ian, do you have a comment on that specifically? Because I could chime in as well on that. Oh, I'll just chime in. Brandy, I had the same feeling. I think that could be avoided just by saying on children under the age of 5, they are not required, because it kept that little piece of what sounds like advice, and that certainly shouldn't be the case if you have an exceptionally tolerant 3-year-old or something like that, which obviously in Brandy and I's experience, that doesn't happen, but I'm sure there's some great kids out there with the program. Ian?
Liz, after you.
Oh, sorry.
I just wanted to chime in and say that I got a lot of positive feedback and a lot of thank yous for the board's action last week.
Ian?
Yeah, I spoke to a number of business owners and employees in town, or tried to, because I feel like this order that we passed last week primarily involves them and customers. So, and I got a lot of positive feedback, like Liz. Couple of things that I'd bring to the board as suggestions that were brought to me that I wanted to share. One was the idea of having a date that we would look at the order and determine what we would do next. So I think this individual kind of felt like this is just like this unending idea, and it would maybe just be mentally better for everyone if there was like on July 15th, the select board is going to look at this order and decide if we're going to continue it or not. Kind of like the way the governor has done the state of emergency. So that was one suggestion. And then another one was that we don't really clarify in the order that the requirement for individuals who are employees to wear masks is not something that independently is coming from the board, but is something that is just in line with what the governor ordered, which was to have all employees wear masks or be behind face shields. From our order, it looks like they are both coming independently from Brattleboro. And that's all I have to share now, but I may have more to say later.
Great. Well, I'll just chime in, unless anyone's raising their hand furiously, and say that I do sort of agree on the date certain idea, or a sunset, etc. I think you said July 15th, right, Ian? But I think the governor's order goes to June 15th currently. Is that right?
I'm not sure.
Peter, do you remember?
I'm not certain of the date of the governor's most recent extension.
Yeah.
Keep on with your conversation and I'll go online and see if I can find out while we're talking.
Just to be clear, I just threw out a random date.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I actually, when you said that, I immediately thought of June 15th. So I think I'm right about that. But that would, that brings us to, obviously it's only 2 meetings away for us, but June 16th should be our date for our second meeting in June. And I'm just wondering if other board members would be amenable to have it line up with the state of emergency, because we already have language towards the effective period at the end in the resolution that keys it to the governor's declaring an end to the state emergency of COVID-19. I think that would give us an opportunity to examine it on a town level along with the state level. And obviously, if he extends his, we can just have it on the agenda for June 16th. We'll look at it again. Daniel, you had your...
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to point out that there's an effective period on the order that's tied to the governor's declaration of a state of emergency. I see no real need to create some date different than that. I mean, I know that, as you just pointed out, that it's kind of June 15th, when we get to June 15th or just before some decision will be made, it seems very unlikely to me that he'll say, no, it's all done on June 15th. I don't feel like a great urgency to be reviewing this order 2 weeks from now. You know, in the week that's passed since we passed it, you know, it took a minute for folks to adjust and be aware of it. But however I have been out in the world since then, I've seen a great deal of people wearing masks in stores and on their way to stores, and you know, I guess what I'm saying is, like, I don't feel like we need to keep revisiting this every couple of weeks. I think it's a common sense order. I think the governor's state of emergency is a good marker for like when we should feel like we can chill about it. And until such a time, I'm not going to be pushing for anything sooner than, you know, like at least a month from now.
Okay, well, let's continue with discussion on the order itself, and then maybe we'll land somewhere where it makes it clear that we'll come to a consensus on that point. Does anybody else want to chime in? Elizabeth? Liz?
No.
We do have Elizabeth interpreting for us.
No, I respond to either.
Ian, go ahead. I'll make some comments.
Yeah, probably just one other thing was we spent a long time talking last week about deciding to make this an order and not an ordinance, because the enforcement measure was not something that we could realistically, we didn't have ability to really enforce it. And so making it an ordinance was going to be empty. And I think there was a lot of positive discussion about why it was important not to do that. And so we passed an order instead. I think that it's been pretty clear to the board, based on communications that we've received from the public, that a lot of people don't understand the distinction. And I think, I don't really know what the resolution could be for that. If we want to put something in the order to talk about how it doesn't have an enforcement mechanism. But if we need to educate the public somehow, or else we're just going to continue to receive notices from people that we really can't do anything about.
Thanks, Ian. Some of my issues with the order as it currently sits are similar to Ian's, because I found a lot of people have some confusion about the enforcement mechanism. And the second question I get after I inform them that really there is no enforcement behind the order is, well, then why do we have an order? And I'm a little bit, I'm listening to those voices thinking that, and I have to sort of do a mea culpa here. When we were at our last meeting, I was hoping to encourage the board to do something more like a proclamation or a guidance, or something that did not imply that there was enforcement behind it, or going to be any kind of masked police roaming the town of Brattleboro. What happened, I think, was, first of all, it's very difficult sometimes to be a chair that's trying to get everybody to speak fairly and with a fair amount of public participation, which we had last time. And also, once it was presented, I realized in retrospect that once it was presented, the resolution as presented, as put together nicely and very skillfully by our town manager, it kind of turned the conversation into that discussion of that document versus talking that aspect of it out, meaning the aspect of looking for something that perhaps wasn't implying there was some rule of law behind it when in fact there wasn't. I'd also like to be the voice, because so far no one has sort of expressed this on the board. I'd like to be the voice for those citizens who are a little disturbed by the town of Brattleboro making something like this and telling people, rather than clear communication and a guidance. You know, it's all about semantics, and I think all 5 of us here, and more than 5, when you think about it, want people to wear masks when they can, when they can't socially distance or spatially distance, as I prefer to call it, because the available evidence, and it's all over the place still with COVID-19, but the available good evidence is that it does help protect people. We don't know how much, but it could be a fair amount according to some studies. So I think it's good to go with that strong recommendation. I think it's good to go with that strong guidance. But there are some folks in our community, and I've heard from them, and I think I've heard from them more than any other board member at this point, from one-on-one conversations I've had, who are more than a little disturbed that the town of Brattleboro is telling people that they must wear masks within buildings that are not owned by the town of Brattleboro, or they're not employees of the town of Brattleboro. They're just businesses within the confines of Brattleboro. So, you know, my attitude is that the goal is to get, I don't want to say compliance either, I want to say more participation in mask wearing. And I think that should be everyone's goal here. How we get there is going to be messy. It's already messy, as we can see from these couple of meetings. I would have preferred to take a carrot route versus a stick route from the get-go, and I apologize to everybody who would have had me advocate for that a little bit more. And that's kind of like, I'm apologizing to myself there, because I really wanted to make the space to do that last time in the last meeting. So anyway, I'm trying to do that a little bit now, voicing some concerns that people have. And I want to ask the rest of the board, and this, hopefully it's not going to be taken as a provocative question. If we're passing something that is implying that there's going to be some penalty for not doing it, why would we do that versus a very clear, a very well-communicated proclamation, or the term I came up with is a emergency health guidance from the Brattleboro Select Board. So I think it's, I think to people who want to encourage mask use, I'm wondering if that doesn't have the same encouraging effect as putting up something that often gets called an order, sometimes gets called an ordinance by mistake, and we know that it's not an ordinance. But with it comes this implication that there's going to be some sort of enforcement on some level, because and I know you all have too, at least to some extent, you've received some communications, because we were all CC'd on it, where people were just saying, well, here's somebody who's not doing what they're supposed to be doing within the town of Brattleboro, who's going to be enforcing this. So again, I think we all want the same thing. We want people to wear masks whenever they can and whenever they're close to other people. So I want to just throw that out there, and take comments. And then after the board throws out a few words, I'll open up the public, invite the public to speak. Daniel.
I guess, seeing as we're clarifying where we would have liked to have been last week, I just want to clarify that I would have liked to have been the opposite end of there with an enforceable ordinance. It wasn't going to pass. So, you know, that's just how it went that night. I would like, you know, I understand that like blanket 100% enforcement is probably unrealistic, but I would like any kind of order that we deem to be serious to also have some teeth to it. You know, the plastic bag ban is something that has been successful in our community in part because it was required, but it also like became culturally just kind of the norm, right? And I think what I've seen recently, even before this order, is there is a norm amongst a significant part of our population that you will wear a mask inside. And we're saying that we take the health of our town seriously enough that we believe it's important that as many people as possible comply with this. There are always going to be some people that don't comply with our laws, and hopefully we won't have to do too much enforcement. If we could have passed an ordinance last week, I would have been all for it, but we passed an order and I'm okay with it. I think that the pros outweigh the cons, and I'm okay with that. And I am up for re-election next March. So there we have it.
I'm really tempted to just get a little bit of a clarification. Do you mind, Daniel?
Sure.
If you wanted an ordinance last week, and I understand we always try to find that spot where we can, where you can get 3 votes or indeed a unanimous vote. But how do you mean enforced ordinance? I mean, how on a practical level, how on earth would we do that as a town?
Well, I mean, that's a question for us to work out in terms of like our town operations, and I don't pretend to know every single in and out of our town operations. We have all kinds of laws in town that can only be enforced if someone is caught breaking them, right? And we have a limited number of police officers who might catch you breaking a law. I would see it in much the same way with masks. So if there was somebody trying to enter a business without wearing a mask, they kicked up a fuss about it, I would prefer that the person would see reason and, simply either put the mask on if they had it, or if not go into the store. But if needs be, then I would like to think that the business owner or whomever was supported by the town in, having that person. I mean, I'm not trying to police this mask use question. I just think that the seriousness of what the order was about should also have some way of people being able to enforce it if needs be. I would like to think that like 99% of the time people are just going to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. And I think that is what most people do. And every now and then it doesn't happen. And, having the backup of our police department if needs be, or some other, less heavy-handed approach would be nice, I think, for folks. I haven't heard any feedback from businesses that they struggled with getting people to comply with the order this week. So that's where I'm at with it.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna try not to get into a back and forth just now. Brandy had her hand up a little earlier.
Yeah, to me, whenever we put anything out from the town, we always get somebody coming to us when people were, when stores like weren't using paper bags and there's a few that were still using plastic. We were getting kind of tattling emails about that. We were getting them about panhandling. We're always, anytime we do something, we're always going to get these emails. To me, they're generally, in my experience, from the same people. Maybe a couple shake it up, a couple outliers here and there, but it's generally the same people that have strong feelings about people not following things that we put out. And it's generally the same people that have strong feelings about us putting things out. And so I just assume that whenever we do stuff like this, we're going to get feedback from both sides. It's my job as an individual board member and our job as a board member to still do what we think is right. I think putting the order out was right. I have no problem with the word guidance. Maybe that's my banking. I happen to like the word guidance. I think it's a strong word, guidance with a capital G, but really that's semantics to me. And I am confused about people's confusion about the enforcement, because I think we made it pretty clear during the lengthy meeting, and most people who asked in public forums on Facebook, is this enforceable? We all gave the same answer. And so the fact that there's confusion about whether or not it's enforceable, or that the language left it open to enforceability interpretations, doesn't seem true to me. Seems to me like we clarified it pretty well, that it wasn't going to be, that we weren't going to have police enforcement. We talked about it online. And yeah, for me, it's the same people always. And their feelings are valid, but I have to kind of balance hearing that same kind of feedback about everything that we've done since I've been on the board that's come out in an authoritarian manner, with what I think is the health of every single citizen in our town.
Okay. Anyone else? Liz?
Well, I just come from the perspective of health, safety, and welfare. I mean, it's not just health, it's the whole range, health, safety, and welfare, which is where we get our power to regulate anything. So I worry about changing the wording because it will be viewed as a dilution of the original order. And the fact that it, you know, it can't be enforced and it's not going to be enforced. You know, I just see it as a quirk of what was passed last week. But I think if we water it down now, it'll be a sign of, I don't know, weakness. Because we all really feel that people should be wearing masks. And we all feel that we have the authority to do that as part of the health, safety, and welfare. So I would be, I would need a really good reason to have to go backwards on this order.
And Liz, when you say backwards, you mean replacing,
yeah,
for instance, the word order with health guidance or anything like that?
Yeah, I just think whatever clarification we would make, we really have to think hard about it before everybody says, oh, well, they didn't really mean it. And we did mean it. So let's, you know, we can be more careful with our language if it's appropriate, but I wouldn't want to give the impression that the board has any less resolve in our desire to have people wear masks. And the purpose was to help the shopkeepers. And I believe that would still be our purpose.
Mm-hmm. Ian.
Yeah, I think well put, Brandy. Yeah, I think I echo that. I think we made it very clear, and we spent a long time working on it. And Liz, I think I am in agreement with you too. Daniel, I'm a little frustrated. I wish that I don't really feel like that feeling was communicated last week. And I think that we could have had that conversation about an ordinance more thoroughly, and it would have maybe been a more productive time to do it then, before we pass something, than now after we've passed something. And I understand that you wanted to do something, but I do feel that way a little.
Let me just respond to that. You know, I'm happy with what we did last week. I was really pleased with the way in which we came together, and I wanted to be on the same page. You know, I didn't want something like this to be like a 3-2 win, you know, so I was happy where we ended up. I just wanted to be real about, like, you know, Tim kind of framed this as sort of maybe wishing that it had been something slightly different. So I just wanted to be honest with you all about how I, in a perfect world, would have, you know, had it, but that's not how this works. And I was really happy to find a place of consensus around this.
I appreciate that. And I'm not trying to be combative or anything. I'm just it's a tough issue. So, yeah, and I'm excited to hear what the public has to say. That's really
good segue. Because I was just feeling like that we should hear from the public, and maybe, just to be fair, try to return to those few tweaking points that we can all agree on. Maybe we have a few that we can all agree on, it sounded like earlier. So if that's okay with everybody, I'll throw it out to the public. I want to just remind everybody on chat, please just give me your name and that you'd like to say something. If you start to say your point of view, because of open meeting laws, I feel like I either have to just repeat them out loud, and it's unclear whether to me whether you'd like to do that. It's also very tough for me to get a perfect picture of who exactly is saying what things. And certainly, whatever you do, please don't private chat to me with views or opinions. Just to all, just say your name, and I'm going to go through our list right now. First up, we had, oops, wait a minute. We had somebody who has just put their hand down. And I think Wendy Levy is the next up who would like to ask a question about enforcement mechanisms. Wendy, are you online still?
Yeah, I just unmuted myself. My question was already answered when Ian was speaking before, and also by the rest of you. But now that I have the mic, I would like it if you could remind us, maybe closer to the beginning of the meeting, how public participation works, because some of us can't be here every week. So, we forget.
Great. I thought I did that, but you know what? It might have been last week. That's how it's been going these days.
Okay.
So I apologize.
Okay, I just wanted to give you a reminder. I understand that this is all really weird and we're all getting used to it, but so are we over in the audience too. And yeah, we want to participate in a way that satisfies open meeting law.
Absolutely. And I think what I remember doing was typing my overly wordy reminder in the chat, but not out loud to everyone.
Okay.
So
well, anyways, thank you. I'm done. Thanks.
Thanks, Wendy. Everybody's waving. And I also have somebody named Mike who might want to ask a question, but I don't know. I don't have a last name or anything. So I'm going to give the opportunity for Mike to turn on a camera, open up a microphone, if they'd like to.
Actually, sorry, that was me, Marta.
Oh. Marta.
Yeah.
Can you tell us your name, your full name, and where you're from?
Marta Gossage. I live on Elliott Street.
Thanks, Marta.
And I just wanted to say, I think, I absolutely understand that enforcement is, I don't even understand how that would work. But if anybody's been on Front Porch Forum this week, there's been a lot of talk there about people not wearing masks, not respecting distancing, not respecting the one-ways of the aisles, and a number of folks had petitioned to the Hannaford manager asking him to do that and suggesting some things, like perhaps having some disposable masks to hand out on the way in or things like that. And he, it seems fairly rudely, said, I'm not doing any of that. And so an awful lot of folks feel really unsafe shopping. And I had a similar experience when I went to Walgreens a couple days ago, where I was putting on my mask, outside the entrance before I went in, and a gentleman who wasn't wearing a mask kind of purposely coughed in my direction and got close in the store while we were, like kind of a show of like, you're so scared or whatever. And I just had my last chemo treatment last week. I have no immune system. This type of thing really is going to impact whether I can go shopping or pick up prescriptions or that kind of thing. So, it feels like more and more people are thinking that this is a big nothing burger, and particularly like the manager at Hannaford's really upset people by just not caring. So is there any medium thing we can do other than, obviously I don't think police enforcement is the way, but to make elderly and those who are at risk feel comfortable going out in public for the next foreseeable future in our town.
Would someone like to respond to that, or I'll just throw out and say I'm sorry those things happened to you. I personally was surprised, and again, I hate to make any assumptions based on an anecdote, and no offense, because things travel through the social media, and sometimes you just don't know the ultimate source, so it can be unfair for people to assume something happened when maybe it didn't happen. My personal experience with Hanford is a lot of people are now covering their face, and I was there during a very busy time, sort of unexpectedly, and I was in and out pretty quickly, but I saw probably 100 people with maybe 3 that weren't wearing a face covering, and I was pretty impressed with everybody's commitment to a good idea for our community. So again, if anybody else wants to chime in on what Marta said, Daniel.
You know, last week after we issued this order, I was really thinking about the grocery stores. You know, those are the places where you have large numbers of people, and folks need to go to the grocery store. And so it seems to me that those were going to be potential flashpoints. I suggested that we reach out to those grocery stores, and I believe that happened. I think that in the absence of like enforcement on an individual basis, the only way to do this is through relationships and education, right? So like, this is a small town. We know each other. We care about each other. We can go and talk with the managers at these stores if it is indeed, a manager that says, we will not do this. Hannaford's is part of a regional chain. I'm sure that their, kind of infrastructure has lawyers in it and guidance on what is, advisable and what is not advisable. I think that we can do this simply by talking to each other rather than having to issue tickets. I guess when I was speaking in favor of enforcement, that's really like in the extreme circumstance. I think that there are many opportunities in much the same way that our police force already work, to have conversations right up until a point where a conversation is no longer useful. But we should be trying to have those conversations all along the way. So, anecdotes are not really helpful in terms of like us being able to base policy on them, but they are people's experiences, right? And like, I wanted to check out the situation because I'd had 2 people talking to me about that particular store. So I went to that store today. Admittedly, it was the middle of the day, but it was somewhat busy. And my experience at that time was out of about 50 people, 3 were not wearing masks. All staff, all various different levels of staff had all manner of PPE on. And then out of the 50 or so customers that I saw, only 3 didn't. On the front door, they had signs saying, the sign characterized it as an ordinance, but it said the town of Brattleboro requires this to happen. I think that we can do this with conversations first, and I'd be curious to hear what Peter found out last week when he spoke with those folks.
Oh, Peter's being queried. Go ahead.
Daniel, if it's all right, what I'd like to do is give a little more complete explanation of what enforcement would look like, since this is not in any way, shape, or form a criminal matter. I think that would help people understand why the enforcement conversation is, at least from my perspective, it's more of a distraction than it is the substance of the matter, the essential substance of the matter. I'd like to speak to that rather than my individual interactions with individual people. I would overall characterize my interaction with the managers at the grocery stores as having varied from concerned and cooperative to somewhat resistant. And so it wasn't entirely a positive experience. But I have had the same experience that 2 of you have already described at that particular establishment. And I've heard of similar experiences at the one other very large grocery store in town. So, and then, you know, at the other two locations, there's actually some pretty clear procedures in place that were in place institutionally before the town took the action. So my take on it is this: I want everyone to understand about the fact that this would be a civil ordinance. This would be a town rule as opposed to a law of the state that where a violation is any kind of a criminal act. So you're right, Daniel, in what you described in terms of how the police department attempts to do community policing with, you know, differentiating very clearly between people who need help, people who are making bad decisions, and people who are harming others, right? And this one's tricky because of the sense that we have that at least some of the non-compliant individuals, through carelessness at least, might be harming others. And that's what drives the whole discussion, and I think was the motivation for your action last week. The protection of the greater group being the purpose of the act. But because it's not in any manner a criminal matter, because it would have been, had you adopted an emergency ordinance, it would have been a civil ordinance. The enforcement of it would have required, under Vermont state law, you know, warnings and education and, you know, sort of cajoling to comply. And then in the failure to, you know, repeated failure to comply, we could write a ticket. You could still do that if you chose, but I would suggest to you that that doesn't really get to the nub of the matter in a situation where it's about sort of the immediate need to protect one another in a public health emergency. And so we were, I think, very explicit during the discussion last week about, you know, the fact that this would be, enforcement of this would be problematic, and that the intent would be to enable the store owners to say to someone who was a visitor, you need to put a mask on, the town requires that, right? And I don't know if any of you foresaw this. I didn't foresee a situation where there would be a business operator who might, for whatever reason, decide that it was, they weren't going to require that of people visiting the business, even though the town had taken this action. We've encountered a few instances of that, but it seems to me that in just the few instances of that, there is good that has come of this, that is useful, that is, in fact, what you intended. And I don't have an opinion about how you might change it. You can go whichever way the group of you is most comfortable in terms of how you change it. But on the specific question of enforcement, I think that we calibrated that correctly under the totality of these circumstances. And I think that people who know that there are certain establishments that are not being rigorous about requiring customers to wear masks can choose not to go to those businesses.
Thanks, Peter. Certainly we have a fair amount of grocery store options, some of which are very insistent on all customers wearing masks, and from what I've heard, a couple who are not quite as insistent. Daniel?
I really appreciate Peter's perspective there. And up until the end, I was like, yes, I'm totally with you. And then at the end, you know, the grocery store piece, some people go to the grocery store because it's the one they can afford to go to, or they feel that they can afford to go to it. And, you know, so if we were to have one grocery store in town where the management in the grocery store, and I don't even know if this is true, right? But say if the management said, we will not comply with this, I feel like that would be something that we would need to at least have a conversation with them about and see if we can get them to a place where they saw that it was worth complying with for the sake of their customers. Because, you know, with some things, yeah, we can choose to shop here or shop there. And, you know, when it comes to whether we can afford it, we don't have as many choices.
I think having a conversation is always possible, but I wouldn't characterize that as enforcement. Probably similar to what happens in any kind of alleged violation of the governor's order. Usually a conversation happens. And then it falls to the state if they want to enforce something. That, say if a restaurant is not following the governor's guidelines, they have they have the bigger sticks, and that's where it goes. Just to remind everybody, we are actually in public participation, although we're kicking around a little bit on the board, and I wanted to get it to a couple other people who did want to speak. And I know Franz Reichsman wanted to speak, and yes, you have, oh, someone's appearing, well, that's not Franz. So Franz, I think all you do is Patrick enables your camera to be seen if you want to be seen, and I think if you take yourself off mute, then we'll be able to see and hear you as well. Are you there?
Oh, okay.
Oh, there you go.
Yes, I am. Thanks, Tim. I don't care whether I'm on the screen or not, but are you hearing me okay?
We are.
Yes.
Okay, good. Well, I just would like to chime in with a couple of points that I feel are important. One is that the degree to which wearing a mask protects other people is very significant and may be determinative in what happens in the course of the epidemic as a whole. There are countries where the mask wearing was made mandatory very early on, and they have had very few cases, certainly compared to our country. They even have leadership, political leaders who made a point of being very visible about wearing their masks. And I don't know whether there are criminal penalties associated or not, but the point is it works and it protects people. And this is not a matter in which it should be up to the individual. It should not be a question of voluntary compliance, whether there should be a ticket or other associated penalties. I don't really want to go there, but I mean, it has to be, the town said so. They said you have to do this, and that's the answer. And, you know, if you go back in history, I don't know how many examples there are of when political structures have said, you can't do this for health reasons. I mean, go right back to Typhoid Mary, where Mary really wanted to work in restaurants. She was devoted to food service, and she killed a lot of people that way. And they told her you can't, and she moved, and she went to another state, and she changed her name, and they tracked her down every time and said, you can't do this. And we're basically in that situation with this, not so much on a one-to-one basis, but on a population basis, we definitely are. So I'm basically supporting what I heard Daniel and Liz say, which is, no, we should not weaken this. This is, you know, I'm not saying we need to go to some other level with it, but it has to be that people understand that this is what the town said you must do. And I guess that's it.
Thanks, Franz. I think I'll just point out that I don't think weakening is the proper term to use. It's more like, I think we're all concerned with effectively communicating it. And then the question of enforcement becomes an issue that bandies back and forth. But thanks for the comments and history around Typhoid Mary. Next, I'd like to see if Peter Fishcase would like to say something.
You know, there's Kate O'Connor and somebody named Elizabeth Clausen. Have you heard from them?
I have heard from Kate, and Kate's going to be after Fish. And Elizabeth, I haven't heard from. Yeah, let's let Peter speak.
All right. Thank you, guys. I think after last meeting, I think you know what my position is on this. I'm not in favor of changing any of the language. I think the document is good as is. Again, I think it falls back onto messaging and speaking to the science of it and exactly what wearing a mask is going to mean to people who walk into a store. And again, just again, pulling the burden off the shop owner that you know, might have to carry that weight on their shoulders to say this is coming from the town of Brattleboro. This is not from me. It provides that level of insulation, and I just feel as though, as a town, that we owe it to our shopkeepers to pull that load off their shoulders and just put it on ours. And by ours, I mean all of yours. But you know that I support this decision. I supported it last week. I supported it this week. I emailed Peter earlier with some of the feedback that I've been getting on some of the straw polling. It really hasn't been an issue. The biggest overriding issue is the potential of there being an issue. And I know that, Marta told a story which was, nothing short of tragic. And I hate to see that kind of behavior earlier, but it just, unfortunately, that's just the humanity that we have to deal with. But again, if we just send a message, not change the message, I agree with Elizabeth and Daniel about not changing the message in last week's, what you guys passed last week. I think it was good language. I think it was concise. I think it just breaks down to perhaps some messaging, further messaging that shop owners could hang in their doors that's consistent throughout the town.
Thanks, Peter.
All right, thank you.
Well spoken. You should consider a career in radio.
Thanks. I'll think about it. I've got the face for it.
I think we have Kate O'Connor next, if Kate is ready.
Hello.
Hello, Kate.
Thanks for having this discussion again. I think it was or is helpful for people. One of the things I just want to say is that, there are mixed reviews. And what I would ask people is for a little bit of patience. That's not to say people shouldn't wear masks, but what I mean is in our sort of looking at what people are doing, especially from the business owner, and I'm not defending any business, so don't take it that way. But I think sometimes people feel, and it was sort of said earlier, that people doubt the confusion of people understanding what they're supposed to be doing. And what we don't see, we see what the town of Brattleboro is doing. If you're a retail shop or a restaurant or a lodging or anybody now, the guidance that is coming down from the state is really confusing. And it sort of drips and drips and drips and drips and drips. So there's a confusion level that's not necessarily caused by the town, but that is caused by the state. So, and I think it gets mixed in with this, the new order that you have to make people, everybody has to wear a mask when they go into a business. And I just want to put a counter to what Pete Case just said. And while a lot of people do like the safety of being able to say the town is making me tell you this, a lot of them, they still feel it's on them because they're actually the one that has to go up and speak to somebody and say, you can't come in here, you don't have a mask. And that is, we just have to realize that that is anxiety provoking for some of our retailers. And I just want us to acknowledge it. I don't think there's really anything we can do about it. But if we can sort of, give some people the benefit of the doubt, and I know some people don't deserve the benefit of the doubt, but the ones that are really trying, I just hope we can have some patience with them. And one other thing that I just would love to point out, it's a little off topic, but it's the same thing. A lot of our business or retailers are not open, even though the governor told them they can be open. They are not open because of the rules that the state has told them they have to follow to open. So I think we'll see more, hopefully, the state will allow them to open in a larger way soon. And I think we'll find that we're going to have to educate those real retailers or those business owners that haven't been allowed to open yet of this new guidance. So again, we'll have another rolling of, we have to be patient with people. But thank you for talking about it tonight. And if there's anything, the chamber is spending a lot of time trying to get people to wear masks. DBA, BDCC, and the chamber put a sign together. The hospital has a sign. So I think if we can all just push that message, that goes a long way too. So thank you.
Thanks, Kate.
Thanks, Kate. And that was me that said that there might be, so I didn't believe that there was confusion. And Kate, the way that you just explained a different perspective really makes sense to me. That it's just all confusing, which makes everything a little confusing. And I really appreciate your perspective on that. I like the way you phrased it.
Yeah, And I know there's all kinds of merchant issues that are dealing with tiny shops and just the rules making regular business impossible for them or close to impossible. So we feel for them. And a lot of this is trying to figure out what you have some control over and what you don't have any control over. So seeing no other public participation at the moment, I just want to bring it back to the board. Daniel?
I was just going to say Elizabeth Clausen wanted to speak, and they've just put something.
Just came in. Sorry. And also I have Amanda Whitman. So Elizabeth, oh, there you are, upside down. Welcome.
I know. I had to do a trip to my doctor's this way, and we laughed about how I was upside down.
Okay.
Oh,
Liz is turning herself upside down.
I'm just concerned. I was concerned about the term enforcement. That troubles me. I like what Kate said about the retailers taking the brunt of various remarks, good or bad. There's a lot of confusion out there as to the business with a mask, and it doesn't protect you. You're hopefully protecting your neighbor, your friend, whomever. A lot of people don't understand that. The other thing that concerns me is this business of sanitizing doorknobs and everything else. So that does not affect any kind of virus. It's an antibacterial that we're using. I just want people to realize, you just be careful, take care of each other, and just do the best we can. But my main concern was the business of trying to enforce the mask. I feel as if we can request and the guidelines, but we got to be careful with this, enforcement business. We have to self-enforce, be self-respectful and responsible. That was it. Thank you.
Thanks, Elizabeth. And I think I'll just go right to Amanda Whitman, if you'd like to chime in now.
Thanks, Tim.
Thanks.
I just want to say again how much I appreciate the thoughtful process and patient handling that you all are giving this topic. It's an important one, and I'm personally very grateful for that. I've been doing some work with Stephanie Bonin of the DBA supporting downtown businesses. And I just want to make sure everyone knows that we're keeping a list on brattleboro.com of the downtown shops and individual local makers who are selling or donating masks. I have seen some conversations, been part of some conversations with people who are concerned about mask access. Some of the people on this list, some of the makers will deliver, and some of them will provide masks for free. Oscar Heller and the Brattleboro Mutual Aid Society organized a free mask tree at Pliny Park recently. I believe that helping everyone access masks needs to be a community priority, and I know that's not the focus of this discussion, but I wanted to bring it up so that people were aware and mention that I'm aware of 6 downtown shops that have moved very quickly to make masks available for people to purchase when they're downtown. So if you see someone without a mask and you have a productive conversation with them, you could send them in the direction of any of these businesses. It's a short list: Bee's Nest, Mally Sun, Wyndham Flowers, Twice Upon a Time, Altiplano, and Turn It Up. So masks are available at cost and no cost and all around town if anyone has concerns about that. And that's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Great.
Thanks, Amanda. I think just to move us along, I'm going to ask one last person to chime in, and that would be Martha Ramsey. And then I'm going to bring it back to the board real quick. Hi, Martha.
Hi there. I'm sorry that I didn't hear the instructions on how to put up my hand. I guess I figured it out finally. And also, I'm not aware of the whole process that you guys went through to do the order, but I was very impressed by the order. I thought the language is really careful, it's clear, and it's a good thing to have in a town that's right at the intersection of, the road from Boston and the road from New York City. So thank you so much for doing that. you guys. I just would like to ask, it does seem to me that in a situation that well, also I'd like to speak in support of whoever it was, I can't remember who said that this is also, it's not so much about right now, or not just, but going forward. Like, let's say we have another round in the fall or at some point, and it comes through here, and it comes through quickly. And I happen to know, because I'm into history, that the Spanish flu in Vermont hit really bad and really fast. So that it's important that we not get too complacent about our location and our small population and all of that, which I'm sure all of you already know. But anyway, I wanted to ask if, because I agree that the expectation that the town officials would somehow punish, or could punish or ticket or quote unquote enforce a town order of this kind doesn't seem to make sense or even be workable, but that conversations are the way to go. And I would like to underline that by saying, yes, and let's have those conversations. Let's really have them. And so to ask who, if anyone, as part of the town, people responsible within the town structure, who will actually be having those conversations with those business owners who are, whether they're confused or they're recalcitrant, shall we say. So could you tell me, explain to me and us, how will those conversations take place if and when it's determined that they're necessary in some cases? And I'm asking this in the hope that this would, looking at this would help going forward to where this may become a necessity. And just one last thing I want to mention, and that is, because I didn't hear your previous discussion about the order, but if we have people who are getting hostile about not wanting to wear masks, that's a little scary, not only if you're vulnerable, but also just in terms, as I know, I'm sure you've already have thought about all this, but to second whatever thoughts you've had along these lines, it's clearly going to be a difficult line to walk because of the polarization and the volatility of the situation. And so I don't know, how do we walk that line where we are civil and conversing with people who are not willing to comply with safety measures, and then perhaps at some point to recognize that they are putting an entire community at risk by their refusal to comply.
Okay, Martha, do you mind if I?
Thank you. I'm finished. Thank you.
Boil that down. Thank you for the comments. I'll boil it down to two questions, and maybe I'll address the second one, which is slightly easier, and then I'll kick a quick comment over to our highly talented town manager who's really good at addressing difficult questions. But as far as hostility, I want to remind everybody that if something approaches violence or threats, that of course is not tolerated in Brattleboro. That's something that if it's within a place of business, those merchants should know that they can rely on the Brattleboro Police Department to not only make sure everybody's peaceful in their establishment, temporarily, but to also, if necessary, issue a no trespass order. And that would exist regardless of whether there was an order in place or an ordinance or an order as such as we have now or any kind of guidance. So that's not going to change. And I'll kick over the question about who could speak to merchants if we have an especially egregious refusal or something. Over to Peter.
Thank you, Tim. So we can follow up, and I hear that there's a desire for us to follow up. I'm personally, at this moment, only aware of 2 businesses in town that there have been any complaints about. I haven't received directly, and I've received a fair amount of communication directly on this topic. I haven't received directly, nor have I been advised of complaints that you've received or other people in town have received, or Stephanie Bonin or Kate O'Connor, in the business community. I'm not aware of any other business besides 2 fairly large corporate, stores in our community that are present in our community as part of a very large corporate network of stores. And I will go and speak with them again, and I will try to be more compelling. I have to say, I tried to dance on this earlier because I'm really concerned about calling out any particular store. What I said earlier was true. I received varying responses from the visits I made. I've been trying to gauge, despite my discomfort with some of how that initial communication went, I've been trying to gauge how things are going out there by my observations and what I've heard from others. And what I have heard from others and seen myself is very consistent with what Daniel and Tim described earlier. The vast majority of people in a store that can accommodate, 100 or more customers at a time, the vast majority wearing masks, some not. And I don't know of any other place in town where this has been a problem to the point where people are calling out a store and saying, hey, at that place, they're not paying enough attention to it. So I want to be careful that we don't overly invest ourselves in trying to solve that last tiny bit of compliance that is a combination of business owner or manager behavior or decision-making and customer decision-making. And because we don't have a method for actually, honing in on just those few exceptions to correct the behavior, because it would be a matter of communication, I'm concerned that there's likely to be a minority, and I'm grateful that it appears to be a small minority of our population who is going to resist this as a matter of principle. And, with or without the assistance of store owners, I don't think we're going to achieve 100% compliance. I think what we need to be trying to do is, as a community, continue to push the message and continue to support the people who are working hard to achieve compliance. And, I'm willing to go talk to those 2 big stores again, but I would ask that people have low expectations that you're going to see that last, 1% of customers change their behavior.
Absolutely. I think that's reasonable, and I'm not sure you should interpret, unless we have a separate discussion about that, interpret the board wanting you to spend a large portion of your time re-speaking to establishments that may be recalcitrant. But I'm just throwing that out there for me. So I really would love to wrap this up soon. I'd like to just address really quickly a couple of things that it feels like just Ian and I had just some criticisms, and they're minor tweaks. Does everybody, do you want me to go through a couple of those, or Ian, do you want to help me out?
Well, I think after hearing from the board and from people, a lot of what I brought was things I heard from the community. So I'm happy we can talk about what I brought forth at the beginning of the meeting, but I'm really proud of the work we did last week, and it sounds like from the majority here, we're and from people who have spoken that we're pretty comfortable with where it's at. But I defer to you, Mr. Chair.
Gee, thanks. Well, I want to just, I mean, obviously it would require us signing a slightly altered version, but I do have a concern about the lack of clarity around the small children issue, which I thought we had a consensus on, but maybe not. Peter?
Yeah, I thought you did too, and I took a moment during the discussion to actually amend that paragraph in the way that I think you'd want to, if you wanted to make it clear that you weren't telling small children or telling parents of small children not to put a mask on them.
Yeah.
So now or when you're ready, I could read that, and I think that'll address that. And then I didn't know whether there was anything else that the group of you would want to change about it, but I'm happy to help that too if there is.
Why don't you read that? We'll get that out of the way, and we'll just get head nods if we don't require a vote on that one.
Okay, so I believe that the exceptions paragraph should be changed to say this: cloth face coverings are not required on young children under age 5 and should not be placed on anyone who has trouble breathing or anyone who is unconscious, incapacitated, or otherwise unable to remove the mask without assistance.
I think that that's important that we clean that up. Yeah, that sounds good. Because we don't want to make it sound like people shouldn't have masks on their kids. If they're lucky enough to have children that will wear them under 5, good for them. God bless them.
While we're talking about this, I did get a question of where the language came from for the unconscious part.
I wondered the same thing.
Yeah, so just while we're on it, I didn't really have an answer. I thought maybe it came from the CDC. But,
it came from the CDC.
It did, and that's why the thing that happened that got awkward was when we changed the age on it, because the CDC also does say do not place one on a child under 2. So the wording was right for the CDC, but then for good reasons we modified the age limit to age 5 and didn't pick up. I apologize for not noticing that this language that you're looking at tonight should have been modified last week.
Yeah.
But so the unconscious was that also came from the CDC. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
That absolutely.
That's fine. I mean,
It's weird.
Yeah.
Weird. So just something that bugs me, and I'm not getting, had two individual conversations about this, but if no one else is worried about the lack of addressing the very special circumstances around restaurants, I think someone said that it will be assumed that we're not asking people to wear a mask, then take a sip of a drink, and then put the mask back on, and then take a bite of your food, But if we indeed, Burlington did exempt restaurants, and that's probably why they did it, because it's just not reasonable to expect something like that. If you are comfortable with hearing a lot about that as they open up in an indoor situation,
Don't give me a kiss.
then I'm fine. If Daniel, if you're willing to, as you put it last time so eloquently, take the heat, or I forget exactly how you put it, but that one seems particularly messy to me. That's coming down the pike. Liz, thank you for someone raising it.
I was looking at the governor's order, I think it was the governor's order about restaurants. And, Kate is right in that there's a lot going on and it's confusing. But what we heard last week from Lita was, that she wanted people to wear masks when they come in to order. And the governor's order says you should order online, or maybe it was the CDC, you should order online or order in advance or order from a touchpad, blah, blah, blah. So that ordering component, while protecting the restaurant people, that's real. So I think we should, again, let that roll out to see how it works and to see if we need to tweak it. But I thought it was clear that the initial entrance of patrons in a restaurant should be wearing a mask.
Yep. My hand is always in the wrong spot.
I wasn't sure if it was Brandy or Daniel. Yeah, first. Fight it out.
Daniel.
Daniel.
I mean, when we wrote when Peter wrote this, and we adopted it last week, it was really in response to the opening of retail establishments. And in each sector specific guidelines from the ACCD, there's a ton of stuff, right? But the governor's order that previous Friday said, with regards to face coverings, towns and cities can pass something stricter than what the state requires. So there are a ton of other guidelines that each kind of business or place has to take care of, and we're just addressing the face covering. I mean, it's tough to eat through a cloth mask. I'm going to trust the people on this. Maybe we don't need to put it in there, but I'm also open to, if we get to a place where restaurants are struggling with this, then sure, we need to clarify. But I think common sense should prevail.
Yeah, I like to just leave it alone for now, because I definitely, I went to the Whetstone this past weekend and we kept our masks on when we got there. We kept them on in that little narrow stairwell as you go to upstairs, and we put them back on. And anytime a server came or somebody came, within a 10-foot bubble, and otherwise we kept them off.
Fair enough. So the other issues, I think we've talked out. I mean, Ian and I both mentioned the idea of sunsetting. It does mention this order shall remain in effect until the Brattleboro Select Board amends, rescinds, or suspends this order, or until the governor declares an end to the COVID-19 state of emergency, which I believe is right now only until June 15th. Did you find out?
Yeah, I wasn't able to find it quickly, so I gave up quickly as well. But
that's fine.
I think you're right, but I can't imagine it's going to end on June 15th.
I can't imagine we're not going to be wearing masks.
I'm going to just pull rank and say I want this on the agenda for our June 16th, at least to confirm that it's going to continue for the immediate time being. Daniel?
Oh, I was just going to add on the I forget what the heading is, but anyway, it's whichever is sooner, right? So either we rescind it or the governor says we're no longer in a state of emergency. So but yeah, if we want to talk about it again in 2 weeks' time.
Oh, you muted.
It's probably good. I think we do, just because the governor, there's politics going on with the state of emergency that has to do with state funding from the feds and all that stuff. So that's not necessarily speaking to Brattleboro's needs. So,
no.
I'd like to make it clear to everybody out there that this is not something that we intend to order for an ongoing basis, if not necessary. Ian?
Yeah, and I'll just speak to that for a second because I brought it up as well. Daniel, I think your point is well taken. We did attach it to the governor's order with the rest of the language. And I think maybe what I heard was just seeing a date was what that person was interested in. But yeah, you're absolutely right. And so that we don't have to amend it if the date changes from the governor's emergency order, it makes sense not to put one on. So yeah.
Thanks. Sorry, I tried to do something while I shouldn't try to multitask. Peter.
Thank you. Yeah, what I hear from among you is don't change the text of the document, but him as chair is saying we're going to put it on so that we can kind of revisit it and see if there's anything more that ought to be reviewed and possibly amended at that time on June 16th. And that sounds like a really good middle ground place to land on this.
Oh, I thought
the intent, right?
I thought Brandy and I were saying change the kid thing. You want to let that go until?
Oh, no. I'm sorry. So
No,
yes,
no.
I think you're all interested in changing the kid language. I'm talking specifically now about the effective period. That there wouldn't be any change in the language to that, but Tim is just advising everybody, pay attention to the additional comments you're hearing and your own experiences, because we're going to talk about it again on June 16th. Is that a fair characterization?
Absolutely.
That's what I hear.
Everyone okay with that? And procedurally, what do we need to do at this point, Peter?
So procedurally, if the one change you're going to make is to the exceptions language, then I think what would be appropriate is for me to read it one more time for the record, for somebody to say so moved, and for you to take that official action. And what you'll be doing is amending and reissuing this order as adopted by your resolution last week with the modified language. And we'll prepare that in a proper format that the 5 of you can sign again. And Jan will come around and get your signatures so that we do actually have a modified document. And I'll make clear in both news release form and the daily updates to the community, the modification to that part of the document.
Okay. Thank you.
Sounds perfect. And I'll tap Brandy if she doesn't mind to make the motion. She's the other parent concerned.
Okay.
So your motion would be to amend the COVID-19 emergency order, wearing face coverings required, to read in the exceptions paragraph, cloth face coverings are not required on young children under age 5 and should not be placed on anyone who has trouble breathing or anyone who is unconscious, incapacitated, or otherwise unable to remove the mask without assistance.
Okay. So moved.
Sounds good to me. All those in favor of the just spoken slight change, say aye.
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 And that's 5-0, none opposed. All right, so I would love to draw a little separation mark by taking a quick break. How does everybody feel about that? We have some important business to take care of coming up after the break, as they say. How about 7:55?
Sounds good.
Sweet. Almost exactly 10 minutes. All right. Patrick, we need some sort of, the board is on break now, placard or something. Thank you,
Some
everyone.
elevator music.
See you in 9 or 10 minutes.
Liz, is that ice cream?
I had a fudgicle earlier.
I don't have any ice cream refreshments.
But I did not have my fudgicle during the meeting because that would not be appropriate. Very warm in my room right now.
Yeah, today. Wow.
I
So
love
hot.
it. I love the weather, but the indoors part of it, I can't handle always.
I feel like it was just how quickly it changed. Like,
Yeah,
oof.
it's hot up in my second floor apartment, and that's why I'm refusing to put on any more than the 2 tank tops I have on. It's brutal in here. I'm like, and I got a little bit of sun today in the garden too, so I feel like just a furnace. And usually I take ibuprofen, but I've been hiding from ibuprofen during the Rona because I heard it's, it loves ibuprofen. It makes a nice little environment for it. And so I with Lyme can't have any of that.
I went downstairs and put some ice cubes on the back of my neck.
Ooh, that
Have
sounds
that
good.
available to you, I would recommend it.
I got a nice big glass of water.
Yeah, Daniel, are you like up in an attic or like up in the top?
You look like it. Oh God.
Nice.
Heck.
Not a very big house though, so it's just one story up.
It's good. It's good color to the walls.
Yeah, people love this background. I wish I could get one of those fancy custom Zoom backgrounds, but my computer's not good enough.
I don't
We
think they
could have
have
a
it in
special-
GoToMeeting.
Oh, that's right. But maybe we
Yeah,
could
I
get one
know.
that looks just like the select board meeting room.
I have a rainbow one that I use for Zoom meetings. The boss is here. Shh.
I know.
Everyone,
I felt that as well. Like, okay. And this is all televised, right? So everybody's loving this.
Our boss is the public.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, that's true, Liz. That's
the
true.
boss has been here the whole time.
I know. I don't think I swore.
I like that Daniel reminded our boss that it's an election year coming up for him. at
That was
least.
so
Well,
funny. I almost
yep.
said not for me.
Yeah. Oh, you might change your mind.
Is it?
Yeah, you don't know yet.
I might do it just out of spite. I don't know. We'll see. Sometimes I get stubborn.
That's true.
So I wonder if, well, Patrick didn't pause recording, so it's been recording all this time.
It's fine. We're
It's all right.
people. If we
Fine.
were in the actual room, it would be the same. One
I
day
do
we'll be in
think
the room.
Everybody's going to weigh in on the color of Daniel's wall, which is very nice, I think.
I like the angles.
I like the angles
love
too.
it. You should
Daniel
see
knows all the
of
angles.
trash and stuff on
Oh,
the
it's
floor.
gonna get us in
I need to put a Windex on
It
our
looks
camera.
clean from that angle.
Yeah, the total mess.
Oh.
Okay, so I think let's call back to order the, what day is this? The May 26th, 2020 Brattleboro Select Board meeting. Thanks for rejoining us, everybody. We are moving on now to some business for the Water and Sewer Commissioners. So I think we need a motion to become Water and Sewer Commissioners.
So moved.
Brandy has moved to become Water and Sewer Commissioners. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? None, and that's 5-0. First up is a proposed fiscal year 21 utilities fund budget, and I believe Peter is going to kick us off.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'll have just a couple of brief overview remarks to kind of set the table, and then Steve Barrett is going to take you deep into the details on this. But I did want to highlight before Steve begins that we have a really significant discussion to have a little while later this evening regarding rates. And as you know, and the public, I hope, knows, those who have been paying attention know, we are proposing rate increases, and those relate not to the increased cost of doing business, but rather to the capital cost for the replacement of the water plant, which is an overdue generational replacement. And so we'll talk about that in its own context later on. But I wanted to underscore that underscore the levelness of the stability of the operating budget, in making that contrast to that conversation we're going to have later about rates. So in summary, the utility fund revenues are actually proposed to go down slightly this year, down 1.7% in FY21 compared to FY20, a decrease of a little over $100,000 for the year. So basically flat, even with the rate increase. And there's some reasons why in the full analysis of all the different revenues, but fundamentally how that relates to the recommendation on rates is that the model that we've been using hadn't been recalibrated in several years, and it had an old assumption for consumption, for how much water gets used by customers in the model. And what we found is the last few years, we actually hadn't been selling as much water as had been predicted. And so we hadn't been collecting as much on the water rents line item as was expected. And so it was important for making sure that we had accurate projections going forward as we were making the calculations to bring you the recommendations on the rate increases. It was important to have that model properly calibrated. So when we did that and applied it to this year, even with a recommended 2% increase in the actual rate paid for water, the total revenues in the utilities fund are expected to decrease by $106,000. The utilities fund expenditures are proposed to increase, but only by $22,000, or less than 0.5%. So again, essentially a very, very tiny amount up on expenditures, a small amount down in revenues, essentially a flat level funded budget from last year. And Steve Barrett is going to provide the details of some of the highlights of the line items, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions or discuss any of the particular line items that you may want to dig deeper into. Thank you. While Steve is coming on, I'll say he'll also address, as part of his presentation, we'll do the budget, operating budget first, and then he'll also address the capital plan for FY21, so you can see how that piece fits into this. When you are finished with the discussion regarding the budget, then I'll have an additional presentation to make regarding the rates.
Good evening, everybody.
Peter. And welcome Steve Barrett and Dan Tyler to the show.
So I'm going to start off here. Thank you, Peter, for your overview of the budget. And we're going to have Dan Tyler. He's going to go over the line items and the operating budget. We worked on this budget carefully and closely together, along with the chief operators of the water treatment plant, the distribution, storage, and wastewater treatment. So each year we go over each line item to make sure that we're accurate and reflecting the needs. So Dan, if you would.
Hi. So as Peter mentioned, everything's pretty well level funded. So we just wanted to kind of run down through some of the categories and highlight some of the changes that are taking place. This is the expenditures on the utility budget proposed. The first category is the Pleasant Valley expenses. There's going down through on sludge removal, you'll see a $4,000 decrease. That goes back to that waste line that we're hoping to install from the plant down to the existing sewer. So we'll probably have to clean out the lagoons once that line's installed. This expense is is the annual cleaning of that. So we've decreased it some because we don't expect the quantity that we've had in the past. Hopefully after that, that line will go away completely. So all of these expenses from Pleasant Valley, though, these are the costs associated with running the plant, and everything else is level. The next category is the expenses for the wells. This is the second plant located on the Retreat Meadows. Same situation, very few changes. The electrical consumption at that plant has been down over the last couple of years, so we reduced that $1,000. Everything else is level. Moving on to water distribution and storage. This is the crews that you see out on the streets making the repairs and installations on the lines. There's some changes in the benefits and the employees' wages due to the contracts and the non-union salary adjustments, but otherwise everything else is level. Wastewater treatment plant, the same thing with the salaries. The big one that sticks out on this is the solar net metering has allowed us to reduce the electrical costs by $29,000. So that's pretty significant. We're also reducing the odor control by $10,000. At this point, we feel that that's kind of under control, and we've got a good handle on what it takes, and we can reduce that a little bit. A slight increase for building repairs and safety equipment of $500 a piece. The pump station category is for sewer pump stations, and again, the electrical line we're proposing lowering $5,000, and that's also due to the solar net metering. Everything else stays the same. Sewer mains is kind of the other half of the crews you see out on the street. Some slight adjustments to salaries and benefits. Otherwise, everything else level. The administration category, we've increased our permit and testing line by $5,000. It's the only change. Equipment maintenance and fuel, everything stays the same right down through. And that comes out, as Peter said, of an increase of $22,249 or 0.4%. I don't know if anyone has any questions on any of those lines.
Okay. Open it up for board questions. No? I have a question, if not, but now I have to go find it. I wasn't ready.
Would you like me to go into the Capitol? Or do you have a question about the budget?
I do have a question. Sorry, I just expected folks to have something to give me time to find my line I was looking for.
So one of the things I'll just fill before the questions asked is, as Peter said, this change in the revenue source. The other thing that if we end up having a hot summer, like it's starting right now, that can have a huge impact on our utility revenues also. So when we do have a long, hot year, that brings in more money, more showers, more pools, more activity with water. So, the utilities is a business that you don't know, it's supply and demand. As the rates have gone up over the years, then you're going to find that people conserve water. And generally people have, every time they replace a faucet, every time they replace a fixture, they're putting in water saving devices, and it's making a huge difference. So that's another reason that the consumption goes down.
I totally can't find it, but maybe you can find it for me. Water meter upgrades. Where should I be looking for that?
Well, they'll be in the capital.
Oh,
fund,
sorry.
and there's also, which I'll go over next, but there are some funds that's also are used in the general budget for water meters. But when I go over to the capital, I will outline the water meter account. That's a capital account.
And is that a yearly capital account?
It's a yearly capital account to upgrade the meters in the system.
And I apologize, but I saw a line about penalties. That might have been. I saw that the estimation on penalties was going up. And again, I think it's because I'm looking at the wrong document. I might have maybe be looking at last week's.
You're right.
Why don't we just skip the capital?
Yeah, you're right. It's in the revenue section under sewer interest and penalties. A $10,000 increase.
Mm-hmm. I can speak to that. It's just intended to reflect that there has been an increase in that the last couple of years. So we had a $46.5 thousand year and a $45.5 thousand year, and we had been carrying a $40,000 line item in the budget. So we've changed that to $50,000 just to make sure that we're not collecting those sorts of things, because they aren't completely predictable. There's just judgment calls that need to be made on some of these smaller items. But if we always lean towards the conservative side and predict less than what we really expect to collect, then we end up collecting more in rates, in water and sewer rates, than is necessary to carry the load. So at a year like this, when we're taking a really deep dig and looking carefully at every piece so that we make sure that the recommendation for a rate increase is not any greater than necessary, we take an especially careful look at lines like this and make sure that we're not under predicting not the revenue that we're likely to collect.
Okay, thank you.
Peter, or Tim, I got a quick question. Just curious on, I lost it. Water distribution and storage. Is the rate increase, or is the increase for staff salaries reflect another a new job, or just the salaries of all of the employees?
Just the salaries of the employees. Salaries and benefits for the employees changed a little more this past annual cycle than most years because of the negotiation of a new union contract. And in this area where there's some supervisors that are non-union, then the adjustments that were running parallel to the union contracts, where we made adjustments in the compensation for non-union employees, is also, those adjustments are reflected in this budget.
Thank you.
Steve, if you want to move on to capital.
Okay, so I'll move into the capital. The first item is the DPW site evaluation, and the funding is to further develop a concept plan for the Department of Public Works facility on Fairground Road. The current facility was constructed in 1950 and is used by the Highway and Utilities Division. Over the last year, we've done some engineering to determine the feasibility of either using the existing facility building there or looking at other sites. We haven't got that report back. That's something that soon we expect to get a report, which we'll review with the town manager, and then eventually we'll bring that report to the board. But at this point, what we're looking for is additional funding as we explore options. We're going to need funds to either testing different sites or things of that nature. So that's why we're asking for funding under the DPW site evaluation. The Hinsdale Bridge water main replacement, when they do the Hinsdale Bridge project, that will also include an upgrade to the water main on Vernon Road. The original water main was put in the late 1800s, early 1900s, And the elevation of the bridge where it comes into Vernon Road is going to be changed so that we're proposing to upgrade that water main on Vernon Road at that time. It just makes sense to upgrade the water main, and that's $50,000, $51,000. And that project is actively being engineered and designed. So we expect that work to be done in the next couple of years. Water meters, Tim, this is one of the ones that maybe you have a question on. We have 3,900, almost 4,000 meters in the system. The original water meters were put in the 1970s. And over the years, we continue to upgrade the meters. The older meters lose their efficiency, their mechanical meters. And so what we do is instead of, to replace all the meters in town, it would cost probably $1 million. So what we've done, chosen to do over the years, is just to continue to upgrade meters as we go. And this program's been going on for quite a few years now, and we replaced almost 2,000 meters in the system. And so a regular meter cost about $275, where a 2-inch meter could be up to $1,000. So this is an important program. Even the old mechanical meters are quite efficient when we take them out, but the newer meters, when we put those in, are about 99.9%. And they're no longer mechanical, they're electronic. There's less moving parts. So as we continue the program, that's what this money is used for, is to upgrade the meters in the system. Signal Hill Pump Station, that is off of Hillcrest and Signal Hill. We had the state of Vermont does a sanitary survey of the water system. They look at all the pump stations, the water treatment plant. They look at our piping, and this particular pump station was identified as needing to be upgraded. The pump station was put in the 1970s. It was a private development, and that's when Signal Hill and Hillcrest was constructed. And the town took over that pump station at that time. And so it has serviced the town for many years, and it needs an upgrade. We're proposing $300,000 for that pump station. I did come to the board a few meetings ago to seek authorization for engineering for the design. So this money is to actually build the pump station. And we expect to have a full design done within this year, and then build the pump station probably in the spring. When that's done, it will also, it'll not only meet today's needs on Signal Hill and Hillcrest and Guilford Street, it'll be constructed in such a way that it will meet future demands also. And not only this is for potable water, but it's also for the fire service in that area. The last hydrant is before Hillcrest in that area, and we're proposing to increase the fire safety zone with hydrants in that area, and for future build out if needed. Black Mountain Pump Station Generator, there's a pump station up by SIT, and it's a water pump station, and that does not have a backup power supply. And so when we lose power, that whole neighborhood loses water. So what we're proposing to do is add a backup generator. That's one of the last stations that we have that does not have emergency backup power. Putney Road utility planning, and let me go back. The generator's cost is $7,100. Putney Road utility planning, $15,000. This is to begin planning for the State of Vermont Agency of Transportation. They're developing the Putney Road corridor, or going to install roundabouts and other improvements. We have quite a length of water mains in this area that need to be upgraded. So this will help us do some preliminary planning for those changes. So when all this work's done, we don't want to have substandard water mains under a new roadway. So that's why we're trying to plan ahead, and for these upgrades that should be done and will be done as part of that project when they upgrade Putney Road. That project's out 5 years, but these projects take a long time to develop and to plan ahead. Putney Road water relocation. Again, this is part of the Putney Road project. This is to replace some of the water mains. So one part of this is planning. The other is actually putting money aside for the relocation of the mains, which is $250,000. Sewer main, whetstone interceptor tightening. The whetstone interceptor is a wastewater line that runs along the Whetstone Brook that was originally installed in 1957. That was the main component that cleaned up the Whetstone Brook. Prior to that, all the sewage was dumped directly into the Whetstone Brook. So in 1957, this line intercepted all that wastewater that was dumped into the brook. And it eventually there was an interceptor put along Putney Road and then down to the sewer plant, which was constructed in '65. So because this interceptor is in the brook, it's frowned on now, although it was the major project that cleaned up that brook. In today's world, you would never construct a wastewater line in a brook. So because of that, we want to protect the integrity. There's some lining that goes along. There's camera work that happens. There's manholes that are waterproofed to ensure that the wastewater doesn't go out into the stream, or that the stream enters the wastewater system and we have to pay money to treat just plain water. So that's an ongoing project to protect the integrity of that sewer interceptor. And that's $30,600. Walnut Street sewer, $53,000. There's a sewer main that goes over Walnut Street that takes the Tyler Terrace Street area, part of Main Street, goes down over the bank and underneath the railroad track to our interceptor. The line broke and failed last year. Our crews were able to make a repair. And so this year we're going to hire a company. This is similar, some of you were on the board when we had a line that, it was a drainage line that broke near Harris. We'll hire a company that has railroad flaggers and can work in those zones with the railroad to make repairs to this pipe. It's estimated at this point to be $30,600 or $53,000, I'm sorry. Old Guilford Road manholes, again, you as a board have approved, there's actually a contract that we approved this year to waterproof some manholes on Old Guilford Road. And we're going to propose to continue doing additional manholes this year in the budget. It's important not only to make sure the integrity of those manholes are solid and good condition, but also it helps prevent odors and such in that neighborhood. Putney Road sewer upgrade, again, it's $50,000. This is for the Putney Road project. Again, there's some sewer mains that will need to be upgraded, but not as great as the number of water mains that needs to be done as part of that state project. And vehicles overall, we try to look at a 7-year replacement for smaller vehicles and a 10-year for larger equipment. This year, there's 2 pieces of equipment. One was a loader that was $100,000, and we feel it's in good condition, and we don't feel it needs to be replaced, even though we use this as a guideline, the 10-year. But we're proposing not to replace that. And we also, there's a service truck that we feel is in good condition, and we're not proposing to replace that either. What we are proposing to replace is a service truck. This is at our water treatment plant, and also it plows all the facilities and pump stations. That's $42,000. And then we have what we call an economy car. Quite a few years ago, we eliminated pickup trucks and got small efficiency cars for the operators when they're out doing testing or checking on pump stations. We bought 2 cars, one for the water treatment plant and one for the wastewater. This year, we're proposing to change, to trade in those cars and look at electrical vehicles. We already have 1 electrical vehicle, and that's for our engineer at Public Works. That has worked out really well. It primarily uses electric. It does have a gas engine, but I don't think we've used 20 gallons of gas in a couple of years. It strictly works on the electrical. So it's $26,500 for each of the cars that we're proposing to replace, 1 in the water and 1 in the wastewater. And that's my report on the capital for the utilities division. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Thanks, Steve. I have one, but I want to let my fellow board members go first. Mine's difficult. Ian.
All right, probably a newbie question. For the Whetstone Interceptor tightening, has there been any discussion in the past of moving it so that it's not in the place where it's problematic now?
That's a great point.
And then, I'll just add one more thing to it. How often are we tightening it? So like, how often are we spending this 30 grand?
So the answer to the first question, I'm not sure, maybe 100 million. We're talking big dollars. What we're talking about is a line that goes all the way from West Brattleboro, follows the Whetstone Brook, all the way down to Main Street Bridge and connects down by the railroad tracks. And originally, all those homes on the avenue, they discharged directly into the brook. So if we were going to upgrade this line, you'd have to intercept all those lines. You'd have to put in pumping stations, lift stations, and then you'd have to go down the avenue and pump that wastewater. So we've done some studies on it and we've looked at it. So I guess in my lifetime, what I focused on is to protect the integrity of the pipe. And it is an ongoing cost. It is an ongoing expense, but it seems to be at this time the right direction to go as far as this line. We've also entertained and looked at grants. There's been some, we put in money for, at times there's been funding potentially to address that. And the way to do that would be to start in a small section, maybe Flat Street, and put a pump station, you know, there, and then work your way west. So it's a big project. And it was a big project when it was done, really, in '57.
Thank you. Thanks, Steve.
That same pipe, Steve, how did it fare in Tropical Storm Irene?
There was one situation where it actually, there's a trestle that is behind where the country store is on the avenue, and it's actually a small bridge that carries the pipe over the Whetstone. And the storm, the height of the water took that pipe right out completely. But it was quite a project. We actually had that back in service within a week, which was pretty incredible. But and then we had one break in one other location, but overall it held up pretty good. And we did receive funds to armor the pipe down near the Whetstone pathway. If you look in the brook, you can actually see this piping, and then you'll actually see some large rocks that are protecting that pipe. But overall, it fared pretty well, except for the trestle.
And are you comfortable going forward if there were to be another storm that it's protected?
I'm not comfortable that it might not get taken out for a storm of that size and the height of what the water, level was. It could do damage. It was built with pretty good integrity this time, and it was last time. But it took the bridge that holds it, which is called the trestle, and the piping completely out. But that was all replaced with more modern piping. But I don't think it could take the forces of an Irene again, for sure.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
I think we do have a question from the public, but first I just wanted to ask mine. The Putney Road water relocation, big ticket item. Anybody paying attention to this meeting might see that. And I want to make it clear that I'm in favor of the Putney Road project, but we're talking about something. It's really going to take place in 2025, and when is the actual Putney Road project. Is that what you're referring to when you say the project, or do you refer to our water relocation?
Peter?
It's both. So the utility relocation has to happen before the major road work can be completed. And the overall, because it's such a large scale project, the overall scope of this is expected to take a couple of years of construction. So right now that's predicted to be 25 to 27. There have been earlier projections that where schedules got missed. So it's not 100% guaranteed, but our recent communications, and when I say recent, I mean the last couple of years with VTrans and with Green Engineering, who's the firm. It's an international engineering firm that is contracted to get this project done for VTrans. You know, this is a big deal to them. It's a very expensive, very large scale, very important project in the VTrans system. And we have a level of confidence. You know, there's no guarantee, but based on the progress that's being made and the interaction we've recently had around these utility adjustments, you know, we have a decent level of confidence that, you know, barring bumping into some unexpected situation that causes a further delay, it's reasonable to expect that in 2025, the utility work will commence, and by 2027, it'll be a new roadway.
Okay.
Okay, so I guess the 7 years that was sticking in my mind is the 7 to completion with any luck.
Yeah.
And sorry, just a quick follow-up and then Liz, but the first year of capital funding, you want to flesh that out? How much more years of capital funding do we see for the stuff that's in their way?
Steve will speak to that from the plan that he presented last week.
Yeah.
Or 2 weeks ago.
Goes out quite a bit. If we're talking, Dan, jump in here anytime. We just got that estimate, which was pretty big.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have it right in front of me, but it's the 250,000 for the next 5 years, I believe. It was.
Yes, it is.
The engineering.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's 250 for the next 5 years, 6 years.
Yeah.
Next.
A total of 300, just to be clear. So it's not 250 a year. It's a total of 300, the 50 for this year, and then 5 more years of 50.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Liz had something, and then I'm going to throw it to a couple.
Yeah, I have a follow-up to Tim's follow-up. For the Putney Road, you know, it's a VTrans project. Does VTrans anticipate that every municipality will have to move their utilities prior to roadway construction and therefore have funding for that?
Well, what happens is the town put the pipes in the states right away, is the way it works. And so we have, you know, the responsibility to upgrade those mains when they do a project. And it only makes sense. And these projects are, you know, there's time here to plan for this. And that's why we're asking for this money even in this year. And there may be methods, we'll hire engineering to look at it. And maybe some of this work can be done before to save money as we look at the project overall. On Putney Road, there's a asbestos main that was put in, you know, after the war, during the war, because of the money, they put in asbestos instead of, you know, steel pipe or cast iron. So that's important. That's been on our radar for many years to replace, but you wouldn't go up there and just replace that line unless there was a road project. So they really have to go, they have to dovetail together when you have these projects. And the thing is, we're able to plan it out for years ahead, and that's a responsible thing to do. But yeah, it can be difficult for some municipalities that don't have a good capital plan, and it could cause a lot of problems. And that's, you know, it's a situation where the need's there.
And so we could say you're doing as best as you can.
Got it.
You could say that. I'd like to add to that it's easy for us to sit here at this moment. Steve has explained well why this is a good moment for us to undertake this work, but yeah, it's expensive, and it wasn't something that was altogether our choice. But one thing that's easy to lose sight of when we get confronted with one of these is, what could they have been thinking of? Our predecessors many decades ago, and kind of like the interceptor conversation in the Whetstone, where we scratch our heads today and say, how could they put a sewer pipe in a brook? But it was actually a huge improvement at the time. This situation with this long run of pipe in Putney Road, the alternative to placing it in the state's right of way is acquiring all the land necessary to have the town's own rights to place the pipe. So there was probably a very substantial savings at the time when the pipe was installed to do it this way. And now it's, what are we, 70 years later, that we're confronting a major expense to move it, but it's time for it to be replaced anyway. So,
are there other utilities besides water and sewer in that right of way that should be upgraded, and parallel plans for that at this time?
There are, but they're not the town's utilities. Water and sewer are our responsibility. There are the other utility companies that are involved in relocating their infrastructure.
Thank you.
Another example of this would be, as you recall, just it's like 2 years ago, we had that water main break on Main Street. So at the time, we did the upgrade to, the state came in and did a project on Canal Street and also did Main Street. And we chose not to do the water main at that time. Well, though we've upgraded the water main from Lower Main Street up to Elliott, we chose not to put the capital money, aside to do that project down at Main Street. And the other reason for that was economics to the shop, holders, the store owners, because they only can take a large project every so many years. They couldn't take multiple years of a water main project and then multiple years of a upgrade to the sidewalks and the infrastructure. So that project, we didn't do, but then we were lucky because the upgrade lasted enough so that we did have a water main break, but now the road, will be ready to be upgraded soon, but it wasn't brand new. The danger here is to have the project take place, have a roundabout built, and then have the water main break, and then the town be responsible for rebuilding a roundabout. And so that would be cost prohibitive. So it's a matter of making the right decisions at the right time. There'll be sections of water main that are still good up there. There's a 16-inch water main that was put in the 60s that will be good. We won't need to replace that section. There's sections we won't need to replace. So, there's some things that really should be done, and there's others that we can look at on Putney Road and say we don't need to replace the whole thing. But like with the asbestos main, it certainly should just be removed at this time, or at the time of the project.
And that's 5,000 feet of asbestos main that would be removed. And there's about 1,000 feet of sewer line and 2,100 feet of 16-inch water main that would be relocated. Significant amount of pipe.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for all that. Anyone else on that particular topic? Before we go on to FY21 utility rates, we have a couple questions concerning what we've spoken about so far within water sewer. David, would you like to turn on your camera, or maybe Patrick does that for you? I still haven't figured out who actually turns on the camera. I think it's Patrick. Or you can just join us by audio. And Ricky is on deck, just to let you know. David? I don't see David coming up. Maybe
he's still showing as being in the meeting.
Yeah. Well, can we try can we try, David, if you're not ready, let's go to Ricky, if you're able to chime in and ask a water sewer question.
Hi, I was wondering if there is any plan to motion requiring property managers to do lab certified water quality testing for occupancies and facilities similar to how there is the fire hazard prevention ordinance enforcement.
Okay.
We haven't proposed that. Our responsibility is to deliver water that's been tested to the tap. And then when you get into these larger buildings, we haven't discussed having an ordinance for interior inspections or testing. That we're following the state and federal guidelines for drinking water. So we haven't explored those options.
From a town perspective, that water quality report just came out, didn't it?
It did, yeah. So the water that the town produces at the water treatment plant and pipes through the town's water mains is very good, clean, healthy, safe water. As Steve pointed out, once it gets past a meter and into a private building, it's then the responsibility, the private piping inside is the responsibility of the owner of the private building.
Because property managers aren't taking that responsibility though, just as they weren't taking the responsibility to do fire hazard prevention previously, then why are we not making more requirements of them to have higher standards?
Well, I mean, it might have to do with the feasibility of being able to reliably test within every building in Brattleboro. But does Steve or Dan want to comment on that?
Well, that's an enormous task. I mean, you know, the objective of delivering clean water as a public water supply was to have an infrastructure to bring that water to the dwellings. And so once you have your dwelling and we've delivered the water as safe drinking water, then currently it's the responsibility of the building owner. And I don't really know how we would enter into a program to inspect if we would have, you know, it would be another whole layer that I don't think we're prepared to take on.
I think the question was speaking about the fire inspections and the program that the town instituted with a new fee related to fire inspections. And I think it's a really valid question, but the answer is that program already existed. There wasn't a fee attached to it because we only came out about once every 10 years to conduct those those inspections. But the requirements that were, you know, the checklist, if you will, that the inspectors went through upon looking at these different properties already existed. And the recommendation staff made and the decision that the select board made was to take that existing program and increase the frequency of inspections by attaching a fee to that and adding some staff hours to get that work done. In this case, it would require actually creating something brand new from scratch that would involve testing the private water in these buildings. It could be done, but it would have to be done as an entirely new program that would have to be scoped and staffed, and fees would have to be attached to it unless the ratepayers of the system were going to share that cost equally. So that's where it sits at this time.
Is there any second motion to initial that program?
I guess the simple answer is no. Members of the public can't make a motion in our deliberations. So I'd like to move on. David actually has chimed in and said that he's having some technology issues. So he's sent me a question, and I'm just going to read it verbatim. And I think it's more to Peter's expertise. Has to do with the budget. So For deferred capital expenditures, vehicles, what happens to money? Is it set aside for future, or does capital plan get adjusted?
So
That's sort of verbatim.
right. In a case where money is appropriated for a vehicle or a project for that matter, and then it doesn't move forward, we don't buy the vehicle or complete the project as quickly as anticipated. In the capital appropriations, unlike general fund appropriations, they stay with the purpose for which they were approved. So in the general fund, if you approved $50,000 for some purpose, and then that purpose didn't go forward in the course of the fiscal year, at the end of the fiscal year on June 30th, the $50,000 would fall back into the general fund balance. In both the capital expenditures of the general fund, when things are moved, money is moved from the general fund to the capital fund to support general fund activities, and in the operation of the utilities fund and the parking fund for that matter, when money has been identified and approved to be spent on a capital purchase or project, it stays with that until it's completed. We report from time to time to the board about the money that has accrued in capital fund balance because of, say, projects that maybe we thought were going to cost $100,000 and it got completed, let's say, for 85, so there was $15,000 worth of savings. That money at the end of that project will roll into the capital fund balance, and from time to time, we fund something either partially or completely using capital fund balance. So we advise you about those kinds of actions from time to time as we work through them. But the deferral of something where something was scheduled for a particular year, but we come upon that particular year and the piece of equipment is still in really good shape, and so we don't believe it needs to be replaced. Because money hasn't actually been appropriated for that yet, that's going to be money we would ask for in another year's budget cycle. It's not money that defers. Money only defers on with the deferred expense when it has been approved by the select board or in some large expenditures by representative town meeting.
Thank you. If there's no board objections, I'm going to move on to item C, preliminary discussion of fiscal year 21 utility rates. And Peter will kick it off first.
Thank you. So I'd like to start this by just being really clear about what we're recommending. It is a significant rate increase, and so we want to acknowledge that and lay that out as the starting point of the conversation, and then explain the rationale for why we have brought you the recommendation that we have this evening, and answer any questions you may have, and take this conversation wherever you may want to take it if you have concerns about this. But the recommendation is that for each of the next 5 years, starting with July 1st of this year and each of the successive July 1sts, that there would be a 2% increase in sewer rates. While we are currently experiencing a year where the operating costs are flat, it's unusual. Over the long haul of things, operating costs do increase like all other costs do. And our expectation is that a rate of increase of approximately 2% a year is a reasonable carrying cost for the utility. And so that's why the sewer reflects 2% each year. The water, we also are recommending a 2% increase for this coming July 1st, a month from now, and then 6% for each of the following 4 July 1sts. And the reason for that is because of the replacement of the water filtration plant up at Pleasant Valley. We've had discussions about this explicitly a couple of weeks ago, and there's additional engineering work being done to prepare for that replacement. The existing water filter plant was put online in 1989 and had an expected useful life of 20 years. So that's 2009. There was replacement planning that began in the 2003, 2004 timeframe, but for perfectly valid reasons related to higher priorities in the sewer system and elsewhere in the water system. There have been investments made in utilities capital that postponed this project. We're at a place now where we really can't postpone it any longer without taking a very great risk. 31-year-old water plant that was built with an expected useful life of 20. So we are doing everything we can to engineer that well and have it be efficient, but also a good solid investment in a long-term performance, something we hope to be able to represent to you and expect to be able to represent to you as a expected useful life greater than the 20 years of the original plant. That's the path we're on. And right now, the conservative cost estimate for that project is $11 million. That includes a 25% contingency factor. So we hope that we'll be able to bring the final cost estimates and then ultimately the bid award to you at a lower cost than that. And as you know from the discussion a couple of weeks ago, there is a very generous program of funding assistance through the state's revolving loan fund. The money that's available for utility projects, municipal utility projects through the state is very significant and very cheap compared to market rates for borrowing money. And so there is the possibility that we might borrow the money we need for this project at 0% interest. That happens during certain cycles with this fund. It is not guaranteed, and we're a year away from the time when we'd be actually locking in an interest rate and borrowing the money and proceeding with the project. So we've got ground to cover yet on this, but in forecasting what it would take to carry this fund forward in a responsible, financially responsible manner while we're taking care of that very major capital improvement, we have recommended that you adopt an ordinance that would say a 5-year ordinance. It's typical that these are done. It's not always done this way. It can be done a year at a time. But particularly when facing a large capital improvement like this, it's good to lock in rate increases for the future so that it's really clear to the public that there's a multi. The recommendation would be that you adopt an ordinance that has the 2% increases for sewer, the 2%, and then 6% increases for water, and that you revisit these rates each year. So a year from now, you'd be looking at how did things turn out with the final planning for that water plant? How much is it really going to cost for the money we need to borrow in order to make it happen? What happened with the cash flow in the fund this year? We're assuming that there's going to be a couple of $1 million available from the utility fund balance that'll be applicable to the water plant project expense. And we have a high level of confidence in that for reasons we'll describe in a minute. But things can change over the course of the year, and hopefully in this case for the better, since we've done some conservative cost estimating on the water plant. And so what we think would be prudent is that you adopt this path forward so that we know that we'd be able to sustain the solid financial operations of the utility and complete the major water improvement project. And then by revisiting these rates each year, as circumstances change, you'd be able to make adjustments. And the likelihood is that any adjustments would be reducing the amount of increase. The reason for the 5.2s and really the reason for the 2 and the 6s, because the 5.2s is related more to just the general carrying cost of the sewer utility. But we applied 2 tests, if you will, 2 standards that we thought were important in estimating the cash flow of the utility fund. Right now, there's about $3.5 million of unallocated fund balance in the utility fund. And you and prior select boards over the last few years in seeing this water project coming have been careful to try to preserve as much fund balance there as possible so that at this moment, when we did undertake the water project, we could essentially, in household terms, have a good down payment amount, right? A large enough amount in cash that we would limit the amount of borrowing that we needed to do. So there's $3.5 million of fund balance there. We want to apply a standard. We believe it would be prudent for you to agree to apply a standard that we would never let the cash balance in the utility fund in any particular year drop below $1 million. The reason for that is there's no adopted standard in the utility fund the way there is the adopted guideline of 10% fund balance for the general fund. And in the absence of an adopted standard that we need to adhere to, we believe that it's prudent not to let the overall fund balance drop below $1 million because when there is a surprise in these systems, it's expensive. This is mostly underground utility or major expensive plant infrastructure. And so when something fails, it's not usually an inexpensive surprise project for us. It's usually an expensive surprise project. And in order to ensure the continued ability of the fund, we've managed, as our predecessors have managed these funds very well over the years, so that the town's utility has been really both financially solid and able to be resilient in moments like addressing that damage that occurred in Irene, and at other times. We recently, just in the last few years, had a very large water main that runs under Western Avenue, and where it crosses I-91, attached to the bottom of the bridge, the Route 9 bridge that is at exit 2, it was leaking. It was something we couldn't allow to continue. It had to be addressed, and it hadn't been on a capital plan because it suddenly began leaking. So those kinds of projects can occur and need to be addressed promptly. And so we recommend that we maintain a standard of no less than $1 million in the combined water and sewer portions of the utilities fund, and that we not let either one, and in this case, we're talking about water because water is where the big financial draw is about to happen, that we don't let either of those two components drop into the negative. The thinking there is if we allow the water component in doing the financial analysis around the health of the utility fund and the operations and cash flow in the utility fund, if we let the water component drop into the red, then sewer ratepayers are actually subsidizing the water operation. Now, that's a relatively minor matter, but we think it's not an entirely unimportant one. It's relatively minor because most customers of the system are both water and sewer. But it's not entirely true. There are water customers that are not on the sewer system, and there are sewer customers that are not on the water system. And we think it's important as a matter of fair operation of the utility that we not allow one part of the system to carry the other part of the system. If we got into that habit, we would have an enduring inequity. And so the two standards we applied to our cash flow analysis was don't let water go in the negative, and don't let the fund in its entirety go below $1 million. And when we applied that test, we then looked at alternatives that would have as small as possible of an increase in the first year. We thought maybe we'd be able to, in these times with COVID, still a real issue for all of us to deal with, and other financial stressors, that if it was possible to have a year when neither the water nor the sewer increased, for the first year, and then we did increases in the future when we need to for that capital improvement for water, and then to carry forward in good financial standing, what would that look like? And that would be carrying forward from this current year. It's probably worth reminding everyone at this point that we had a 5-year ordinance that we completed a year ago that was adopted by the select board in conjunction with the completion of the major sewer improvements and the bond that was issued for that, or the borrowing from the revolving loan fund for the upgrade of the wastewater treatment plant and some major components of the sewer system. That was over $30 million worth of work, and there was actually, and it's just coincidence, I'm going to explain in a moment why it's just coincidence and not numbers we pulled out of the air. But there actually were 5 years of 6% increases on the sewer side and 2% increases on the water side that were in that ordinance for those 5 years. And then we had 1 year of 0. So we are in a year where the rates that everyone is paying are exactly the same as they were a year ago. But going back from there, there was that 5-year ordinance where it was 2s for water and 6s for sewer. The reason why what we got in front of you this evening is the exact reverse of that is because we started off with this idea of what would it look like if we did 0s in the first year, and any alternative, no matter what we played with, without going to 8% or 9% increases in the out years, any 0% alternative failed the test. We then looked at what would happen if it was 1% increases in both water and sewer. And those failed. We looked at two different alternatives there, and they failed to keep the water balance in the black. They fell into a situation with just 1% increase in the first year on water, and then the big expenses that are coming. Those alternatives failed to keep the water system carrying its own weight. And one of the two tests failed both. Didn't keep the fund funded to $1 million either. We then looked at alternatives where it was a 2% increase for water and a 0% increase for sewer in the first year. And then again, looking at up to 6% increases going out beyond that. And that alternative failed test number 2. We didn't keep the fund balance at or above $1 million. We looked at 3 different alternatives that would have 2s in the first year and then some different amounts of increase going out into the future years. And it was in that, running through those tests, that we arrived at what, given the 2 parameters we were trying to meet and given 2% increases in the first year, became the sweet spot, and that was 6% increases in water, continuing 2s for sewer and 6s for water going forward into the 4 following years. I do have some data I can share if you want to take a deeper dive into the outcomes of any of those different alternatives that we tested. But my main point here is, if we could have come to you and recommended less than 2 and 2 in the first year, or less than 6 for the water in each of the 4 following years, we would have been really happy to do that. We wish we could have done that, but it was trying to maintain the financial stability of the fund in the 2 ways that I've described, that we arrived at this recommendation before you tonight as being the least amount of increase that would carry the fund and meet those 2 standards. And that assumes, the full $11 million cost and so on of the plant. So there are ways in which, as we go forward, we might be able to bring you better news at these annual reviews, and you might be in an opportunity at some future cycle to reduce the amount of increase for a particular year. But for this beginning of this 5-year cycle and the importance of the construction of the water plant during the first part of this, we recommend that you adopt the 2s and the 6s as recommended.
All right. Well, you've got me most of the way. Why don't I kick it out to the other board members? I said most of the way. I saw Liz's hand go up first.
No, Ian was quite vehement.
Okay.
Liz, you first, please.
Oh, all right.
Sorry,
Thank
Liz.
you. Well, I think this is some of the most important work that the town does, and I'm glad that it's being protected. My concern is kind of a regional concern. First is, how do these rates compare with what people in the surrounding towns are paying? And kind of a similar question is, have we considered a regional system? Would that be beneficial?
So let me speak to the second part and then ask Steve to speak to the first part. Because we're in Vermont, a regional system would mean running water out to places that currently are on wells, running public water out to places that are on wells. So there's not really an economy of scale to be gained there. Although under certain circumstances, it's unusual, but it does happen. We do go outside our borders and can bring in customers. And the most recent example of that was Algiers. So as part of the additions to the water and sewer system for Commonwealth Dairy and the Delta campus, the town system now services Algiers, and they are paying customers as part of our system, just like the folks in Brattleboro. So there are sometimes opportunities for that, but they're very limited in our rural environment. As to rates, we compare really favorably, but I don't know the details, and Steve does. So let me ask him to speak to it.
Okay, one other thing on regional, we also supply wastewater disposal at our facility, and we received extra funds when we built our facility. So we regionally take all the small towns in Windham County and then some in New Hampshire at our wastewater treatment plant. So that helps maintain or keep the cost down for people that have septic systems that are not on our system. And we also received, again, a fair amount of funding to become a regional host for those type of things. So that's another place that we participate regionally. As far as the rates, there was a recent study that was done, and they actually used Brattleboro, so I jumped right on the bandwagon because that seemed appropriate. It included Brattleboro, Bennington, Rutland, Montpelier, Waterbury, and also we put in Keene. And if for a user that uses 1,200 cubic feet, that would be on the smaller end as far as a user, 2 people, approximately 100 gallons a day. The average cost per quarter was $211 out of all those facilities. Brattleboro falls in at 182. There were some highs in Bennington of 267, Montpelier 256. Waterbury was a little lower with 143. Keene was 267. So I think, within the region, we fall below that 211 average and would, including increases, so I think we're right within the area that we should be as compared to regionally.
Well, that's good news. Thank you.
I thought it was good news too.
Yes.
Daniel.
I did some math because I have here in front of me my water and sewer bill, and I just wanted to have like a sense of like what the real world impact of these rate increases would be. And so my bill for 600 cubic feet this last quarter came to 130.43. Sounds like I don't use that much compared to other people. And then next year, that the equivalent usage would be 133.04, and then in fiscal year 22, 137.66. And I didn't go out past that because, that 6% each year looks a lot. And I just wanted to kind of have a real sense of like how that would impact our household budget. And I mean, I'm only speaking from my own circumstances. I feel like I could probably find the extra money for it. But I know that for households that, really struggle, I mean, in my work today, I definitely talked with one that would struggle with this. So I'm just trying to weigh the benefit of having the improved plant and the impact on folks as ratepayers. And I suppose it made me think a little bit about my water meter. I had one of the old water meters. It was changed out. It was changed out because my bill all of a sudden stopped. I was like, oh, great, we're not using anything. And it was because the meter wasn't really working very well. And then when we got the new meter, it was a much better, more accurate record of how much water we were using, which actually turned out to be more than we were previously being billed for. So we had some years where we got away with it, I guess. So I wondered, like, would increasing the amount of water meters that we're installing give us a better picture of usage? Because we were talking earlier, I think, about like how revenue from water was down. I'm not saying I want to like squeeze out more money from Brattleboro, but like we should pay for the water that we use, right? And those newer meters give a more accurate picture of that, it seems to me, as a layman.
Well, one of the things you got to realize, again, as I was talking before, we talked about water meters. If we were going to make $1 million investment and change all the meters, everybody has to pay for that. So, and that smaller user like yourself would have to pay for that $1 million. And there's less than 4,000 users. So when you start to look at the math that way, being conservative and replacing meters, we've done 2/3 of the meters at this point. financially, it's a little bit more secure for the user to replace these meters as we have been for the last 10, 15 years. And the need, you know, there's no doubt about the need, and the water, a lot of people, you know, have felt, and when we did our first water plant, you know, 1989, we didn't have a water plant, and people didn't think we needed a water plant. There's a lot of people that felt you don't need a water plant. Well, we really sorely did. And so this plant has performed for us all these years, and it's necessary to provide that clean, safe drinking water. And there's a price. Water isn't free. You know, when we were kids, they didn't have water meters on any of the residential users. No residential users paid from a meter prior to 1975. It was, you could use all the water you want, and it was a flat fee. But that's back when we had large commercial users that use large amounts of water. So they kind of carried the homeowner back in the day. But now commercial users, they don't use water for their compressors anymore. They found ways to conserve that don't need water energy in their businesses. And we don't have those big factories anymore. So it comes down to all the users having to chip in for these services. I realize, you know, this is quarterly too that we're talking a bill. So, you know, that's my take on it.
Oh, Ian, sorry.
Yeah. So my question is more to the standards. I don't know who wrote this memo, but they did a great job. It was really, I guess it's just the way I think. So Peter introduced the standards in the opposite order that they're in the memo. So I'm talking about standard 2, which is keeping at least $1 million. So it seems to me that standard 1 makes a lot of sense, that we wouldn't want to mess around with going, and we want to stay in the black. That makes sense. Standard 2, because there's no adopted fund balance guidelines, standard 2 seems like there's a little bit of room that we can move around with. So I'm very curious if there had been any calculation done if we change standard 2 to $750,000 or change standard 2 to $500,000, whether that could, in the adjusting, because I really liked the testing you did with when standard 1 failed or standard 2 failed, that it wouldn't work. If you were to change standard 2 to one of those other ones, I acknowledge and understand, and I listened and heard you for why you have it at $1 million, but because it's not a guideline, it's really kind of a guess. I would at least like to know what the numbers are if you were to change standard 2.
Sure. May I speak to that, Tim?
Oh, yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you. So, yeah, first I want to acknowledge that $1 million in this particular case is arbitrary. I believe it's responsible, but it's arbitrary. That it's not tiable to a particular standard, either in the industry or, you know, some other kind of requirement. Having said that, Steve and Dan could cite examples better than I can of, you know, real life surprises. I don't remember exactly what that project cost out on Western Avenue, but it was hundreds of thousands of dollars, and those kinds of things happen. And that's why we want to be prepared for, you know, something really significant in this fund. So when you talk about possibly, you know, having $500,000 be the standard instead of $1 million, that scares me. But, you know, would 800,000 be reasonable? Would 900,000 be reasonable? Yeah, you know, there's no one specifically defined level of risk tolerance that we ought to have. It's the question actually for you as sewer commissioners, and we're just trying to provide you our best advice about it. There is one alternative that failed that $1 million test, that would pass the water test, and the low year in the balance of the entire fund was only was $975,133. that's overly precise. So I've been rounding numbers in most of this conversation. I think we should call this $975,000. You know, there are assumptions made here, and you know, each year we true up the actual performance of the year to the assumptions, and you know, that's why looking at the rates year by year is a good thing to do. But in any case, at $975,000, that's really close to $1 million. And what would yield that outcome? What is the rate adjustment that is predicted to yield that outcome would still be 2s and 6s on the water side, but would be 2s and 1s instead of 2s and 2s on the, it would be, first year would be 2 for sewer, and then 4 1s instead of 4 2s. And, I looked on that and said, gosh, for, 1% savings on the sewer side to start down that slippery slope of, kind of paring away at what the standard was that we were trying to maintain. It failed the test, so I recommended what I recommended to you, but it wouldn't be wrong for you as a governing body over this utility to say, yeah, 975, that's more or less adhering to the $1 million standard. And it means the sewer ratepayers will save a little bit of money during the term of the rate increases. That's not a wrong answer. It's just a less fiscally conservative approach. And I particularly as it relates to protecting ourselves against capital surprises in a community with old infrastructure, I will always be recommending to you that we take a conservative approach to funding the preparation for those surprises.
Thank you very much.
Liz.
I would like Steve's clarification on something that one of my esteemed sewer commissioners said. It's not, the way I see it, this water plant is not a choice between improvement at a certain cost. It's a choice between a new system because the other one is well past its useful life and not, right? It's like the whole system needs to be replaced. We're not talking about improvements here. Is that correct?
That's correct. And as the board recalls, when we described the facility, there is some savings there with the stainless steel filters that we purchased in '89 can be rebuilt. But other than that, the rest of the facility, the building, has pretty much been condemned. So it needs to be replaced. And it's critical to meet the water standards. That the standards have changed a lot since 1989, and this will give us ability to, to supply that safe drinking water.
Thank you.
And there's some compliance issues too, right?
Certainly.
Yeah.
Tim?
Oh, Peter.
Just at the risk of kicking a dog, I hope I don't regret. I feel like I didn't completely answer your question, Ian. I know I answered it in principle, but I only gave you one example. You asked me, what would it look like if we went lower, right? And so the one other thing I want to say is every other test failure that I described was below 900,000. So the reason I cited that one is it's the only example of an alternative that we rejected because it failed the test and it came really anywhere near the $1 million standard. So you'd have to lower that standard to something less than $900,000 for any of the other alternatives to pass the test.
Yeah, and that is kind of what my question was, like which one of those tests would have passed if our standard had been lowered to $750,000 or $500,000. I realize I'm making you nervous with that, and I guess
so at $500,000 they all pass.
Yeah.
Well, the ones that fail on the water side don't, but the ones that failed that $1 million test all would pass a $500,000 test. The other numbers they range between $645,000 and $838,000. Yeah. And I would venture to say I could use we, and it wouldn't be the royal we, but Steve and I would urge you not to go as low as $838,000 in the fund balance, in the utility fund.
Still, you did invite the select board to come up with additional information and resources that we might need in making our decision. Just wanted to remind everybody, this is a preliminary discussion, so we don't have to get to everybody feeling perfect. And so in that spirit, I don't want to drag it on too long, but I had what I think is a really simple question and an idea that might not be quite so simple, and you have to come back to us on. Can someone correct me if I'm wrong, but are the sewer rates based upon the water usage?
They are.
They are. Okay.
Yeah, there are nuances to that as it relates to the large industrial users that Steve could speak to better than I can. But for households and for most customers of the system, sewer rates are based on water usage.
And I just asked that because when you mentioned fairness between water and sewer, then I'm wondering how that kind of factors into that consideration. And I haven't really thought that through yet, but that might be just something for me to think about. And if you had any further comments the next time we talk about it. When I look, you kind of had me on the criteria and everything, and overall it's well thought out. But I just keep returning to that 26666, and given the fact, well, I know that I have a feeling we're going to come back to this. So we're going to come up with this 5-year plan, and it's likely we'll return to it. But I kind of also want to give it a good amount of thought, because what if we don't? What if the next select board has no interest in looking at it, or the 3 years from now select board, whoever that may be? So I'm kind of curious what would happen if, because 2% to me looks like, like a cost of living, a maintenance of the system, as you had a phrase for it. So I'm wondering if we front loaded it a little more and then made the impact over the years more palatable to ratepayers. For instance, something like a 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. Now, by my math numbers, which aren't very good usually, but you get to almost where you wanted to be within 5 years, but not quite. So anyway, I just want to throw that out there. I thought throwing you the bone for a 3-year, because we can get people excited about the project. I understand that it's going to take a little pain to make it come to fruition. Maybe you could show us the numbers and give us feedback on how you're pleased or not pleased with that.
We certainly can run that. And would you do it alongside 2s in sewer? Is that your thought?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was thinking. Just because we put people through the ringer on the sewer side recently.
Okay. Yeah,
unless
we'll be happy to run that.
I mean, I guess to make up, it's 24 versus 26 if you add up all of the yearly increases, but that's almost to the point where you want it, and I guess you could squeeze it out of sewer if you wanted to really get
well,
there.
And the other thing that goes on there, as you pointed out, is if you front end with a 3 instead of a 2, there's a compounding benefit to that, but that's certainly going to be muted by the 4 and the 5 that replace 2 6s. And so we'd be guessing. We'll run it through the system and we'll let you know the results.
Yeah. I mean, I think we also, as a board, have to kind of balance what we hope is going to be a pretty favorable bonding out and some discounts that we discussed earlier. So, I mean, I'm trying to balance everything with, and I know on that side, you don't want to assume we're going to get something and then not have it not happen.
Yeah, but that's exactly the concern there, is if we take a more affordable approach now and then don't get the answers we hope we'll get to those questions a year from now, you might be in a situation, or the next board might be in a situation of actually needing to increase or allow the balance to fall too low, or precariously low. But there's no one right answer to these things, and we're happy to run this additional permutation on it and bring it back to you and show you what that looks like. Can I just make a quick comment about timing?
Oh, sure.
Appropriate time for that. So the ordinance needs to be adopted in June to be effective July 1st. So if you feel comfortable as a group that unless what Tim just described comes out, preferable, that you'd be inclined to approve what we've recommended to you, then what I'd like to do is put first reading of the ordinance on for next Tuesday. And you could adjust the rates. That won't bind you into it. But if you think you might be ready to either see a better outcome and embrace that, or go forward with 2s and 6s, then I'd like to put this ordinance on for first reading. If not, we don't have to. We still have some time to work with this over the next couple of weeks, but it would require a special meeting sometime during June, because having first reading on June 16th and the second reading in July wouldn't meet the deadline.
Okay, so there wouldn't be anything stopping us from, once we have those numbers plugged in, from tweaking it after the first reading or during the first.
You could tweak it during the first reading and then adopt it a second time. You don't vote on it on first reading, so you can modify it on first reading and make sure the public understands that's what's happening, and then adopt it 2 weeks later.
The other board members.
Could I get the water and sewer budget, or not, water and sewer, the fund, what's been withdrawn from it for the last like 10 years for like basing the $1 million on?
Yes.
That question makes sense. I don't know if it's easy.
So I want to make sure we give you what you're asking for. So, there's operating costs, of course, that have varied some, and they varied for reasons related to controllable things, and then they varied for reasons just related to changes in technology and efficiencies or inefficiencies in operations. So but we could, I think if I'm understanding where you're coming from, you want to gauge the level of protection that the $1 million provides. So I think what you're more interested in than all the withdrawals, which would be operating and all the planned capital improvements, is more like what surprises have we encountered and of what magnitude. Is that fair?
As per usual, Peter, you phrased it much better. Thank you.
We'll do an analysis of that also and put that in the materials for next time.
Thank you.
Great. Well, I thought I was going to get out of this, and I just got a message. So I think I'm going to take public comment, and I have one person who has definitely raised her hand, and that's Kate O'Connor. You want to come up real quick? Kate, we're trying to go forward to parking.
Yeah, this is going to be just quick. I wanted to prove that I was still watching, but are you going to show like what the rates increase mean for like the average person? I know in the past you've had the numbers so that we can see what the increases mean over the years.
We'll do that. Daniel spoke to it and Steve did, but what we'll do is in the backup materials for next time, we'll actually take that average. I think Steve said it was 183 in Brattleboro. We'll take that and put these rate increases on it and show exactly what it would turn into. Absolutely.
Thanks, Liz. Kate, that's a good suggestion. Great. Well, and I don't see any phone participants right now. I'd really love it, unless anybody has a last question, I'd love to be able to just do our preliminary discussion of FY21 parking fund budget. So I don't know why I can't get this into my head. Do we need a vote to get out of water sewer?
No. Oh, to stop the water and sewer commissioners, yes. You don't need to vote on the matter, but you do need to adjourn as water and sewer commissioners.
All right, who wants to make a motion?
So moved.
All right, Randy has moved to adjourn as Water Sewer Commissioners. All those in favor, say aye.
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 And Daniel came in just in the nick of time to give us 5. As on the edge of our seats. So at 9:26, understanding that we're all getting a little tired, I'd love to just open up a discussion about proposed fiscal year 21 parking fund budget, because, well, it's always, people always have opinions about parking. So I'd love to make the papers with this one. I don't know if we will. Go ahead, Peter.
All right. Once again, I'll just make brief introductory remarks. Patrick will join us, having spent most of his time the last few weeks as an extraordinary engineer of our meetings. He'll be the presenter of the parking fund budget here in a moment. What I wanted to underscore is the most unusual moment in time we find ourselves in the parking fund. So, I know you're all aware of it, but I just need to say that shutting it down was the right thing to do, but has also not taken our expenses to zero and has taken our revenues to zero. And we've been there since mid-March. So the numbers are in the materials that we've provided to you. We still do, because we also didn't proceed to implement capital improvements that had been approved for this fiscal year. We're saving that money. And so we're in a position where, we're going to end the year in the black. The fund will end the year in the black, but at a severe deficit for this fiscal year. And if we don't begin operating at near normal levels in the new fiscal year, we will run out of money in the fall. And the parking fund will go in the red, which means it becomes a burden to the general fund, which means all the taxpayers have to pick up the balance of it. So we wanted to make sure that as you look at the particular numbers we're proposing, which are really sort of bare minimum, just keep the operation functional numbers, that it presumes that we would begin operating by July 1st. We would begin doing parking enforcement and parking fee collection again by July 1st at the latest. And we think that's reasonable, alongside some other things that we're working on with the business community. We think that there's ways in which operating an effective parking enforcement system is actually beneficial to the businesses, and we would give up some parking revenue and some of the capacity of the system in some of the things we're working on that you'll be seeing as soon as next Tuesday night, regarding parklets and other ways in which we're trying to do things in collaboration with the business community as the recovery occurs. So we think there's some giving and taking here, and that rightly viewed, operating a parking system that requires people to pay and then enforces them being there for a limited period of time so that there's turnover of those spaces to benefit the proprietors at the various businesses. We think that this actually all is part of, working together with the downtown through the recovery, but it's important to have that July 1st date in your mind. All these numbers we're going to talk about related to the parking fund get worse if we wait longer than July 1st to reactivate parking. Patrick?
Okay, thank you, Peter. You did an excellent job summarizing the memo. I'll just go straight into the budget then. And the proposed fiscal 21 parking fund budget carries a revenue side of about $876,000. This is about $40,000 less than fiscal 20, and there are a couple of reasons for that, a couple of significant reasons for that. You'll notice that bond interest has dropped fairly dramatically by about $21,000. And this is one of those situations where, the Vermont Municipal Bond Bank refinances from time to time, and occasionally that provides us with real increases, and we've benefited greatly from that in other places. There are times when also the bond bank giveth and the bond bank taketh away. So in fiscal 21, we're down by about $21,000 in bond interest. We're projecting that parking meter revenue is going to be on the increase. That's going up by about $25,000. And we think this is really reflective of the public's ability to more easily manage their way through the parking system, right? So a couple of years ago, we installed new smart meters, and those smart meters provide a variety of methods for people to pay for parking, and they allow them to re-up their parking a little bit more easily. And we think all of that is actually a really good thing. It supports a more successful experience for the user. The flip side of that is we're writing fewer tickets, and so you'll notice that parking fines has dropped by about 45,000. And that's really a fair reflection of the fact that we're just penalizing people less, which is another way of saying they're having a more successful experience within the system. So on the whole, revenues are down by about $40,000. One of the things that I point out in the memo, and I think it's important for everyone at home and in here to understand, is that typically the parking fund has had a positive balance at the end of the year, meaning it brings in more revenue than it spends. And this enables the parking fund to be able to cover the cost of maintaining all of the parking fund assets. So that includes all the surface lots, all the meters, the transportation center, et cetera. The cost of maintaining those facilities is borne by the users within the fund, and that positive balance is necessary for us to have enough capital to be able to make capital improvements. So if we find ourselves in a future where the parking fund has a balanced budget each year, that may be cause for us to take a look at it in the future for opportunities to raise income, whether that be rates, possibly permit rates, whether that means perhaps establishing a minimum threshold for using a credit card. Some communities do that, not everybody. But just want to highlight for the board in this preliminary discussion, the need to have the parking fund actually generate revenue is what enables us to maintain the system in a manner which I think the public is appreciative of. I know we got a lot of positive feedback from the work we did in the Harmony parking lot a couple of years ago. So that positive balance is what enables us to be able to undertake those projects. Flipping over to the expense side, there's really not a whole lot going on here. Fiscal 20 had an expense side budget of 872,000. Fiscal 21 has an expense side budget of 875,000, so a couple of $1,000s more. Really talking about level expenses. There are obviously a couple of increases in salaries, but those are offset to a degree by health insurance. This is a very small pool of people, and one change in one household can have a fairly significant impact on the health insurance costs. So somebody going from a family plan to a single plan is helping to offset wage increases that are provided by means of the collective bargaining agreements that the board has approved. There's a slight increase in depreciation, and there's a slight increase in operating expenses having to do with at this point, I would take any questions the board might have.
Thank you, Patrick. Great report. Brandy has her hand up. We're going to dive right in.
Hi. I just first want to say that, Patrick, now that you're on the scene, Daniel has some rivalry because we were admiring Daniel's angles and roofing, and now that you're here, there's competition. So I don't know that I have a question. I just have a statement of, I think the regular citizen part of me had this fantasy of, free parking all the way through the Rona, mostly just because it's so easy just to get out of your just to come downtown and get out of your car, you know, and everything else has been so not easy. But I think it's really important that we gently really show people the things we need to pay for. And, you know, the thing that really comes to my mind from the memo is, you know, needing to shore up the leaking and experienced goods and Dottie's. I mean, we sit here, you know, we spend an hour and a half talking about how we want to be supportive to our downtown business community, and not having water leaking into their leased establishments is a great way to do that. And so I think, as much as I, as a regular Brattleboroian, would love to just go downtown and park, I think it's important that we really talk about the things that this fund pays for, and how it really needs to be self-sustaining.
Yeah, thank you, Brandy. And well, I'm wanting to point out that we've already had some complaints and issues about the Wild West of parking that we have right now already downtown. And if things ramp up even more in the next couple of weeks, those conditions where somebody is just parking in one spot all day with no regulation is it's going to be even worse for some of the merchants who would like people to be able to park near their establishment. So anyway, the July 1st projection is certainly a reasonable one. You could even argue if the governor starts ramping things up more quickly, you could argue that we should kick it off before then, but it's always a balance. Anyone else with, I had a couple of comments, but obviously I made one on it. Who else has a comment or question for Patrick or Peter?
Just a quick question. What is depreciation? I don't really understand.
Either you or me.
I'll do that. So Patrick and Eric are going to be able to tell you exactly how it's calculated. It's a number that we get from the finance department when we're putting the budget together. But what it represents is the diminishing value of our assets. So after we've made a substantial investment in our capital improvements, our depreciation number increases and then will decrease over time, because when it's new and we've just invested in it, it loses value faster. And then eventually it loses all its value and it's just an old piece of infrastructure until the next time we invest in it again. So when enough of that has happened, depreciation might stay really low for a while. This is a fund where we've actually done a fair amount of investment, especially in the meters and the kiosks, but also in the Harmony lot, as Patrick mentioned, over in the Harris lot. The last 4 or 5 years has been a period of time when we have done some freshening up of some of the facilities that had gotten really old and potholed and needed some attention. And so depreciation has increased during this time because of that.
Thank you.
Thanks. Daniel?
I feel like this is a stupid question, but I'm going to ask it anyway because I can't help myself. Like, you know, does the parking fund have to be the parking fund? Couldn't the cost of running parking in Brattleboro just be part of the general fund? Does it have to be run like a business? And you know, I was thinking about it from like an equity point of view, and I was like, well, I never go to the Gibson Aiken Center. I never use the rink, and I don't complain about it because it's just those are things we have in the town, and we have parking and parking structures and parking infrastructure. Does it have to be a fund like this?
It does not. It is in other communities operated in different ways, including as just a department of the general fund. There are places where it operates as a department of the general fund.
I mean, I guess why I was asking was because I was hearing, you know, we're in a position where we need it to make money. Otherwise, it's going to be a drag on the general fund. And I'm also well aware that, like, you know, from a kind of habits point of view, if we say parking is free in Brattleboro forever, that yeah, we won't get the turnover and it'll be a problem for people. And I don't know. I just wanted to voice it and hear somebody sensibly talk me down.
May I speak to that, even though it's 9:41? So there's no one right answer to actually either of those, but especially not to the enterprise fund question, right? So it's a good practical way to run something like this that does have a fee structure established as part of it, to run it like a little business and keep it solvent. It's a common practice and it's a good practice when you can do it. There aren't a lot of our operations in local government lend themselves well to that. And so that's why we only have two in Brattleboro: the utility operation, which is very commonly, almost always on its own as a utility fund. As an enterprise fund, and parking, which is commonly done. But if you were to decide as a policy matter with broad perspective for what's best for the community, that running parking as a department and allowing it to be partially subsidized by general fund revenues is more appropriate. There is absolutely nothing at all wrong with that. The decision to, as Tim referred to it, the Wild West, to allow parking in the downtown area to be controlled by human behavior rather than by as a fee and enforcement structure, I think is a really fundamentally different question. So even if you decided that philosophically you wanted this to be part of the general fund because it's part of the shared operation of all that we do, and it's okay for some people to be paying into the parking fund who aren't using it as much as others because of exactly like what you said about other functions of town government. If you decided that that was the appropriate way to go, we would still strongly recommend that we operate more or less as we do today. It's a well-run operation. You know, we have a small amount of employees who work effectively together to, you know, keep the system operational and to enforce the rules. And that's not always the most popular job in town. And, you know, they do a good job. They do it in all kinds of weather all year long. And the benefits to the community of having good parking enforcement are both financial and quality of life in the downtown.
Thanks.
I'm a strong believer in user fees. I like how, you know, the water and sewer users pay for the water and sewer, and the people who park pay for their parking, and it all shouldn't be on the taxpayer. The property tax.
Thank you, Liz. And if no one has anything else, I wanted to leave on a couple of positive notes. I have asked if anyone has public questions, just chime in on the chat. I want to remind everybody that we really, I think, did a very good job of being very responsive to not only the downtown merchants, but everybody in, you know, who operates downtown, works, lives in the smart meter upgrades. Overall, I mean, the response to our actions there have been highly positive. And I think the happiness level has gone up substantially because of those actions. And as Peter and Patrick pointed out, the revenue has gone down, but it's one of those revenues going down that we can be happy about. Similar in my mind to composting. You know, it's we keep having to transfer those funds to the waste bags because it is such a successful program. And so the other piece of good news that I wanted to mention in the revenue, dropping almost in half. If I'm looking at the actuals, FY18, FY19, the parking group income has almost halved. So if you recall, just about a year ago, maybe there was quite a bit of buzz about how terrible the boots were, and they are terrible to be, from both perspectives, to be putting on people. It's not great PR. So in the new budget, it's been cut in half for the parking booth income. And, I think that's a good thing too. So I think we're making us a necessary evil less evil by we're dialing in good things for people who use the parking system. That's my feel-good comments for today. Anybody have any closing comments? No. It's very funny on this end because I often get it feels like I get stares instead of voices. But, so I always want to turn up my volume to see if I'm hearing anything wrong. Well, no one has anything else to close out our meeting with? Thanks, everybody. Does anybody else have anything to say that might lead us to the end of the meeting?
Go and enjoy a cool beverage and some fresh air.
Liz?
I move to adjourn.
Oh, that's a good idea.
You lead them to water. Liz has made a motion to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thanks,
Good night, everybody.
Good night, all.
This conference is no longer being recorded.
See you soon.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
That was the statement that we agreed on, to move forward and to work well together and to say what Angela said about.
Okay, again, I'm not in agreement with that. I wasn't in agreement.
You might have not agreed, but then it must have been everybody else agreed. I don't remember that. But there was no vote taken on anything. So then we have to say that the majority of the people agreed, as actually was recommended, that we want to move forward, working together well, being respectful with each other and being supportive. And then there were some people, one person who didn't agree, but that was the result. Okay?
Well, I'm not saying that I'm in disagreement of that statement. I'm in disagreement of making that statement out of the executive session.
Well, that was the last item that we talked about.
I mean, I've always, honored that. I don't think that's anything that we should, it's always something that we should be working on,
Absolutely.
So we had an issue and I'm not happy with the resolve of it.
Okay. Well, there was no vote taken. We didn't take any vote. So.
Well, I'll check in with the
committee
about it.
Abstaining.
I'm sorry, Renata, what?
It was 3-1 with one abstaining to report to the public. Outcome of executive session.
Okay.
Well, I think that vote is, or that is not correct.
I have Marion, Angela, and Chris voting to agree.
Okay.
You were not in agreement and Mike abstained.
Right.
Angela?
May I ask that when every board member is available that we readdress this? If that's what needs to be done? No? Okay.
No. First of all, we have to remember that the executive session is a private session, so we're not going to get into what was discussed.
Correct.
And secondly, at the end of the executive session, we had an agreement. We were asked to agree. Some people agreed, and that was a majority of people. One person didn't agree, and one person abstained, and the meeting was over. And that's the report of the meeting.
Okay, so I will just continue to discuss it with the town attorney then.
Okay, you do that. That's a good idea. Okay, let's go on to approval of minutes, please. Is there anybody who make a motion to approve the minutes of March 27th, emergency meeting?
I'll make a motion to approve them.
Any second? I'll second it. Is there a discussion?
The discussion, this is on the March 27th minute.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So what was amended?
Yeah, under new business, the town operating business as normal under conditions, it's got 2 italics, and then the amendment was in italics. Discussion by select board to temporarily postpone holding any unnecessary gatherings or meetings by select board, DRB, Williamsville Hall Committee, or other organizations during the governor's executive order.
Okay, so that was something that was added. We had to talk about it at that previous meeting, but it was added in by whom?
It was taken from the remainder of the notes. I was asked to make it as simple as possible, but it was part of the notes that I had taken.
Okay.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of accepting the minutes of March 27th, please say aye.
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 And aye. So the ayes have it. Thank you. May 4th, 2020, regular meeting by Zoom. Does anybody make a motion? Angela?
Oh, I have discussion. I'd like to correct something.
Oh, okay. Well, do we have the motion to do that?
To make a motion to correct something in the report? I'll make that motion.
Okay. Second, and then we can have a discussion. Shelley, do you want to second it so we can have a discussion?
Sure.
Under additions and amendments to the agenda, it talked about having the administrative assistant to return to work, and I don't see where we actually did take a vote at that, either at that time or during her report that we voted that she didn't have to return to work until today.
No, May 15th.
May 15th, yes, Friday, right?
Right.
Yes.
So that vote is not in there.
That's the only thing I saw that needs to be changed. So we have to have a sentence in there about the vote.
Are you talking about under additions and amendments to the agenda? It said, take a vote to have administrative assistant return to work. Is that what you're reading, Angela?
Yes. At that meeting, we took a vote for when she needed to return to work.
Okay. And you're saying that's not in the report?
On the May 4th regular meeting by Zoom, in the administrative report, it says that I have returned to the computer and printer to the town office in order for select board to continue having meetings and to comply with open meeting laws. I have been working from the office since then.
Well, what she's stating is that we did take a vote.
I know, but we did take a vote on that.
That's not noted in the vote. Who voted for what?
I believe I made the motion that she returned to work on the 15th.
Renata, do you have those notes?
I don't have it right in front of me, but I can find the notebook. And I will make the correction.
Thank you.
Okay, so right now, we can't vote on accepting the minutes until that's corrected. Is it
Amended.
amended? I'm sorry.
So I make a motion that we table the May 4th minutes till the next meeting so that can be corrected.
I second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of amending those minutes and approving them until the next meeting on June 1st, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and there are no nays. So that's amended. Okay, Winetta, you have that?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, okay. Okay, so next item on the agenda is road foremen's and road commissioners' report.
Can you hear me?
I forgot to say something.
Sure.
I forgot in the beginning to mention that Mike Fitzpatrick and Christopher Williams are absent tonight, and therefore we only have 3 people on the agenda. And so the road commissioner is not here to add anything on. Okay, JM, go ahead. Thank you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. As I mentioned at the last meeting, we have the pre-bid meeting for Monroe Bridge on May 26th at 9. We started replacing culverts in addition to the normal grading and graveling. And the guardrail work was set to begin today. They had a slight delay because one of their workers had a fever. So they're hoping for tomorrow, but I don't know yet whether they'll be down tomorrow or not. Car tree service is going to be setting a crane up on the top of Newfane Hill to remove a tree. It's scheduled for May 28th. That section of road isn't, it's closed all winter anyways, so it's not a road people have to use, so it shouldn't be a problem.
So how far up on the Newfane Hill is that?
The very top, the last house on this side of the hill.
Just past the cemetery?
Yep.
Okay.
The access permit for Browns Road has been reviewed and that can be approved. There was no problems with that. And I received 2 prices for crack sealing the pavement to extend the life of the pavement until we can resurface. The first was from NICOM at $4,250 a day, and they estimate they can cover 2 miles of road per day. The other was from Gorman Brothers at $14,250 to $19,950 per day. They estimate 3 to 4.5 miles a day. Both included traffic control in the prices. I would recommend NICOM for up to 3 days of sealing. We're going to start at the Dover line and comes back towards South Newfane, since that's the last section that we'll be paving. We've got a couple more years of paving kind of on this side before we get over there again. So that should help to keep it from getting worse.
So Jay?
Yes.
How many miles of road are we doing this?
Paving? Excuse me, sealing?
Sealing, yeah.
Well, there's there's Dover Road down to South Newfane. There's a little stretch of Auger Hole Road, and the pavement from, I believe it was 3 years ago on Depot has a crack in it that we're going to try to seal, because that'll be another probably 8+ years before we can get to that again. So altogether, you're probably looking at I'm guessing close to 6 miles, 5 point something miles. And the amount of miles they can do all depends on how severe the cracking is. So there'll be sections they can cover fairly fast, and there's other sections that are going to take a lot longer. So they both do a price per day.
Yeah.
And the variance on Gorman Brothers is they keep track of how many gallons of material they put out, and that's how they charge. Whereas the other one just has a set figure per day that they it covers everything.
Have you worked with either of these?
Both of them do good work. I checked on both of them. There's a number of companies that do it and it doesn't stay in very well. Both of these come highly recommended, and the one we've used in the past was NICOM.
So for NICOM, you're basing it on a per day, and they estimate they can cover 2 miles of road per day.
Yes.
So how much is that total amount compared to the other one?
That would be, well, if you do comparing it to 2 miles,
624.
They're about 60% of the cost of Gorman Brothers.
There's 60% less?
60% of the cost, so 40% less.
40% less, okay. Okay. So they'll do I saw you had a traffic control and all that.
They do everything. Yep. They blow out the cracks with high pressure, and they heat them as they go. And then they put it's the same thing they did on Route 30 last fall or summer.
Yeah. And do you have, I'm sure you keep track of it and you have a ledger or something about which roads, just, so that we have a idea,
For paving, you mean?
No, for any kind of road work, when you're doing the sealing, you got like a sheet that says we've done this X amount of these roads and these are the roads that we have to do next.
Right. We try to do that with paving. We've been working on a plan and it gets redone almost every year because some roads, the pavement lasts better than others.
Yeah.
So you can say 5 years from now, we're going to do this road, but that changes.
Yeah.
So, we had the states working with us to try to come up with a good plan of, if we can do 1 mile per year, this is how we make it. And then every few years we get a pavement grant. So we cover a bunch more and catch up a little bit.
Uh-huh.
I think if we don't get it this year, the next year we'll be eligible for a paving grant.
Okay.
So
pretty much.
When do you want to do this?
They thought they could do it during the month of June.
Mm-hmm. And by when do you have to?
Sorry. I'm hoping to get it done before they put the yellow stripe. The state redoes our yellow lines every year.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd like to get it sealed before they come around and paint the line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We never know when they're coming to do that. It's just random and they show up. So.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good.
Do we need to vote and make a motion on accepting one of these bids right now, or?
Sure, if you'd like to do that, that'd be fine.
I'll make a motion to use NICOM for the ceiling.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor of hiring NICOM, please say aye.
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 Aye. Okay, so
Good.
the ayes have.
Thank you.
And then you have one more item, Jay, right?
Actually, I have a couple more because there was some stuff that happened since I did the report Friday.
Oh, okay.
So I have a meeting with Northeast Municipal scheduled for Wednesday to go over the plan for the hazmat and safety procedures for the garage. They finally felt comfortable coming out, so we're gonna figure out how to meet, across the garage or however, outdoors, something.
It's just an annual inspection.
No, this is the company that was going to come up with a plan for us as to how to implement all this and train everybody. We have to have, everybody has to be trained in hazmat because we have stuff we use around here so they're going to come up with a plan and then I'll bring that back with a price for you guys.
Okay, and you'll probably let us know if there's any grants available.
Yep. And then, so we had that little storm Friday night. We had some trees down, a little bit of washing, but pretty much we came out of it good. We were very fortunate. And then the stone wall repair on Cemetery Hill is nearing completion. It's coming out really good. And I figured maybe every couple of years we should look at if another section is bulging out or whatever, and maybe catch it before it's
Yeah.
down like it did this time.
Yeah.
But he's done nice work. So if you get a chance this week, take a ride up there.
Mhm.
And the sidewalk repair, the cracks in the sidewalk were done last week. So that's all done.
Cracks in the sidewalk.
That was one of the things that the insurance company was after.
Okay.
And that's it.
Well, thank you so much. And
Sure.
thank you for coming out on that Friday.
Marion?
Yes?
I have a question.
Sure.
So the cracks in the sidewalk, aren't those sidewalks part of the village?
No, this is our walkway into the office.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, not those. That's the village part. No, it's just our walkway to I guess the insurance company was worried about somebody tripping on the cracks.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
So the only other thing you have to do is approve the access permit for George and Cena Friend on Bruce Brook Road.
All right.
Browns Road.
What's happening there?
They're putting a house in that field. So their access, I think, was, I don't have the papers in front of me. I dropped them back at the office, but I believe it was 60 or 70 feet in from Route 30. They're going to put a driveway into the field.
Oh.
Where their barway is.
I was wondering what's going on there.
I'll make a motion to grant the access permit for Browns Road for them.
So a second. Second. Okay, Shelley, second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, the ayes have it and they may proceed. Thank you, Jay, for all the work you have been doing, and thank Chris also.
May I also make a motion to approve the road foreman's report?
I'll second it.
Okay, any discussion? Further discussion? No. All those in favor of accepting the road foreman's report, please say aye.
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 Aye. Okay, thanks, Jay. Great.
I just have a question. I just want to, everyone's well and good on the road crew? Yeah.
Good.
You have to unmute to do that.
Yes.
Everybody's fine.
Good.
That's great. Good to know. Okay, next item on the agenda is treasurer's report. And that's Melissa. And you're on, Melissa. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for being here.
So last week I had mentioned the 5 CDs that are with Bradford Savings and Loan. I received the interest for the CDs. They totaled $2,034.31 for all of them. They've been allocated accordingly. I've also completed the rollover for the new CDs for the 91 days. Next, we have a town-owned property. Last year there was a tax sale held on February 28th, 2019. The property was bid on by the town and is now town-owned as of March 3rd, 2020.
Can I ask what property?
The owner of the property was unable to redeem the property. What's that?
No, I'm asking Shelley, can you wait till she finishes her report and then you can make time for questions? Go ahead, Melissa.
All right. So the owner of the property was unable to redeem the property within the 1-year time frame from the actual tax sale date. The property is located on Glebe Road in Williamsville. This is not actually the first time that the property has gone into tax sale, but usually the mother pays for the taxes so the owner doesn't lose it. I've had a couple of calls from people asking when this property will be going up for sale by the town because they are interested in buying it. And I have recently had a call from the previous owner's mother, and she's interested in buying the property back for her son. I did speak with Bob Fisher in regards to the matter briefly. He said that we have 3 options as to what we can do with this. If the mother wants, she can write a letter to the select board letting them know that she's willing to bring the property current. The board would then have to decide whether they want to sell it to her. If they decide to sell it to her, they would have to advertise it in the newspapers in case anybody wanted to challenge it. The second option is we can advertise and set a date to auction the property off. Third option is we can advertise and set a date to bid the property off by like a silent auction where everyone would send in sealed bids. So with all the options, I would calculate what is owed currently on the property along with what went into tax sales so we can recoup all the taxes and the attorney fees. If you auction the property, the starting bid would be for what is owed, which is currently $3,543.71. Anything above that goes back to the previous owner. If we do decide to do any kind of auction or sealed bid, I would like to add in a couple other properties. These two properties were also in tax sale and neither owners redeemed them because they both passed away, and neither families are interested in the properties. You want me to keep going or you want to?
Yeah, no, keep going, then we can talk about things.
Okay. Next I have FEMA property. I have received a phone call from a gentleman who is interested in leasing property on the Dover Road. This property is in the flood zone and was part of the buyback program during Tropical Storm Irene. I have asked him to also write to the select board with a proposal as to what he is looking to do. He stated that he is an energy healer and wants the property to have a quiet place to sit. He also mentioned that he wants to put up a teepee or a tent there. I did also speak briefly with Bob Fisher in regards to this, and he advised me to look in the land records to see what stipulations there may be on these properties. I did search it out, and I do have some deeds that I can go over with you guys. Other than that, everything else is the same. Doing the payroll, the accounts payable, taxes, and I'll complete the monthly reporting soon. I do have the special appropriations though that I've done some calculating on, and let's see. Special appropriations that were approved at the town meeting are a $2,000 difference from what I'm calculating, and we're going to be short if we pay everything for the special appropriations. I did call Garrett Baxter today at VLCT, and he advised me just to pay it if the board wishes to, and we'll just go over budget.
You have a spreadsheet.
Oh yeah. I don't know if you want to go over that spreadsheet or.
No, but just, I mean, I don't know if people had a chance to read it before the meeting, but the bottom line is you're saying that we are $2,000 short. And didn't we vote on this in the past now that we were going to pay that $2,000 so that we could keep our word to the vote that was taken at town meeting?
No, I think you guys tabled it.
What, Shelley? Shelley?
This hasn't been handled. This hasn't been handled. It hasn't been
No,
decided
I believe
on.
it was tabled at a previous meeting to discuss it another time.
Okay.
So I'd like to go back to the start of her report so we can go through the report.
Okay. What part do you want to talk about?
So back on the town-owned property, what is the address on that property? Is it just Glebe Road?
No, I do have the exact address. I just didn't know if I should put it out there, but I guess it doesn't matter. It's actually 16 Cramp Lane, which is off from Glebe Road. It's kind of a private road.
Okay. So I think we need to think about, make a vote, take a vote on how we're going to handle this. As far as an auction.
Well, this looks like we have a few options, right?
Yeah.
Melissa, one is that the mother would want to pay the back taxes.
Yep.
But they would sell it to her for the back taxes, correct?
They'd sell it to her for the back taxes that were in tax sale, the attorney fees, and then whatever anything is owed the 2 years after that. So he
So is
actually
that-
owes 5 years now.
So how much is that? Is that 3,000?
Yep. Yep.
That's it?
Yeah.
Well, I think we need to make a decision as to how we're going to handle it as far as auction, you know, or I think by rights, we have to do it, you know, legally in an auction. It hasn't been paid. It continues to be unpaid. And the mother would have the option of, you know, being in that auction. if
She
she
could,
wants.
yep.
You said that she had paid the taxes before. This has happened before. How many times did that happen?
I've seen 2 other times in the records.
Mhm. Does she have the right of first refusal in this?
No, she's lost everything. Everything's town owned now.
Okay.
It's kind of up to you guys how you want to handle it.
So it's owned by the town now.
Yep.
It's not a personal property.
Right.
Right, it was owned by somebody in the town, yep.
Right. So I think the fair thing to do is to put it up for auction,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah, especially
That's my
whereas there's other people that are calling about it and have been calling and waiting for this property.
Mm-hmm.
So I make a motion that we set a date to auction the property off.
I'll second
I
it.
don't know if we okay. That's a live auction.
And I would like to add to the motion, if it's okay, to combine this, that Melissa said, if we do put this on auction, she would have 2 other properties to put on auction also at the same time.
I did find out about another one today, so this morning or this afternoon. So can we make that 3?
Can you give us the addresses on those?
One of them's on Depot Hill Road. And the other one is out on South Wardsboro Road.
So Melissa, would you be doing a tax sale the way we've done it in the past where?
They're already tax sale, they're already town owned.
So, I mean, I'm sorry, who would be doing the auction?
Bob Fisher would have to be in charge of it.
Okay. And it would be held at town hall?
No, you can either do a town hall auction or you can do it kind of like you do the bids for Jay's stuff. Have a sealed envelope.
Oh,
You kind of set that base amount that you need or want, and then they'll just bid above it or that amount, whatever they want.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Ellie, you know, the other one, the first one I was talking about, the mother could bid like $50,000 and just pay off that $3,500 to win the auction, and then anything above that would actually go to her son.
Mm-hmm.
So you got the Glebe Road, Camp Road or something, Depot Road, South Wardsboro, and where else?
The other one's up on Hunter Brook Road. And I'm gonna have to talk to Bob about some of this stuff because the first one that we talked about, the guy is still living there and has all this stuff there. So find out who's gonna be responsible for removing him, removing the property. I don't know who's gonna be in charge of that. If the new owners will have to take on that responsibility of getting him out of there or what the deal is.
Well, we're the owners right now. We don't sell a property with people on it.
Yeah, I know. Some of them did state, though, the ones that we're calling are willing to take on that issue.
And keep them as a tenant?
Well, I think we have to.
I was saying, would they keep them on as a tenant?
No.
They would purchase it with the person in it and then deal with it by themselves.
Yep.
Well, I think we need to talk to Bob Fisher, how that is handled.
I think so too.
Yeah. So, is anybody wanting to make a motion to plan on an auction for all of these properties at the same time using Bob Fisher as the person?
I will amend my original motion and include that on there for all of the properties.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Any further discussion? So Melissa, I just want to make clear, you would be calling Bob Fisher and setting this all up. Okay.
Yep. So you want me to set up when to do the auction?
Sure. I mean, you can work it
And
out
you want
with Bob then, right? Bob is the one who would be doing the auction.
Yeah.
Is that normally something you do, or were they are mid, one now to do this?
Honestly, I don't know. There's quite a few town-owned properties, and I don't know if you guys have ever really sold them or not.
So I would think the administrative assistant should handle the, and then work with you to coordinate it.
I can do the postings and the legal notices, but I believe in the past it was the delinquent tax collector that actually operated and worked the.
Now, it's not really delinquent anymore because it's now town-owned.
Well, it would be a great question to find out the answer to and
Yeah,
then move forward.
The first thing you would do is talk to Bob Fisher and he can guide you. And then we can decide who's going to.
It might be a little easier for me because I do have all the figures and I'm going to have to do all the calculating anyways than having one head to do it.
Okay.
Well, I mean, work with her as far as making the postings and all that.
Making the what?
Having the postings, announcement.
Do you guys want a public auction or do you want the sealed bids?
I think, why don't you talk to Bob first? And then,
You said it was up to you guys.
oh, okay. Well,
Yes. So I make a motion that we have a public bid, a public auction.
Wait, we haven't finished. Don't we have a motion on the table already?
Yeah, we have to vote on the original motion.
Right, we have to vote on the, would you like to repeat?
Repeat the motion?
Yes.
I made a motion that we do the auction on all of the properties, and Melissa was going to talk to Bob Fisher.
Exactly. Okay. And you second that, Shelley. So now we're going to vote. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
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 Aye. Okay. So the ayes have it with that. And now the second part is that Melissa will contact Bob Fisher. No. What are you saying? No.
I'm just saying that I think we need to make a second motion that it would be, the sale would be done by a public auction. I make
Can
a
you
motion.
do public auction right now?
I don't think so.
That's why I'm wondering if it should be sealed bids, just because you can't get together with everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I would go with sealed bids if we vote.
Yeah.
So does anybody want to make a motion? Shelley, you want to make a motion on that, please?
I make a motion that we do a sealed bid auction
I'll second
for
it.
the tax sale
Good.
for the 4 properties.
Yes, 4 properties.
Okay, so Angela,
I'll second that.
seconded. Any further discussion about that? So all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Okay. So though we're going to put the 4 properties up for auction at the same time, and it will be done by sealed bid, and Melissa will contact Bob Fisher for further information and advice. So you'll get back to us, Melissa, right?
Yeah, I will.
Okay, thank you. So next part of Melissa's report. Shelley, you wanted to talk about something?
No, I have a question.
Oh, Angela?
Yes. Where on Dover Road is this, are we looking at for this next part?
FEMA? For FEMA?
Yes.
Oh, for the FEMA?
Yes.
You know where the red barn house is? That corner right there? Or you know where Sharon Newell's is? Probably not.
Yes. Yes, I know where Sharon's is.
Right across there. Shelley, if you're going through that covered bridge from Lansville to South Newfane,
Yeah.
you keep going up Dover Road and there's a house that looks like a barn.
Yes.
It used to be a barn.
Yeah.
Okay, it's right up after that. You go around that corner and there's two houses and then there's that open land right there on the right-hand side next to the brook.
Oh, well, wasn't that where the trailer had?
Yeah, one trailer and one house was there.
Okay. So we own that, correct?
Yes, that was part of the buyback program through the state after the flood.
So I'm sure that has a lot of restrictions on it. Has
Well,
Bob looked at it?
Did what?
Has Bob Fisher looked at it?
No, I didn't have Bob look at it. He told me to actually go into the deeds and look up to see what the restrictions were. I tried to email these to you guys today, but they wouldn't scan.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So I actually did find compatible use. The property shall be dedicated and maintained in perpetuity as open space for conservation of natural floodplain functions. Such uses may include parks for outdoor recreation, activities, wetland management, nature reserves, cultivating, grazing, and camping, except where adequate warning time is not available to allow evacuation.
How much land is there?
One of the properties is a half an acre. Actually, they're both a half an acre.
There's two properties there?
Yeah, there's two properties, 246 Dover Road and 236 Dover Road.
246 and 236?
Yep. So then I found also in part of the PTTR in the transfer section, it said the grantee may convey a property interest only to a public entity or a qualified conservation organization. However, the grantee may convey an easement or lease to a private individual or entity for purpose compatible with the uses described in paragraph A, which is what I just read you.
Yep. I know how I think about it.
What do you think?
Well, I think that it should remain as a public entity, and my understanding at one point or another there was some discussion about making a community park there and keeping it as a public area.
Yeah, I'm not sure how it would be to have a teepee or a tent. Maybe put a picnic table as a place to sit or something.
Right.
You can put like a public restroom or something in there too if you wanted to.
Yeah. I would call it like a pocket park. And you know, look at some financing, you know, to support doing a bathroom or something, you know, for the community out in, you know, that area.
Mm-hmm.
And other, you know, tourism, stop along the road, enjoy Newfane.
Is this something we can vote on now?
What about parking? Is there like an area for parking when people stop right there? That's another concern though, because that's another zippy part of the road where people just tend to speed like crazy. So I'd be concerned myself with having it as an open public place for someone just because people don't follow the traffic laws.
But I would put in the pocket park, you would want parking, off-road parking. So with say bathroom or whatever, would be designed out to accommodate that, not parking alongside the road. And then there's people that live right there too. So, I mean, they all each have driveways. It's not going to be, I don't, it's 0.5 acres. So it's, you know, combined, it's going to be an acre.
Right, but people's personal driveways shouldn't be brought into the, how do I say this? That has nothing to do with the other side of the road pocket park. You'd have to have adequate parking for that specific spot.
That would have to be all studied.
Right.
Yeah, I think it would be important to go and look at this in person and see how it's configured and what possibilities might be.
I'm not a specialist on pocket parks, but you know, a land designer would have to figure that out. But I'm not into having that leased out to a private person. So
maybe I can steer him out to that. Sorry.
Go ahead.
That South Wardsboro Road has like 5 acres and it won't park. Maybe I can suggest if he's interested in something like that.
Well,
purchasing it if we sell it. Like put his TP out there.
Find it on his own, I guess. Yeah, I wouldn't put a lot of effort into trying to find him a land in Newfane. You can, you know, find that out. But what I think right now we just need to make a decision on this property, and I, you know, make a motion that we do not, you know, this guy has come to the board, and I make a motion that we keep it as a public property.
I'll second that. I'll second that it remains as public entity.
So just, he's supposed to send a letter to Juanetta, care of the select board. So I'll just you want her to respond then?
Well, let's vote on it first. If any further discussion, or we can vote on the motion to keep it as public land.
Vote.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay. So the vote is to keep it as public land.
Yeah.
I think it would be appropriate for Juanetta to receive the letter and then respond with the board's decision that we voted on it this day.
Right.
Okay, Juanetta?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the last item was special appropriations. Any discussion?
I would say we pay it because it was voted on by the townspeople at town meeting and we have to do it, and we'll, I guess, figure it out. And
well, that's what I meant before when I said we voted on that before we discussed it. So I agree. Well, it was voted on town meeting that we pay. And
as an added note, in our, I just wanted to bring, in addition, I just got this out of my box. It's been there, I don't know how long, but in our town of Newfane 2021 expenses, we had a decrease in the Wyndham Regional, or the waste, what is it, Wyndham
Solid Waste Management?
Management District.
Oh, waste management. So there's a savings of 504 that was not included in the original budget. So, or savings.
I can't pull from one line item to the other though.
Oh, okay. So how do we find money in the budget?
It's gonna be one of those things, it's gonna just go over budget and that's gonna be the end of it. You know, other things will come under budget, even though we're not taking it out of the line item. You'll still have the money in there to hopefully pay for it, which I don't foresee a problem in paying that $2,000 anyways.
well, we have to, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess, so at that time, if we go over budget and the bill comes through or something, then we just approve it, correct? We make a motion on it if it's over budget?
Yeah. I mean, like I said, it's gonna be just over budget by $2,000 for that whole section. The only other way to do it is appropriate each one to come up with that $2,000 difference. But whereas the town voters voted to restore everything back to last year,
Yeah,
the
I think it's
VLCT
very
attorney,
important. We have to honor that vote from the
the
town.
VLCT attorney advised that we do it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not saying that I voted for it. I just was asking where we get the money. That's all. I'm just.
No, I know. So we need to vote on it though and make a motion to vote on this so we can get it handled.
I make a motion that we
I think we
pay.
do.
I mean, the townsfolk already did it. We're just discussing what happened and what's going on. So
Okay, we don't even have to make a motion. Right?
I don't think so.
No.
It's already
No.
been done.
Okay. So that's it. Melissa?
I will make a motion to approve the Town of Newfane Treasurer's report, though.
Yes, absolutely. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay. So that passes. And Melissa, I have to say that it's really great when you come to our meetings because you help us understand things sometimes, which at least I can speak for myself. Sometimes I don't understand everything you're doing, and it is really great to have you here in person so that things get clearer, and you're doing an excellent job.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Melissa.
You're welcome.
Yeah, you do an excellent job.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, administrative assistance report is next.
I've completed 5 highway overweight application permits and mailed them out to the respective businesses. Updated insurance certificates have been coming in to be added to the files. I have answered 4 different animal control calls since last week. With owner's approval, I chose to keep 1 dog overnight at my house. The owner had been transported to Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center from Grace Cottage. They were reunited on Friday night. Wyndham County Humane Society wanted to check up on elderly couple that might need assistance with caring for animals in a rabbit hutch or cage. That was done and nothing was needed. A missing small dog on Baker Brook Road is still missing. The golden retriever has been reported lost and came home on her own. There has been a complaint of somebody picking up firewood off of property along the new road. A phone call was made to the individual to avoid sending the Vermont State Troopers out. I received a call from American Legion. They will not be holding Memorial Day celebrations on the Newfane Common due to their elderly ages and current COVID-19 conditions. The fax machine in the town clerk's office is old. I have not been able to find a replacement ink cartridge. We moved an additional machine that was in the office, and that one is not receiving or sending fax based on the tests we made. Would like to order a new machine from Staples. In addition to all of my other duties, I've been cleaning the town hall while our building is still closed to the public. Sierra has not been in since the executive order was placed.
Thank you for doing that.
Yeah, it's amazing. And she wouldn't even accept help. She wanted to do it all by herself. And you do a great job, Vanessa. Thanks. Do we have to vote on getting a fax machine, or do we have the budget for it? I'll be with you in a minute, Angela.
Okay, thank you.
It would be under office appropriations, wouldn't it, Melissa?
No, I'd go under small office equipment.
Okay.
And is there a budget to get a new replacement machine?
I'd have to look at the budget.
Okay.
Shelley, I think you might, oh, you probably don't have it in front of you.
Well, Angela, next, wait. Shelley, wait 1 minute. Angela had her hand up first.
I just wanted to know, Juanetta, if you and possibly Carol had looked at them and found prices.
I did look at the ones at Staples, and they range from the low 100s to over 400.
Okay.
It would not need to be an expensive one, just to use several times a year.
Okay.
Shelley?
Are people still using fax machines?
Oh, yes.
For what, legal stuff, real legal stuff?
If there's a document that needs to be signed or added to something, it's sometimes easier to send it via fax.
So you said Carol could look up prices, or she did, or you're doing that, Juanetta?
I was doing it.
Okay. So
Yeah, I would just get a cheap.
What, Shelley?
I said I would just get a cheap one. I do a lot of business, signing back and forth. We do it all by email. But how often do you fax?
Not every month, but it could be a few times next month.
But it would be for everybody in the office, not just you, right?
Correct. In the town clerk's office.
Well, it's probably best if you, perhaps you and Carol can look up different machines, what the different machines offer, the different prices, and then just decide which one would work the best for all of you joined together, and then check with Melissa on the budget for it. Does that sound good?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
We don't have to vote on this.
No, if we got money in it, it's only if we don't have money, I guess. Then Melissa will tell us where we can get it.
Yeah, I'll find a spot for it.
Okay, can we have a motion to accept the administrative assistant's report, please?
I'll make a motion to accept the report.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay.
I would like to add one thing real quick. I would like to thank Juanetta for taking the animal control officer calls. That is above and beyond your duties, and I appreciate that so much.
Well, there's vacancies still open. If anybody is available, I will give them your numbers.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. And we have to keep.
Yeah, we're still.
What, Shelley?
We're still looking for an animal control officer.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, in the meantime, let's vote on accepting, when I just think we all said aye. And that's done.
Aye. Yes.
Thank you.
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay. Thank you, Juanetta, for all the work you're doing and going beyond the call of duty. Definitely. Okay, we are up to unscheduled members of the public, and there are none.
Oh, I have one question.
Yes.
What are the hours for what are your hours? What's happening as far as for the public? They have to make an appointment to come in still?
Yes. Yes.
And what are the hours of operation?
I went back to the Monday through Thursday, 8 to 5, and then whatever balance is on Friday, I would leave half hour or half day. I'm the only one that needs on Friday.
I'm sorry, one doubt. What did you say?
She said that she's there from Monday to Thursday from 9 to 5.
8 to 5.
Yes, I got that.
And a half a day on Friday. And at that time on Friday, she's the only one in the building.
Okay. So by appointment only?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so we don't have any unscheduled members of the public, so we will go to the next item, which is old business. The first one is about an appointment and reappointment of town forest fire warden. And Winetta, would you like to talk about that, please?
We received a request from the Department of Forest Parks and Recreation asking to have a reappointment before June 30th of our current fire warden. It's a 5-year appointment, and I contacted Todd Lawley to see if he was still willing to serve in this capacity, and he agreed. So I emailed him the form, he signed it, accepting the appointment, and all it needs is for the select board to, the select board to approve the appointment.
I make a motion to approve the appointment.
I second that.
I'll second it.
Oh, okay. I just have one question, Winetta.
Yes.
Given that we're all over the place, how do you want to do this? Do people come to the town office and sign this for you that we can get to Todd?
I already have the original here, and if at some point you drop in, that would be fine. We just need a majority.
Okay.
I will do it tonight when I come over for pay orders. I'll sign mine.
Okay, and I can sign it. And Shelley, if you come over.
Is Mike going to be there?
No, I'm sorry. He had other commitments at work.
Okay, so are you two signing the pay orders tonight then? I'm sorry.
Well,
you and Marion?
I said I would volunteer unless you want to do it.
No, it's fine.
Okay, I'm going to do it with Angela then. I'll go over to the office and then I can sign this.
Okay.
Angela can sign it.
Angela, and then you need one more.
Yeah. If you want to come over.
I probably can run over.
Okay, good. All right, so we'll get this signed tonight. Is that good? Winetta? Yes.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. So where are we? We don't, do we have to vote on that appointment, Winetta?
I made a motion, Shelley seconded it. Now we need to vote, right?
Yes.
Right. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay. So the ayes have it, and Todd Lawley will continue being the town forest fire warden, and we thank you, Todd. You're always great, and you work so hard, and thank you for doing that. Okay, VLCT procedures for COVID-19 safety and health work plans. And Winetta, I'm going to pass that on to you again.
It was suggested that I go on to VLCT and see what safety and health templates they had. What I came up with is what you have in front of you, and all I did was fill in the blanks. I did put administrative assistant for the town office and road foreman being responsible for following these procedures at the different locations.
That's good. That makes sense because you're at the town office Monday through Friday and Jay is at the town garage, so you guys can manage the buildings to make sure everything's good.
Right.
I like that idea.
Yeah, I do too.
And then you guys have all, I know the town crew has taken the testing, right, Jay?
Yes, we have.
Yes. So, and then Winetta, did you take one too? Did you do it too?
In the town office, except for Frank and Dennis have completed the testing to return to work.
They have certificates.
Yep.
Winetta.
In the employee file.
Yeah.
I did one for the town of Newfane.
And then Melissa, did you do one?
I did one. Yep.
Everyone's covered.
Winetta, I'm just asking logistically, this also has to be signed So if you have the copy for the forest warden and this at your desk tonight, we can sign both of them, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there a
So
motion?
I'm definitely gonna work.
I'm sorry, is there a motion to accept the Town of Newfane COVID-19 Safety and Health Work Plan?
I'll make that motion to accept the Town of Newfane COVID Safety and Health Work Plan.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, that passes. Thank you. Thank you, Winetta.
Welcome.
Okay, now we're up to correspondence, and we have a few pieces of correspondence.
Marion,
No,
you skipped new business.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. You can tell. Okay, new business. I forgot about that. The State of Vermont Troopers contract expires on June 30th. And so, whenever you have the paperwork for that, we can go. No, I know why you know what, Winetta, I didn't get that in my package. That's why I skipped over it.
Yeah, you don't have it.
It's on the agenda to be discussed whether or not you want to make an appointment to.
Oh, we don't have the paperwork right now.
Right.
I'm sorry. Okay.
You want an invitation to increase the hours, or do you want to have them come to the office to discuss the additional funds and where the areas of need are?
I do remember that you and I were discussing that this week, and we were thinking perhaps we should postpone this for discussion tonight and put it on the next week's agenda for June 1st.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have a new contract yet from the state police?
No.
Okay. When are we expected to get a copy of that?
The current one expires June 30th, so I would expect it by the end of the month.
I'd like to see that too before we make any decisions.
Yes.
Yeah. Plus, I think we had also talked about considering splitting those hours with the Wyndham Sheriff's Department.
Yeah, we would have to talk to them and see. Right now, the Sheriff's Department is paid by the Village of Newfane, the incorporated Village of Newfane, just to do Newfane. Yes.
But in order for us to make a decision, we need to get it in motion. Like, we should probably contact them and invite them. What's our next meeting date?
June 1st.
So I would invite the Wyndham Sheriffs to our next meeting to discuss about using them throughout the town,
or instead of?
In addition, because to see if they would work in that manner.
Well, we'd have to know if we have budget for both organizations. Melissa?
Shelley, didn't we at the budget meeting do like $10,000 for Vermont State Police and another couple for Wyndham maybe? We're rolling just extra hours for Vermont State Police?
I thought it was all extra.
Was it all
Sorry.
extra?
Sorry.
It was an additional $2,000 that you increased the
line item.
Right, but it didn't specifically designate where. I remember when Sheriff Anderson went after his first appointment, he came in and said it would have to be a agreed upon sharing of that, and you would have to discuss it with the State Troopers Association as well.
Right.
I'd like to invite them.
Yes. I think we should hear from both of them and see how they could work together.
So invite both to the next meeting?
Yes, and I would also let them know that we're inviting both of them, and we would like to look at a shared plan, and if they could put their heads together on looking at how that could happen.
And what, so we would need a trooper contract, and we would need what the sheriff's department would want to discuss for a contract too, because we'd have to put it together to
Right.
equal each other.
Yes. But I would give them heads up that we're looking at doing that, because sharing, using both of their services.
So I'm assuming that we would have to send them an invite via Zoom unless you're going to meet in person at the town office.
Appointing for a lot of people when they cannot get any, they can't speak to a problem with the Wyndham Sheriff. Wyndham Sheriff is right here in our backyard, right in our front yard, basically. And I think we should take advantage of them and, look at their services. They're a contract service for people that don't know.
But I believe they mainly do speed traffic control.
Yeah, see, the thing, Shelley, is in the past, the sheriffs didn't do things like patrol the roads outside the village.
That's what
No, they do, but they don't do the major investigations.
Right.
Right. So if
there were limited things that they did.
Marion, if there's any real concern, the troopers are called. So I'm saying, and I think a lot of people would be interested in having the Wyndham Sheriff's Department handle the concerns for the town. And then if there's a need for the troopers to be called in, we just contract them for speed control. So they're also there just by the state mandate that if there's something larger than a speed control issue, they're called. Any family disputes or anything large, anything, they're there. So we don't necessarily have to contract with them for traffic control. I'd like to see the Wyndham Sheriff, and I believe there's other people on the board that would like, who are not here, that would like to be able to contract with the Sheriff's Department.
So I think we should table this for our next meeting with an invite to both agencies to have a discussion with them about what they do and don't do and what their contracts would be for.
Right, and we would have, we're inviting them to the meeting. We have to ask them in advance to please write a letter saying exactly what Angela just said. We need to know what they are able and willing to do, and there are things that they're not willing to do, each party.
Right.
So we need to have that.
So that's what we talked, that's how we started this conversation, and for the next meeting on June 1st, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So, well, Nana will do that for us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, under new business, there's also town office building permit process. And the committee consists of Winetta, Mike, and Melissa. And the first thing that they did, I think, was to meet with David Cotton to discuss hiring David to do plans, and he also would be the one to get all the permits. And I think, Winetta, would you like to talk about that for a minute, please?
I had an email from David. In order for us to obtain his services for not only the building permit and the processing of getting all the permits, we do need to have a $15,000 retainer.
We have a purchasing process, and I think we need to follow that. It has to go out to bid. So I make a motion that we put it out to bid.
I second that because that's correct according to the purchasing policy.
Exactly. Anything I think over $3,000, it goes out to bid.
I would like to make sure, though, that when we follow the purchasing policy, that it's not just for the lowest bid. It also has to be the ability of the person's record, and
That's all stated. That's all stated in the purchasing policy.
Yes, I know, but sometimes with the bids, people are just concerned with, well, that person has made the lowest bid and they should get that, and it's forgotten, or
well,
there are other qualifications that we need to look at.
Well,
I'm just reminding everybody.
Yeah, we'll have our purchasing policy procedures out.
Yeah, good. Okay. So you made a motion and you second, so is there any further discussion?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Who is going to put the bid together to for this building project?
The building committee, I would assume. Is that correct? Yes.
Okay.
So Vanetta, Mike, and Melissa.
Okay.
Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Okay. So the ayes have it, and Vanetta and Melissa and Mike, if you could please make a scheduled meeting for the three of you to discuss this, that would be great, and let the board know that when you're going to do that, please.
Hey.
Thank you. Okay, now we are up to correspondence, and there, if you have your packet with the different correspondence letters, I will read them. This
I just have the rare plant and Christopher May, maybe.
Right.
And Newfane Garden Club. Okay.
And then there's one that just came in, and that is from Nancy Rees. Do you have that one?
No, I don't.
I didn't make copies of that one other than the one that I gave you, Marion.
Oh, okay.
So that should be copied for all of us.
Yeah, she'll give you copies.
And for the record.
Yeah, it's going to be in the record. Okay, Juanetta, this one about seeking permission for rare plant survey.
Yes.
I personally find it difficult to read it. It's very light and small print. Is there anybody who's willing to read this letter?
I take my glasses off, I can read it.
Okay, good, thank you.
Okay, so seeking permission for rare plant survey from Hannah Hartman to Town Clerk of Newfane. Hello, Miss Hasselbach. On behalf of the Native Plant Trust, formerly New England Wildflower Society, we'd like to request permission to conduct a brief survey for a rare plant called Northern Tuberculode Bog Orchid, plant Atheria Bavia, on property owned by the town of Newfane near River Road on the banks of West River. Our field methods, including counting plants, measuring population area, and taking notes on ecological habitat characteristics. Surveyors may also take photographs of plants and habitat. The information from the visit will be shared with the Natural Heritage Database to update their records of plant populations. We hope the information gathered will help us better understand the biology of the species and ultimately develop better conservation strategies. We can contact you on the dates we plan to be out on the property, and a report of our findings will be sent to you at the end of the year. The Natural Heritage Program in your state maintains detailed information regarding population location, species biology, conservation status, and beneficial management practices for species listed as threatened, endangered, or of special concern. If you'd like more specific information about the populations located on your property, please contact your state natural heritage program. If you could respond with 1, your permission for us to send volunteers, 2, your preference for being contacted before the survey, and 3, if and how you would like a report sent at the end of the season, that would be great. Please let me know if you have any questions. I'd be happy to answer them. We look forward to your response and thank you. Hannah Hartman Everett, Conservation Intern from the Native Plant Trust in Framingham, Massachusetts. And what they do is conserving and promoting New England's native plants to ensure healthy, biologically diverse landscapes.
Thanks for reading that, Shelley.
I think that's great. I think the only question I would have is if they have insurance to be on the property. So if something were to happen, they had their own insurance.
And also, where are they going on the property? It's by the town, owned by the town of Newfane near River Road. So where is that?
If you look to the next pages, I've attached a screenshot of the parcel that we're looking to talk about. I spoke with Doris, the lister, and she claims it's a no man's land. It should have been added to some of the other properties adjoining Sawmill Road, but when they did a subdivision, it was not included.
So it's the northern part of River Road?
Yes.
Okay.
It's above Cannoli, but at the beginning of Sawmill out to the end of where the Green Iron Bridge is.
Oh, okay.
So it's right along the river?
Yes.
And that's town of Newfane property, I guess?
According to the listers, it was not added to the subdivisions of the parcels.
So we might need to let the property owners, there's 3 houses out there, let them know that there might be people on the banks of the river.
I think water, banks of the river are public domain as long as they're in the water or on the bank.
I think the water is, but not the bank. Water is public.
Some people think that that's their property.
Yeah.
Whether it is or it isn't, some people think that it's their property. So it's nice to let people know if something's going to be happening but I think it's a great idea.
Yeah.
Good turn.
Just need to figure out whose land it is and notify them. So I make a motion that we follow up with this letter. Have Lynetta follow up with the letter and see if we can identify the properties and have them be able to do their research.
And also ask if they have their own insurance policy.
Yes.
Definitely.
Okay.
And then find out a date when they're going to want to do this.
Yeah.
What were those 3 questions? It was 1, your permission for us to send volunteers. 2, your preference for being contacted before the survey. And if and how you would like a report sent at the end of the season. So I think our permission is to figure out, we would allow the permission if the property is identified as public property. Otherwise, I don't know, do we go ahead and contact the owners of that property?
Like the abutting landowners?
Or would they have to do that?
I would think they would have to contact the landowners if it's private property. If it's our property and we give them permission, that's fine. But if it becomes private property, they need to contact the landowners.
Right. And then preference for being contacted before the survey. That's, I guess, we definitely want that. And if you would like a report sent, definitely send a report if it happens.
Yep. Okay, any further discussion about that? So the next letter we have is a letter to the select board from Chris Mays. And he wrote to Annetta that he has attached a letter to the select board after getting guidance from the zoning administrator. And that letter says, does everybody have a copy of that letter?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. It says, to the select board, the natural slope of a few parcels of land in our neighborhood on Dover Road is slanted and goes past our neighbor's house at 273 Dover Road. Since our neighbor has owned the property, he has built a barn on one part of his land and is planning to build banks, which would impede water flow and cause water buildups on our land. I believe our riparian rights are being violated because our neighbor is impeding the natural water flow. We invite you to visit our land whenever it is convenient. Thank you, Erin Robinson and Chris Mays from 275 Dover Road, Williamsville. And Juanetta, did we just talk about the fact that maybe Jay would be involved with this?
Yes, it was recommended that we should have the road foreman take a look at the property to see if there was any damage or potential damage for our right of way or our road access.
Well, wouldn't this normally be handled by lawyers if they're having an issue? Wouldn't they have to hire a lawyer? Yes.
Hey. Jay.
Yeah, I did go over and look at it. It doesn't affect the road drainage in any way. The drainage has run behind those properties for years. And I assume that's a thing between the landowners. I don't know. I know it's against the law to impede the water to adversely affect your neighbor's property. But I think, I'm not sure that the town has to be in the middle of it. I think it's probably up to them to work it out between themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be a civil matter?
Yeah.
Yeah. It sounds like you're right, Jay, with that.
Thank you for going out there and looking at it.
Yeah, really. So Juanetta, maybe you can write a letter back to Chris Hayes saying that it was discussed, his issue was discussed at select board, and it is recommended that because it's between he and his neighbor that they really should be working it out on their own. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Next letter. This letter is written by Alice Friedman, corresponding secretary for the Newfane Garden Club, and it's dated May 8th, 2020. To the Newfane Select Board, it is with great reluctance and regret that I write to let you know that the members of the Newfane Garden Club are no longer able to keep the upkeep on the flower gardens in front yard of the town office building. Our membership grows older and sparser with increasingly limitations on our physical abilities. We hope that you are able to find younger persons who would like to continue the garden's care, or perhaps hire a professional gardener or landscape care firm. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to contact me. Sincerely, Alice Freeman, Corresponding Secretary of the Garden Club.
Aw.
And personally, I want to say thank you very much to all the members of the Garden Club. They have been working diligently for many years to make the town hall look very attractive on the front, at the front of the building. And yes, unfortunately, just some of us are getting older and can't do that kind of work anymore. So perhaps we know of people who are interested. If not, and if we have the funds, we might choose to hire somebody. Shelley, are you raising a hand or just?
No, I'm not raising my hand. I'm just listening.
Oh, okay. So does anybody have any idea of somebody? Angela?
I think now that it's been publicly known and everybody who watches and sees, if there's somebody that would be willing to donate a portion of their time to the town and want to plant some flowers or take care of it, or anybody who works at the town hall or any one of us that wanted to put in a few minutes. I mean, it's great to beautify the front of the building.
Yeah.
And they have done an amazing job for so many years.
They have, absolutely. And we thank them very much.
Yes.
And,
it's a great group.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I would suggest that if people, anybody who's interested, you can come to town hall. Excuse me.
Call Juanetta.
Or call Juanetta or call Carol, the town clerk. And we all would welcome you to come into the building and offer your services if you so choose to. And in the meantime, thank you again to Alice Freeman and all the members of the current Garden Club.
Because they just donated all of their time to do it, right?
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So wonderful.
Okay. The next letter is from Nancy Ann Rees. Is that how you pronounce it? Rees?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Rees. Okay. This is to the written on May 12th, and you didn't receive this until today. Is that correct, Juanetta?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So we should get copies of it, please.
Yes, we said. You asked that, and I said she'll get copies for you. To the Newfane Select Board from the Peter W. Rees family, Nancy Ann Rees, to Christopher Williams. I mean, not to, I'm sorry. It says Christopher Williams, excuse me. Okay, my description of this person would be divisive, manipulative, petty, jealous, harmful, control monger. The negativity and harm he has caused on our family goes back 30 years when we were remodeling our home at 65 Baker Brook Road. We were using his brother-in-law to help us and had to let him go because he was being dishonest. After this, we started getting stop work orders generated by overdue complaints.
Yeah.
By Christopher Williams. I had all the paperwork from the lawyers and meetings. We were vindicated as there was never any reason for this to happen. And it was so very unjust. However, he has continued through the years to cause us much harm as possible. One more recent, very harmful example was the intimidation of people working on our riverbanks. After Hurricane Irene, our home was on the endangered list, and due to the devastation, chaos, and mistakes made afterwards concerning the management of the assistance given by the towns and agencies involved, we still have problems. We worked on permits for 4 years. The permits were posted, and his uncalled for interference caused confusion, upset, poor work, and loss of money. Again, so unjust. I would be of our opinion that Chris Williams should not be involved in any aspect of town business, as he is a liability and harmful to its residents. A second homeowner who had hired him to do work for them has expressed to me that he was expensive, didn't do an adequate job, and they would like to let him go, but they were afraid of retaliation through the town or otherwise. As someone who has experienced upset, negativity, tragedy, and monetary loss over the 30-year period of time, unfortunately, I have to admit to them that their concerns could indeed be valid. That's the end of the letter. Okay, so we have read all the correspondence, and
So no discussion about the letter?
You have something you'd like to say?
It's a pretty heartfelt letter, I'd say. And I think it's disconcerting about Christopher Williams.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay. So we read all the correspondence and we are up to pay orders, which means that we're going to have a few of us gather at town hall now. So it would be Angela and myself doing the pay orders, and Angela and myself and Shelley coming together to sign the two pieces of paper, one for Todd to continue being fire warden, and the second one was what? I already forgot.
The COVID-19 safety and health work plan.
Thank you so much. Okay, is there a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, thank you. Have a good evening, everybody.
I guess I'll second it.
We don't need a second for adjournment. Okay. Thanks a lot,
you.
Melissa, Winetta, Angela, Jay, Shelley. Have a good evening. We'll see some of you in a few minutes, and the others have a peaceful night at home.
Bye.
Good
Thank
night.
you, Marion. You too.
Thank you.
Let's call this meeting to order at 5:32 on Wednesday, May 20th. And just to let folks know as you're coming in, if you would like to speak, please send a message through the chat box. Otherwise, Karen will likely mute you all, but if for some reason she doesn't, please mute yourselves so that we don't have tons of background noise. And are there any adjustments to the agenda, Karen?
I have one.
Okay.
I want to add under select board items, under VLCT Select Board Rules of Procedure, I want to add Town of Putney Emergency EMD Delegation of Authority.
EMD Delegation of Authority, and we did get the paperwork on that.
Yes, you did.
Okay. And then I wanted to add a discussion about, I don't know if everybody saw the action that Brattleboro took last night at their select board meeting, but I would like to discuss the action they chose to take and how we want to approach that as a community regarding requiring masks in local public spaces. So we can add that after the Forest for Learning, Karen, do you think, or should we add it before?
No, I think you can add it at the end.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And the rest of Green Up Day and the other things you and I had discussed earlier, you're going to add those to your town manager's report?
Correct.
Perfect.
Yeah, I have Green Up, I have Library, and I have Landmark.
Right, so, okay. Do I hear a motion to approve minute for Are you?
Can you repeat?
Is it me that's lost, or is it them?
You're freezing up a little bit. I'll make a motion.
Okay, am I cutting in and out?
Yes.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of April 29th, and I believe it was May 6th. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
And I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Are you getting me?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. So that's
Did
been
we
passed.
have minutes from from last week's meeting as well?
Yeah, we did.
Those were separate, right?
Yeah, they're separate
Yeah.
and they're not done yet.
They're not done? Okay.
Not done. Next meeting.
Sounds good.
Okay. All right, so do we have any public comment on items not on the agenda? If you have public comment, feel free to send it into the chat or to request to speak, or raise your hand if I can see you. I'm just going to give that a few seconds. All right, then we're going to move on to select board items. Putney Mutual Aid is up first, and I'm not sure who on Putney Mutual Aid wants to speak first. We have several members of this group here. So I see Jamie, I see Ruby, and I see Ellen. Am I missing anyone else? Excuse me, I just burped. Am I missing anybody? Sorry.
Hi, Jamie.
Can we, Karen, you can unmute yourselves. And
yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I imagine you designated somebody to speak, so.
You hear me?
Jamie, I can't hear you.
Try it now. Oh.
Hold on. I think.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I know.
Can you hear me now?
There you go.
Better.
Yes.
Is it any better?
There you go.
Is that better?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, that was my headset. Sorry, I was trying to make it so no one else had to listen to all of us. So hi, what a treat to be with you all via Zoom. Hi, town government. Thank you.
You're welcome. Good to see you.
Yeah, long time.
Yes.
I live in a hermitage over here. So I created the presentation. How long do I have? What's a reasonable amount of time?
If we could keep it under 5 minutes, that would be great.
Okay, if that's the case, I'll just do high level reporting and let you know that everything I'm saying is in a written report that I'll email to Laura as soon as I get off. And so I'm going to use that as an outline. So if it looks like I'm not looking at you, it's because I'm not looking at you. So holler if you need my attention. And then I would invite anybody from Putney Mutual Aid, which I see a number of you here, to please chime in. Ruby, Ellen, I see you. I didn't look at everybody. So if somebody else is there, feel free to chime in if I missed something. So the fast version is 5:39. So let's see how fast this can go. The fast version is that a group of us in the middle of March started reaching out to the town and our state representatives, folks of us in Putney who were realizing that COVID-19 was going to be a real thing and that it might require some upping the level of support of our town government and our state systems. And so a group of us started saying, what can volunteers do? A group of us emailed our state reps and a couple folks in town government and realized that we could start kind of organizing ourselves. And so spent 2 weeks meeting daily. And I think the first conference call was organized by Mike Maricki, our state representative. And it kind of brought us this kind of ad hoc group together of folks who didn't know each other. And from there, we met daily for 2 weeks and then backed off to once a week since then. We've been going strong for 2 months now, and we've created a couple of resources, all of which are linked on the town of Putney's COVID-19 update website. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And I have all the links that I'll include in my report to you. And then we've created a Facebook page. We have a Google Voice number that's a local number now for folks who don't have access to the internet. And then we have an email address. And so by the numbers, what's interesting about this work, or kind of the high level, what's interesting about this work is that immediately we put a survey out, which was a confidential needs and offering survey. And this is modeled off of what many others are doing around the state and the nation in mutual aid groups, of which we are one of many, many. I mean, I was on a conference call with 100 people from the state of Vermont who are doing this work. So we are not unique. There is quite a network of amazing work happening during this time with volunteers. And many are integrating with their organizations. Many are from organizations. And then in small towns, folks might not even have a single organization they can network with. So it's just neighbors helping neighbors. So I think the fast version is immediately we saw a spike of folks filling out the confidential needs survey and offerings, and 75% were volunteers. We have 180 people who filled it out now. There was some very significant needs that were being articulated, and because we live in a small town, I'm not going to go into specifics, but it involves people needing mental health support, people not having access to enough food, people who might be in a situation where housing isn't secure. You name it, it's happening in our town. And so a lot of our support systems are already in place, and you all were already, helping, the state reps, the emergency management director, Tom Goddard. A lot of those things were in place and people were already doing that outreach. But what Putney Mutual Aid is doing is kind of creating a networking opportunity from town government and the emergency management director out into street by street. And so now we have about 32 neighborhood point people who are building networks street by street in Putney. We've either called people by phone, done mailing, or gone door to door with no contact, meaning, we're doing social distancing, we're not knocking on doors, we're leaving a note behind with a rock on it. We've done that kind of outreach to about 1,000 people. And so our goal is now to get to the other 800 that are existing on our voter rolls, recognizing voter rolls are incomplete documents. We're doing our best to do it, everyone, not just folks who are on the voter rolls. So, a percentage of folks need support. A lot of people want to volunteer and help out. And we're Vermonters, so people are very, very self-reliant. And so many times we're noticing that just saying, hey, we're here, and knowing that we're offering each other support is what we can do. And so I would just defer to my colleague Ruby McAdoo, who's been doing a ton of the work behind the scenes, managing all of the confidential data that we're keeping. And I will look at my notes to see if I'm missing anything, if she wants to add something.
That was exactly 5 minutes, Jamie. Good job.
And I'll be really brief because I think that Jamie kind of encompassed everything. We do have some core volunteers who are helping to manage the data, and we're in a good place with that. The only thing I would add is that Putney Mutual Aid also contributes to and helps to coordinate a number of projects that are, you really don't mean that much to you because they're things that are in process, but one of them I'm going to mention because it does relate to the mask situation that Laura mentioned about Brattleboro. I think tonight I'm going to be going and setting up a mask tree in town that will give people free access to masks without any contact and without asking, which we're hoping will help people to kind of adhere to that requirement. And that's one example of a project that we participate in. And we're looking for, we just look for ways that we can be helpful, connecting people. We connected someone who, through Laura as well, someone who said they had a 3D mask printer, and that they've been helping at Landmark, and that was a big deal also. So I think that Putney Mutual Aid is just getting our roots and trying to do good work is where we can. And the matching process is a huge part of that, but the projects that we're contributing to is also, that's a big part of what we do as well.
So I don't want to, I might take 2 more minutes. Do I have permission to do 2 more minutes to share some numbers with how we're linking to the existing organizations?
Sure.
Okay. I think what's interesting about this work is it's not designed to operate outside of the existing networks you all have built. It's designed to support them. And so the network is an example. 180 people have filled out the confidential needs and offerings form. We have sent, or the Putney Food Shelf has activated 7 of those people that we have sent them to help volunteer. We have sent 10 folks to the Putney Food Co-op to help with delivery of groceries. We have sent Putney Community Cares 2 volunteers for Meals on Wheels. We've offered and sent Putney Central School meals work 8 volunteers. I don't know that they're going to activate them, but they were offered and they have them. We've reached out and connected with the emergency management director, Tom Goddard, and he's been really clear with us that all mental health or emergency work is coordinated through him. And so one of the interesting things that came up on the form was that people were like, I am a Coast Guard, retired Coast Guard. I'm a mental health worker. I'm, people volunteering, all of these amazing skills in our community. And so I think we sent about 17 of those volunteers to Tom so that he had access to folks who were basically saying, hey, we're ready to go. What can we do? So we sent those to them. We've reached out and done a little work with you, Karen, around the Resilient Putney. I think that's what you call it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Resilient Putney. So we were doing some early work coordinating anybody who identified food as something that they were willing to offer, trying to figure out local producers and how to get them tied into the system that the town of Putney has on their website of trying to really centralize the local food system access for folks who might be concerned about what's on the shelves at the grocery store and how we can be really resilient in our own community as food producers. And then people are getting grocery delivery through us. That was something that wasn't existing in an organization. And so we've activated 8 people to do a no contact grocery delivery process with neighbors who really need support getting their groceries picked up and delivered to their house. So I think there's a couple of other random things like Ruby mentioned. I will point out that we've made the news twice. And I think that's interesting because one of the critical narratives right now, there's a couple different narratives that I've seen. There's some fairly negative narratives and there's some fairly positive ones. And the thing that's really exciting about the work and the volunteerism in Putney is that we're making the news because it's such an amazing story. And so VPR featured us. I don't know if you saw the board that Ruby put up at the Putney Food Co-op, but VPR does these daily news briefings. And so the Community Joy Board was featured on VPR. And then that story of the 3D mask making made the Brattleboro Reformer, and that was a link that happened between Laura Chapman and Putney Mutual Aid folks linking a 3D printer to somebody with the capacity to do 3D printing. And I think they're producing masks for Brattleboro and Rutland hospitals. So I think those were some really exciting developments. So anyway, I think that's the kind of the high level stuff. I will point out, Karen, you had mentioned, the town developing an email system. And I was looking through all of our email records. We have about 176 emails, about 172 phone numbers. We have a Facebook page. We've put 5 sandwich boards up around town with a local phone number in case people don't have access to the internet. We have flyers up at the post office, the G store, the co-op. We've dropped them off at other businesses, but we don't necessarily see them being posted. They have tear-offs. So if somebody's in an emergency situation, they can tear off. We highlight you all. We highlight the food shelf. So our work is to reflect back the existing infrastructure that you all have created. So I think that's what the attempt is to try to integrate us all and build systems of networking and communication.
And you're doing a very nice job.
Yeah.
I just want to say we keep hearing about what you all are dealing with and doing, and we know what's going on nationally and globally. And we're just really proud of how hard people are hustling during this time. So thank you for collaborating with all of us to make a healthy community.
Thank you, Jamie, and Ruby and Ellen and everybody else that's working on Putney Mutual Aid. I want to add that I recently read an article that was actually shared out by Putney Mutual Aid on social media, and one of the points of interest in it that really came to the top for me is somebody that has participated in many mutual aid projects throughout my adult life. I have noticed that most mutual aid projects are in response to immediate crisis, and there's a difference in the way that this is being organized. It feels like it's more preparatory. And so I appreciate that. And I think it's going to carry far into the future for us, I hope, as long as we are able to maintain the energy of people such as yourself. So are there any questions from the board or from Karen for Putney Mutual Aid?
Well, I just want to make a statement that our hazard mitigation plan is due in November. And I think with the creation of Putney Mutual Aid, I think we can utilize what you're doing in that plan as like a continuity plan, resiliency plan. So somehow we'll tie that in. I haven't looked at it yet, but as we progress through the process, I'll be getting a hold of you.
And Karen, just so you're aware that, and we've talked before, that's a project, our thinking about it is a project that we work on, and I'm the kind of lead person for that. So whenever you're ready to collaborate, or if there's a meeting you want to pull us into, just you can tap me and I will be there.
Thank you.
I have a question, Ruby. I'm assuming, given that you're handling, and I gather you're the point person on this as well, the confidential information of a number of people, how are you, and I don't need details, but just sort of an overview of your ability to keep that information secure and your confidence in that security?
So it's not just me. Jamie and I both are on a volunteer team with one other individual, Core Trowbridge, and the three of us are the only people that have access to that data. And it is as secure as Google Drive is secure. I don't know if there's any way to share that data and have a form and protect it any more than we are, which is by only giving access to those three people. Of course, when we do match someone, we share their information, but we have received permission from or expressed to people who have participated and asked them to opt out if they didn't want to give permission, to share their information to resources, organizations, and individuals who can help them. And so from that perspective, we do treat the information as confidential. We don't share it, particularly when Jamie actually does most of the calls to individuals to connect with them. If she finds information that is sensitive, it's not shared with anyone except for the people who really need to know that information. But so I don't know if that answers your question, and I don't think you want to know the boring intricacies of what the systems are that we use, but we do protect it, and it is controlled to a very small number of people. For a while, it was just Jamie and me, and that became untenable for a few different reasons. We're both, mothers who are stretched, and we also there are lots of levels of what we need to do to manage that information, and having even just the one additional person in Core is really wonderful at helping us to keep that data, ship shape.
Good, thank you. I also would just reiterate Karen's sentiment that I hope and assume you all will be able to carry this going forward. Certainly through the pandemic, but also I think it's a remarkable resource you've created, and ways that we can support that as a town in general, even in times of quote unquote less need. I think that's great. So really appreciate it.
And I think I would just refer to Jamie's been working really intensively on the neighborhood point person piece, and the goal with that is really to create an infrastructure of a lot of different communication systems so that we can really get out to as many people in town in the case of an emergency. So I agree. I think that's our intention and our hope, that this would be a useful kind of structure for the future, whatever it holds.
Good.
I don't think this is the forum to discuss it, but I will say that one of the pieces it has raised is where the vulnerabilities lie in our community that the pandemic is laying bare. And many of them, us know what they are, but the challenges that we face as a community to make sure that folks are okay during this time is real. So anyway, I just appreciate our commitment to each other to do that work.
Yeah, I think, and I highlights it. Of course, many of the people that you are reaching out to individually are people that often, because of their nature, et cetera, are not likely to come forward to ask for help. So I think that's really meaningful to be able to actually get to people and say, we're here if you need us, and we're not going to bug you if you don't, but we're here, and that's great.
And in several cases, it seems like that's what matters. There's a psychological element to this that I think the isolation, it just, so yeah. But then there's you need food part. So that's the other piece we've been really hustling around. So thanks to all of you who have these great systems. The food shelf, Putney Community Cares is offering financial assistance to folks we've sent to them. And It's just amazing what's happening.
David, do you have anything?
I want to say thank you. I want to say I'm proud to be from Putney and feel like the things that you're doing are so important. And I know so many people who are very self-sufficient and yet also proud and are reluctant to ask for help or even receive it sometimes. And I think what you're doing is a great thing. Thank you for doing it. Thank you so much. I feel in so many ways less affected, I think, than most people by this because I work at home and have a successful business and a fairly large group of people around me that I help and who help me because of all my years of being here. But I'm also isolated and don't know many of the people that you know that you're dealing with. And thank you for everything that you're doing. I think it's a great system. Thank you.
Maybe the last thing I'll end on is just that to Josh's earlier point, we created generic sandwich boards, which arguably are difficult to read. So it was a learning lesson, but they are in places where people are walking by. And the sandwich boards were made generic. We were going to put COVID-19 on them, and then we made them generic so that they could be used indefinitely. And so it's like Putney Mutual Aid, neighbors helping neighbors. So it's a resource that we invested in, banners that go over sandwich boards so that those will be there if there's going to be another time that they're needed.
That's great. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us and for all the work you're doing and this update. We really appreciate it. And please keep us in the loop and reach out. I know I meet with you pretty regularly, but if you have anything that comes up, definitely reach out and let us know. So,
Thank you.
Thanks all. I know that Ellen had jumped on this call. Ellen, did you want to give any kind of update at all as to the food shelf's role in this?
I kind of just wanted to hear the update from Mutual Aid, but I will say that the food shelf has, as you've probably been aware of, sprung into action, and our numbers continue to grow with our curbside pickup. And we have about a quarter of our customers each week are getting a home delivery. So that's something new that we've started. And people have been so generous to us, and to David's point, people who receive also want to give, and so we're looking into ways that people can kind of be part of that whole system, so that it's not just a beneficiary, they're able to contribute as well. So we'll keep you posted if we come up with anything. But please, I know probably everyone here does this, but spread the word. We're open to everyone. No need to answer any questions except your town of residence and number in your household. So there's no barrier to coming. You don't even have to get out of your car. So.
Wonderful.
Thanks,
Ellen,
Laura.
can you remind me, I know there's, and maybe you remember the exact timing on this, Wednesday in Brattleboro, there is a food box giveaway again. And
Yes.
this one actually is a fresh food box giveaway, like
Yes.
2 gallons of milk, 20 pounds of chicken.
Yeah, 10
Am
pounds.
I getting this right?
Yep.
Okay.
So it's fresh food and some shelf stable food, and it's a partnership with the food bank and the Abbey Group, which I think is a food distributor. I don't know the time offhand. It's May 27th.
I want to say it's 10 o'clock at
I
the
have 10 o'clock
Brattleboro
in my
High
mind.
School. Yeah.
And one thing they have run out of food at other distributions like this. So that's one thing I wanted to emphasize, even when Herb sent out his email to the school community about this event. We don't ask questions either, and we give away pounds and pounds of food to each person that comes. So if they run out of food at that distribution, come on Saturday from 9 to 11 to the food shelf, because I took a picture that I can share with you separately, but we sometimes give out a full bag of produce, extra produce that we get from the food bank, a full bag of shelf-stable foods, and then extras like dog food or diapers or whatever we have. I mean, it's 3 to 4 bags full of food every week to each person. So
Fantastic. I just found the flyer, and it's Wednesday, May 27th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Brattleboro Union High School. 2 gallons of milk, 7.5 pounds of Cabot cheese, 20 pounds of pre-cooked chicken, and 25 pounds of fresh produce per box.
Yeah.
So, great. Thank you so much, Ellen.
Thank you. We appreciate all you're doing, all of you. Thank you.
Right back at you. So,
I have a question for Ellen.
Yeah.
Ellen, this is Karen. Is Soundview supporting you with paper products too?
Yes, they are. And you probably know that they have been for a long time. They've always said, "Oh, just give us a call if you need anything."
Yeah.
They dropped off, I want to say, 144 rolls of toilet paper and 50 or so rolls of paper towels last week.
Nice.
And that's been so great. And every week we give away either one roll of toilet paper to each family or a roll of paper towels.
Nice.
So they are continuing to be awesome partner for us.
Great. That's good
so
to
good to
hear.
hear.
Alan, this is Josh. I'm just wondering, I know I never connected back with you about masks because I had already left them at the food shelf. There are still more of those masks. Are those something you all would still be able to use more of?
We definitely can use them, but we have plenty left. I'm on the outside team. If you haven't seen what our setup looks like for the food shelf, people pull up in their cars and we have greeters who kind of preview how it's going to work. And one of the questions we ask is, do you need masks? And so we'll hand out a couple of disposable masks, or if we have reusable masks. So they're great to have. I've put one on a couple times when my reusable mask has gotten really, uncomfortable to wear, but we definitely still have a good supply left.
Okay, sounds good. Well, the rest will be at the fire station if you end up needing more.
Okay, thanks, Josh.
Fantastic. All right. Well, thank you so much to all of you. And now we're going to, seeing there's no other, Ruby said she's bowing out to go to a school board meeting and hopefully put up the mask tree, but thanks us all. And we'll be watching for the public pool update. Thank you, Ruby. So, all right, so we're going to move on to an equity and inclusion update, and I believe that Lisa is here to speak to that. Lisa, if you can unmute yourself. There she is.
Hi, I'm here. I don't know, it's not, I'm trying to turn my camera on. Okay. Oh, there I am. But also, I figured you should get a face and a name. Can you see me? No?
Not yet.
All right. There you are. Hi.
There you are.
Hi. I'm Lisa Munoz. I haven't met some of you. I arrived in Putney end of June last year, and I live and work at the Putney School. So nice to meet you.
Same here.
Nice to meet you.
And I'm the Director of Equity and Inclusion at the Putney School, which is a new position for the school as of last June. And I'm here to share, is it possible to share my screen with you all so that you can see where I'm reading from, or?
I
can't, I'm not a presenter. Is it possible?
Hang on a minute and I can maybe do that for you, Lisa.
Thank you.
If you make her a presenter, Karen, she should be able to then share her screen.
Try that.
Yep. All right.
There we go.
So the Equity and Inclusion Committee met probably for the first time after, I would say, a month or two hiatus because of COVID-19 and sort of how that rocked everybody's world. But when we got together, we started having conversations about how equity and inclusion, sort of, as you've been having discussions today, expose what's always been there, and how this committee can offer suggestions about how to make sure that everybody is safe and also belongs. And so one of our thoughts was to ask the select board to consider a recommendation really about what it means. I titled the document, What It Means to Be a Good Neighbor and Safety for All, with the lens of inclusion and belonging and community. So if you allow me to read the recommendation, and this is really about the citizens and community of Putney and the visitors that are, I'm sure, on their way as restrictions are being lifted every day and people get more comfortable getting in their car and driving through this scenic little community. So here's our recommendation. Dear Putney community, one of the unspoken tenets of being a good neighbor is looking out for others. During this global pandemic, please remember that looking out for others does not mean we abandon empathy, civility, and humanity. Many in the community are scared for a host of reasons, but do not let your fear turn into unsanctioned policing of others in the community. As the weather warms and restrictions loosen, there will be more visitors to Putney. It would be prejudicial and presumptive to assume you know something about someone based on the fact they have out-of-state plates or a different race and ethnicity than your own. As the governor's office recently shared, individuals in Vermont have been told that they do not belong and to leave because out-of-state plates and the color of their skin. These biased incidents have no place in Vermont or in Putney. All people, residents, and visitors are deserving of safety and compassion. As a result of hearing about these incidents of bias, the following is an endorsed recommendation from the Equity and Inclusion Committee of Putney. And here's what we would like, I guess, publicized in some way. We know that we're in difficult times and that the tensions are high right now. In an attempt to create an environment of civility and respect, we ask that if you see someone without out-of-state plates, someone not following the state or store's policies, do not approach them. In cases where you have concerns about someone not wearing masks or using social distancing, please inform the appropriate people. In a business setting, please ask to speak to the management. If the concern is more global and involves policy, please direct your concern to the town manager or the Putney Select Board. The aforementioned people have been trained to properly address any situation of noncompliance of state, town, or store policy and will address any relevant challenges. We recognize that the residents of Putney rightfully may expect that everyone in our town respects the guidance provided by the state of Vermont. Vermont currently has the lowest increase of COVID-19 in the nation because we have put the needs of the community above all. Echoing the words of Dr. Maya Angelou, if you know better, all of us need to do better for our community and those who visit Putney. I'm going to stop sharing. And see. Our conversation and our efforts was to support and to educate, and to really, the concern grew out of reported incidents of people taking it upon themselves to really police other people and make potentially dangerous situations for themselves and for those that they have approached. I will share that I have out-of-state plates. A colleague of mine has out-of-state plates, and they were followed onto campus and they were asked why they were here. They were white. It wasn't about race, but it was, if that was me in a car, that's kind of terrifying to be stopped and asked, why are you here? What are you doing? And so that was sort of the express, to keep everybody's safety in mind and really to ask community members not to police other people. It's a dangerous situation.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, Jamie, if you want to add anything, if I missed anything.
No, it was really powerful that our equity committee meeting raised this a week prior to the incident, and it was at Hartford.
Yes.
And so we had discussed creating a statement, and then this happened in Hartford, Vermont. The governor reacted swiftly, reached out to the family that had been attacked. And so it just was really powerful to see the context and the importance of this work. And I'm really grateful that we have the Equity and Inclusion Committee that gives that space for us to do that work. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
So to the select board, the Equity and Inclusion Committee's ask is that we adopt this statement as our own. And I put that out there to you.
So I will make a motion that I'm happy to adopt it as our own, but I almost feel like it might be more appropriate for us to endorse it as a statement from the Equity and Inclusion Committee, and maybe that's just wording, but I'd like to make
Thank you.
endorse the statement from the Equity and Inclusion Committee and to post it as we are able in public places, i.e. our website, etc.
Thank you. Can I just add something? I think it will tie later into your conversation that you have about face masks in Brattleboro and where Putney comes down on it, because that will be, wherever it lands, a policing issue for people about wearing masks.
So can I make a comment?
Thank you. Well, first we have a motion, so we should probably keep the motion moving and then we can have discussion.
Did you make the motion?
I made the motion, David.
Sorry, I'll second the motion. Thank you. We're good. Second. It's been a long day.
It's been moved and seconded. Now, is there any discussion?
Yeah, I just want to clarify my statement. I think the reason I think it's preferable to me to endorse it rather than to adopt it is that I think it's important that it's a statement from the Equity and Inclusion Committee and from us, but I prefer that it reflects the strength of that committee for us to endorse it rather than to adopt it as our own, because I think that's important. So that's the only reason.
I totally agree, Josh. In fact, when we had at the last meeting with them, I think I used the language endorse and just kind of misspoke this time around. But thank you. I wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment. Oh, Karen, you had a question?
I have a comment. So when we state policing, so concerns are coming to the town manager or the select board. So we have no ability to enforce. So how are we going to handle?
We have an ability to direct, and if it is something where law is being broken, then we can redirect to the sheriff or we can redirect to the survey link, or depending on the circumstance. But honestly, if it came to me, I would probably redirect it to you. If it was a policy thing, then we would discuss it as a select board. So I think that's where that comes from.
And I like what Lisa said, because it's about educating. And, I mean, we can't be out there being vigilantes. I mean.
No, that's the fear that people take it upon themselves.
Right.
That's the danger, really. And I think it's based out of fear and, the biases that we carry. But it's a slippery slope once you start doing that.
And the thing too is, if anybody feels threatened, they should automatically be calling the sheriff's department or the state police for that matter. So
absolutely.
Yeah.
Any further discussion? Jamie, I see your hand up.
One of the things that has come up for me is we live near an Airbnb, and it struck me early on that I was seeing a bunch of out-of-state plates. And so I had shared in the equity meeting that one of the challenges that I am struggling with as somebody who was born and raised out of state is some of the reactions that I'm feeling in community about seeing out-of-state plates. And for me, I've been trying to think of how to, instead of calling, I don't want to be calling police. Somebody encouraged me. I reached out to the proper channels and someone encouraged me to call the police. And I said, because it was against the governor's order at the time. And I said, I'm not going to be calling the police on my neighbors or, whoever. But I did realize that for me, it was about reflecting back to policymakers that we need better policy. And so for me also as a community member, I started thinking, well, what scares me about this? And so the thought that folks could be coming into the community with COVID and then going into the grocery store. So I've started thinking, why can't Putney Mutual Aid reach out to all the Airbnbs and ask them if folks are arriving from out of state to give them our phone number so that they can call and get grocery delivery. So I'm trying to think of where the fear is and what the solution point is and how policy can create better community outcomes and what the goal of this is, which is safety and respect for everyone in our community.
Thank you, Jamie. I really appreciate that line of thinking. Is there any further discussion on this statement?
Just one clarification that the word policing is used in the first paragraph of that statement, not in the statement that we're endorsing. I mean, I agree with Karen. We are not the police, and so we won't be policing. But that term is used not in the statement itself, but in the introduction to it. So I think that's appropriate. So, because we don't have the ability to police, we can certainly refer to police as Laura or somebody said, but other than that, it's not our tenure.
And and in the language, it really means the sort of civilian policing of each other and not the actual authority of policing.
Right.
And it's for when people take essentially the law, and so they become
right
that party. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Do we have any further discussion on this? Okay. So it's been moved and seconded to endorse this statement from the Equity and Inclusion Committee on what did you call it? Being a good neighbor, or
I called it a good neighbor, safety for all, because as I was thinking of when I was drafting it, that was really like the heart of it is I think your people are trying to be good neighbors. The outcome is, it's not safety for all. It's actually dangerous to do that.
So to endorse the good neighbor, safety for all statement, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So it's been moved and passed. Thank you for the work you've done. Meeting with you
Can I
has
take a photo of you all doing that?
Yes, you can take a photo.
Hands
in the air. I'm documenting how proud I am right now.
It's the first Equity and Inclusion Committee action.
I'm sending this to the whole equity committee.
Lovely. That's wonderful.
Thank you, Lisa.
It's interesting, that something like a pandemic brings out issues of equity and inclusion that, of course, are there all the time, but become noticeable in ways that none of us really assume they're going to at any time, because we're used to it being suppressed for all sorts of reasons. So it's important to be acting on it.
Yeah.
Thank you. And it was nice meeting those that I have not met. And hope I'll see you in town with my mask. Bye.
Thanks, Jamie.
Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you.
I'm waiting for the
Okay,
pool.
Oh, that's a ways down the agenda, but we'll get there.
Yeah.
So next up is the VLCT Select Board Rules of Procedure Approval and Adoption. And this is, we had discussed this briefly a couple of different times. These are the recommended rules of procedure from VLCT. They move a little bit away from Robert's Rules of Order, but they still keep us well within the guidelines of open meeting law. And it's just basically a structure for us to work in that we honestly are using currently. So we are technically supposed to have rules of procedure though. So if somebody wants to make a motion and then we could discuss.
I'll make a motion to adopt that. Well, there's one comment I want to make about them, but I'll make a motion to adopt the presented rules of procedure for the Bunny Select Board.
And I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded, and now discussion.
This may be in there and I didn't see it. I was just wondering, is this something that would be adopted annually by any given select board, or is this sort of are we adopting this for the select boards of the future kind of thing?
So my understanding is we're actually supposed to set rules and procedure every time we change our governance. So, so it would be an annual procedure.
The reason I asked was because the specific to setting a time and a date or a time and a place for meetings. That's something that comes up for discussion every year, and I just wanted to make sure that this was more of an annual adoption thing than, because we don't want to tell future select boards when they have to meet, because that's up to them.
Right.
So that was the only concern.
Shortly after we went through our reorganization, I mean, like the day after we went through our reorganization, COVID hit us in a major way. And so we missed some of these norms and we're just catching up now, it feels like. But I think that going forward in future years, it would probably look like this and the paper of record and the time and place and the all of that would happen in the same meeting. And it just didn't pan out that way this year because we were dealing with a pandemic. But all right, so it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Okay, hearing no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We have passed a motion to adopt the VLCT Select Board Rules of Procedure approval, or sorry, just procedure. And then we have the EMD delegation of authority was slipped into our schedule here.
So I'll make a motion that we accept the recommendation of the current EMD to delegate authority as proposed to Chris Fellows and Evan Martin.
And I second that.
Okay, been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor of delegating Mark Fellows and, oh, wait a minute. Yes, Mark Fellows. No, I'm mixing up names. Chris and, remind me.
Evan,
thank you. Evan, Chris and Evan, thank you. To the EMD position temporarily. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
So,
and now, go ahead.
Can I presume that Laura's going to sign this document?
Yes.
Sure.
All right. It's in your mailbox at the office, Laura.
Okay. I can.
Only requires a single signature, I think, right, Karen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. next on our agenda is fire warden approval. This is something we actually already approved, Mark Fellows and Russ Ellis. We just need signatures. Is that correct, Karen?
That is correct.
Okay. So my understanding is, David, you've signed, Josh and I are the negligent parties here. We need to get in and sign.
Well,
Okay.
Is there?
yeah, the documents just came like last week in the
Okay.
mail. And
Okay.
then we had to have Mark and Russ sign them. But you guys did approve the fire wardens with the slate of appointees back in March.
Yep.
So.
All right. So we're not in trouble, Josh. So we'll get in and sign those. Karen, when do you need those by? I'll try and get in tomorrow.
So they terminate on June 30th. So.
Okay.
So it should, yeah, July 1st, they'll start their new term.
Okay.
So those are in your box as well, Laura.
Fantastic.
And then if we can get Josh to come in over the weekend.
Okay. Well, we all have to sign warrants too. So.
Well, they designated you as a signer.
That's true. That's right. So, so just I have to make sure I get in tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Moving on to the East Putney Brook Road Bridge discussion.
So I put this on the agenda only to bring it back onto the table. As you all know, the bridge has been shut off with the Jersey barriers because it's unsafe for pedestrians, for one thing. And we didn't want any vehicle traffic going over it, not knowing, the integrity of the bridge. So Bryce Hodgson had approached me over the phone and said, hey, what's going on with the bridge? Is it ever going to open again? And I'm like, well, I really don't know, Bryce, when that would happen. And he says he offered to pull the materials together for the decking and volunteers to redo the bridge. And I'm like, all right, see, if you can do that, let me know. So he has secured black locusts for the decking. He has secured volunteers to take the old decking up and put the new decking down. And he's also has a friend who is a state of Vermont project engineer, and she is actually project engineer on the Route 5 bridge right by the G store. So she went with Bryce and looked underneath, and she asked Bryce if there's any structural reports on that bridge. So I'm going to touch base with Renee, and because it's over a stream, there might be certain permitting that we would have to get, but I would like to talk to Brian Harlow first and foremost, because it is a trail. We don't have to maintain the bridge, but if we have somebody willing to replace it and they have the material already, is that something the select board would be interested in?
So Karen and I had this discussion earlier, and I find it interesting. My one concern is that the discussion on the other end of that trail was that Westminster wants to close it. And so if we approve the rebuilding of this bridge, even at no cost to the town, and it's for vehicular use, where are cars going to go? How are they going to turn around? Those are questions that came to mind for me.
So can I just also add that Bryce did mention that if the town could purchase the hardware, to put the decking down. And I don't know what else it would require. But in any event, if it doesn't open up to motorized vehicles, like passenger trucks and Jeeps and that kind of stuff, that deck still needs to be, something has to happen because people are walking on it. And
There's a safety issue. Yeah.
that's the liability that I'm worried about. And dirt bikes are going around the Jersey barrier now, and four-wheelers are going through the brook to get to the other side. So they're finding means and ways to get around the Jersey barriers. And it appears, and I have not been out there, but it appears somebody has hit the barrier. They must not have known it was there because there's broken glass and the sign is knocked over. So somebody was out there and had a small accident, but it is a liability to the town. So we have to make a decision. And Laura, you're right, because Westminster does not want to open their end, because all that traffic is going into their town forest, and they're trying to alleviate that. But we definitely need to make a decision about this bridge.
How soon do you need a decision from us?
Well, it's been a while now, but we can bring it back onto the table after I talk to Renee and after I talk to Brian Harlow, because I think it's important that he's involved as the road foreman.
Yeah. I'm curious if we can do a compromise and not allow like cars, Jeeps, etc., but allow four-wheelers, dirt bikes, whatever. Is that possible?
It might be.
I think it would be hard to enforce that. If you open the bridge up for a four-wheeler and someone wants to go through with their Jeep and they see a freshly decked bridge, they're going to drive on it.
Yeah.
And
well, I wonder if you narrow it so that a car.
Maybe, and they could just pull it sideways with their Jeep and drive on it. But, I guess, Mike, I have a couple concerns that come up. Is that, are we going to make sure that the supports are good enough? I know that it was looked at by a project engineer, but it would really be nice if someone from town looked at it and made sure that we're not decking on something that is wasting their time and energy of whoever's doing it. And if we're going to do it and do it right, how are we going to restrict car usage? And if we're not going to be able to restrict car usage, what does that mean in our relationship with Westminster? And so if we're going about replacing this bridge, should we think about the future too and the development of the land beyond the bridge? There were people that were interested in having us rebuild this bridge so that they could use the land, which might add houses and people to the tax roll. And so maybe we should think about it in a bigger picture.
Right.
Yeah, that's good points, David.
Be a culvert, maybe it's finished and done right, even though we can't afford to do anything right now. So I think it's a great idea. It's wonderful that someone's volunteering the materials and the time, but I think we need to look at all those things.
Yeah. Excellent points, David.
I think that as far as Westminster is concerned, I don't remember exactly how long a trail this creates for us on our side. My recollection is maybe a half mile to a mile, but I might be wrong. But not to disrespect Westminster at all, but as David's alluding to, if it does create access to an area of Putney that people want access to, then it's incumbent upon Westminster to close it off at the point they want it closed off. Right. Not that this shouldn't be part of the discussion, but it's not up to us to limit traffic on our trails in order to accommodate Westminster's desires. And again, that nothing against Westminster with that. It's just if it gives people access they want on the Putney side, that's good. I think that we would have to be also sort of to David's point, if it's going to be brought up and we improved or repaired, and we are going to endorse that in any way, basically by allowing it, that potentially opens it up as a liability for us. So we would need to make sure that it was done to the standard that the state would require. If so, that's, and Brian certainly would be aware of what that would be. And I'm assuming Renee, you're talking about as a state person?
Yes.
Okay, so I think we just need to know that first, what the standard, I mean, I think I agree, it would be great if this was done, because I think people are using it anyway, and we should do it if they're using it anyway.
Right.
Or if somebody's doing it at no charge, that's great. And I'm certainly in support of supplying hardware, et cetera, but that also probably implies that it needs railings, it needs,
Yes.
there will be more to it. So I think we would need to know what that standard is and the actual expenses to the town involved, even with volunteers. If we were then, if volunteers, for example, just put a deck on it and then we were responsible for railing, what does that imply, et cetera? So
Yeah.
All well-made points, and I think that part of my concern around Westminster is that I thought that we had this conversation with them as we were going through this the last go around, and so I just want to make sure that we haven't indicated to them in any way that, like, hey, we're going to close this off on our end too, and now we're suddenly shifting without communicating with them.
Right. So I don't mind talking with Westminster, but I first want more information on the bridge, because if we're not able to even repair it because of the structures underneath, the rails, because somebody said they were, it's like steel beams from a flatbed truck. So I'm thinking maybe this bridge only becomes a walkway, So, because we don't want to put a new deck on something that's going to fail anyways, because it's still a liability to the town.
exactly, yeah.
My thought is, if it's only going to become a walkway, we really ought to think about what we want to do with that land in the future before we go and build a walkway in a spot where we might actually want to put a bridge someday for cars. So if we build it down and then have to tear it out and build it up again, maybe that's not the thing to do.
Right.
So just a thought. Maybe the thing to do is to take this bridge down and put in a little walkway bridge somewhere else. Right next to it, we still have the site or something else. And that might be.
Yeah. So I think we need to really research this further and look at all the factors and the variables. Because I know the land on that trail, David, there's access from 2 other roads on the other side. So those people already have access. So I wasn't concerned with shutting the bridge off right now. But in the future, we definitely got to think of something and have some sort of solution.
Well, the other thing also to that point is that if maintaining any bridge of any size gives us a grandfather clause in respect to future development, we would want to be cautious not to lose that, because getting permitting to build new bridges is not that easy. So, if it would buy us, whatever, a decade or 2 of time to improve it, well, we see what happens with that land. That might not be a bad idea. But we did also have this discussion and all agree that we didn't really need this access. So I think the place to start is to explore, if we're going to do something, what has to be done, and then we revisit the conversation. Seems logical.
Yes. Okay.
All right. So moving on, audit proposal results, recommendation and approval of auditor.
So
you've got some quotes.
Yep. And then I sent you the spreadsheet with all the costs.
Yeah. Thank you. That's helpful.
See that?
I'm only aware of having received one proposal, and I didn't see a spreadsheet, so I'm not familiar with this yet.
Okay, so
I got all the different proposals, but not a spreadsheet. I don't know, maybe I didn't open it right, but I saw the different companies and what their bids were.
so the
So-
spreadsheet went out this afternoon.
Oh, okay.
It went out later than the original. We had 1, 2, 3.
Is the
4.
spreadsheet the one that lists all the different municipalities that each firm?
Can you see that?
I did get that. I'm sorry, I got that. Thank you.
Hang on a minute. I wonder if I can share my screen.
Thank you, Laura.
You should be able to. Uh-huh.
Hold on.
I'm opening it now. Anyway, Karen.
Okay. Let me see if I can do this. I have to remember where it was.
It's the title is Auditor's List.
Let me see if I can. Do you guys, do you see this?
I see your screen, but holy smokes, Karen.
There we go. Yep.
What? Is it too big?
Make it twice as big. I can't read it.
Hang on a minute. I think I just lost it. I think
Seeing your
I
home
just turned
screen.
the list up. Hold on. Something's going on.
Oh, it was back for a second.
Do you see it?
There it is.
There it is. Yep.
Do you see it okay?
I'm not seeing it, but I have it on paper, so
All right.
I'm not sure what's going on my end.
All right. So there were 7, I think I just said, letters that went out. And then we had 2 that responded they could not send a proposal because they were too busy. But we did get 4 in. So of the 4, R.H.R. Smith and Company, Batchlanders Associates, Mudgett, Graham and Graham gave us cost proposals. And as you can see here, I mean, they're pretty much apples to apples, except for the cost. And I want you to, if you notice the hours.
Yeah, I was curious about that.
Yeah. Now, R.H.R. Smith and Company are out of Buxton, Maine. I did reach out to Chester, Vermont, Rockingham, and Vernon.
Nice.
To ask them, you know, how the company is. I had a lot of questions just to get a consensus to see, you know, if they're happy with them and, you know, how long they've been working with the firm. But I have not got a response yet. So another point, John Mudgett, who's been with us, with the town of Putney since 2004, and he does a really good job. And with our grants, we're supposed to go out to bid for auditing services every 3 years. So this is why I put this out there. And to see what the costs are and how competitive, you know, are we with Mudgett compared to someone else.
And remind me, Karen, wasn't he talking about retiring?
Yes.
Yeah.
But that's but his firm will continue. He himself would, at least mostly. I mean, I've had this conversation with him, so he would mostly retire, but his firm would still have the capacity and desire to do our work, and also is familiar with our situation and our numbers, et cetera. I have also, just on a sort of separate personal note, I have worked with John's firm in a different capacity on a different board, and the other folks in his firm are very capable as well. And not to say that's the way we should go necessarily, but just a comment. My personal feeling would be that it's really important we hear back from those other towns about the folks in Maine before we.
I agree with you.
I mean, it's not a huge price difference. It seems to me it's a big enough price difference, so it's worth considering if everybody says, wow, these guys are great. But if everybody says, yeah, they've been fine, but, there's this and that, then it's probably not worth making that change.
And I agree with you, Josh, on that. I want to wait for responses to come back and then make a recommendation.
Yeah, I agree with that. So, all right, do we need to have any further discussion about this tonight, or can we move on from here?
David's got a question.
Oh, go for it, David.
Like my comment, I'm always wanting to, make the best deal possible.
I can't, David's breaking up for me. I don't know whether he is for you guys.
Yeah, he's breaking up for me too.
David? Oh, we're going to lose David.
There, that's better.
Oh, he looks like he might be back. Oh, no. Oh, David. Can you type your question in the chat? Can you hear us? I just want to give him a minute.
Yeah.
Maybe you could call Karen on her cell phone, or we can see you, we can hear you. Oh, maybe.
He's coming back, but.
You're very pixelated.
Yeah, I think he's frozen now.
Oh, here we go. I see the phone out. Oh my goodness. He's still muted, his camera, his microphone. Oh, there he is. David, can you?
Yeah, now you're back.
I think you're back.
You had
I don't know what happened.
Oh, there you are. Okay, you're back.
All right, I'll make this really quick. I think trust is hugely important, especially in this, and when it comes to the finances. And if we know you have a really good working relationship with someone that knows our situation, I think that's valuable. And I don't think it's that much money difference. It would be good to know, how other people feel about them. But, when I have, and I know this is not an accurate, metaphor, but when I have a supplier or a vendor that I know is going to do me right, even if they cost a little bit more, the ease of it is worth something. And you've worked with them before, Karen, so that might be worth something to you too. I think.
Right.
I'd like to know what you think about this.
Well, I've talked to John, and I know he's, looking at retirement, and he did state, that he would hand over our file to somebody in his office and, get them up to speed. So I trust him on that. But I think going out competitively and just shopping around to see, what's out there is a good thing. And, sometimes it's not bad either to, make a change,
Yeah.
Because there might be something, they have a different style of doing audits, or, they might make recommendations, because we're new to them, so sometimes you get complacent, after long period of time, and it's like anything that we do, so, but I'm going to wait and see what the other 3 towns have to say, and then we can make a decision.
I would just say that this appears to me to have been quite a valuable exercise, just to see that everybody, really, there's not a lot of variety in the numbers. So,
right.
everybody's very much in the same ballpark. So, so that means that's an appropriate ballpark, seemingly.
Right.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Yep. And
All right.
if I have to go by the hours, John's got 120 hours, and he's also got single audit report down, which the other ones don't, and I have to question that too, especially with R.H.R. Smith, because if we have more than $750,000 in grant money, we have to have a single audit. So, and that's more money. So, but John's listed that here.
Okay, so we're going to come back to this.
Yes,
when
we are.
when you have more information from other towns.
How much of a hurry are we in, Karen?
How much what?
Of a hurry are, I mean, we don't, if we make that decision a week or 2 weeks from now, that's fine, right?
Right. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
No, we're okay.
All right, moving on to the Forest for Learning status. And I don't know, Josh and David, we got another email on this about an hour before we went into meeting.
Did you guys see that?
I saw it came in, but I didn't get a chance to read it.
I'm in the same boat.
So I actually think that for this conversation, it's important that we're all able to be on the same page with this. It's not a very long email. Are you able to go back in and give it a quick read?
Do you want me to share it?
Yeah, could you share it? That'd be awesome.
Because at this point, it's public information.
I can read it out loud too. It's not that long. So I don't know how you uptake information though.
I'm looking right at it now, Laura, so I'm all set.
Okay.
And
okay,
I can
great.
read whatever.
Oh, what did I do? Oh, let me see. I don't know if I can pull it up for you, David.
All right, I'm getting there.
All right.
Just give you guys a few minutes to review this, and then we can jump back in.
Regarding any conveyance. So the veto power that he's referring to would be conveyance of an easement, I'm assuming. Is that correct, Laura? Do you know? I can't remember. I might be able to answer my own question, but hang on.
Yes, that we wouldn't have veto power for conveyance of an easement.
Right.
Which, I mean, frankly, I don't feel the need for that. I just feel the need to secure that it's going to come back to us should anything happen. Should anything unplanned happen, I want to know that it's going to come back to the town of Putney, not go to the state, not go to the county, not go to whoever. Yes.
Yeah, no, I would agree with you. I mean, I think that my assumption based on Lionel's capabilities and experience is that he's going to seek and get a really appropriate easement for it.
Agreed.
You know, if that appeared not to be the case, I think the publicity from that would probably be something that would end up, for all practical purposes, vetoing that anyway. So I don't think that's a power we need to have, in my opinion. Yeah. I think that's sort of overreach, not necessarily, but could be.
Well, and I just want to state that in these emails that have gone back and forth, it seems that there has been a misunderstanding as to our intentions here. This is not a trust issue on our behalf. We don't have concerns about how the Forest for Learning Board is going to take action. We're worried about the what ifs, when things don't go the way we plan them to. And so that's really all this is about, is ensuring that that forest stays in the hands of the people of Putney,
Right.
or for the purpose of the people of Putney, not necessarily the hands of, but
yeah. No, I agree, and I had this conversation with Karen after our last meeting, that I think part of the confusion or frustration, perhaps, on the part of the Forest for Learning board, and particularly Lionel, was perhaps related to the language that Bob Fisher used in conveying the message from Larry, which was basically, it implied that our intentions to convey the land had changed. And I think we tried to make that clear in our statements last time, but I would just like to reiterate, we have all along had the intention, and know that we also have, based on the agreement we had with the select board who drafted the initial suggestion, we're committed to doing this. It's nothing about our intentions or our desires as far as having the Forest for Learning there. It's that long-term assurance if things do not go as intended. Right. So, and the way it was presented in a statement to them, and I don't know whether that was something Larry said that Bob misinterpreted, or that, I'm not sure how that happened, but I don't think our intentions have ever changed. We just needed the sort of assurance aspect of it.
Right.
So I personally feel like these first two paragraphs really cover that, that in the event the Forest for Learning Incorporated fails to deliver on its mission, yada, yada, it will revert to the town of Putney. And then within the, if there is a disillusionment, then it returns to the town of Putney, because that was where I found some of my biggest concern was the language around it going to a government entity, not necessarily us specifically. I don't know if the rest of the select board agrees with me, but if we can all support this, we may be close to a resolution.
Yeah, yes, I would agree, and I'm supportive of. I think we're very much headed in the right direction. I think that what we don't have, basically, Larry forwarded this to Karen, and Karen forwarded it to us, but I don't see a clear statement on Larry's part that this is satisfactory from him. So I think that for me, that would mean we shouldn't try and take an action on this tonight, which I don't think you're suggesting anyway. But I think we should, just confirm with Larry that this satisfies his concerns. And if so, I certainly could get on board supporting it.
Yeah.
My question was that Larry was really, it seemed quite clear and adamant about it needed to be attached to the deed. And I don't know, I'm not a lawyer, and these aren't. And so I'm wondering about that, and I wanted to hear from him too. I was hoping there was a letter from him in here. But
although he did also say that it didn't necessarily need to be in the deed as long as I can't remember the language he used. Karen is raising her hand and maybe saying, but essentially,
as long as it runs with the land.
Exactly. So as long as that's the case, effectively, I think it does the same thing.
Yeah.
Karen.
Okay, so I just want to point out to the select board that I do agree, because I was not clear. I think Larry's 2 points in the very first email on May 18th at 5:02 p.m. That Laura just brought up, and David also mentioning that, Larry wanted those in the deed. And yes, I agree with all that. Now, Bob Fisher's letter to Larry mentions a separate document that he refers to as the agreement. And I have to say that if Lionel worked with Bob Fisher on all of these points in this proposal, it was very thought out. He put more work into this, and it actually made me feel better and more comfortable. So I believe that with Larry's comments and Larry's second email, if we get the right of reversion language in the deed, but also have them draft up this agreement.
Mm-hmm.
Because in that proposal, it gives Forest for Learning 5 years to obtain the easements. And if they don't, then the land will revert back to the town anyways. Okay, so I think we have to understand that it is going to take a little time. It took over 2 years to, pull this nonprofit together. And it sounds like that they have to go through certain steps in order to secure funding and to sell, the easement. So I think we can give them that, but I also feel that this language needs to be in an agreement and the select board need to be comfortable with that. And it also refers to having a select board negotiate with Forest for Learning, for conservation easements. And I think that's critical.
Yeah, I would tend to disagree with that.
But they're offering it, they're offering it.
I don't think they're offering, I think they're offering us an opportunity to sit on that board, for one of us to be a representative on that board. I think that Lionel's been pretty clear that he doesn't want other people to be a part of the process, that it's a delicate process to go after conservation easements. Maybe I'm incorrect, but what I saw was where was that?
Forest for Learning will welcome a Putney Select Board liaison to its board so that there is openness and transparency in how the organization proceeds with the management of the property pending the sale of the development rights.
And I think, personally, I think that's a great thing for us to secure. I don't know that any one of us should feel obligated to do that at this point, but there may be future board members that would want to be a part of that and to sit on that board. So it would be nice to have the security of we can have a place at the table if we want it.
I don't hear that offering a position on that board. I hear it offering a position as a liaison.
A liaison, yes. Yeah.
Which I don't think the select board needs a position on that board. If there were any select board member who were interested and wanted to be a part of it and was able to contribute, I would assume Forest for Learning would welcome that anyway. So I don't think there needs to be. I don't think that needs to be sort of a guaranteed position, but I can understand Lionel's point of not wanting the select board to be part of the negotiation of an easement, because easements are complicated and they're time consuming and so on and so forth.
Right.
Honestly, it's not really our purview. I mean, we don't, I think that we should be informed. We should trust because that's the nature of the beast. But I think that if we are signing this deed over to these folks, putting trust in them to do what they're intending to do, then we're saying, yeah. And as long as we have that assurance that if it doesn't go the way they think, then it comes back to us, I think that's fine. And they're going to do the right thing. And if for some reason it doesn't work out, then we get it back, then that's what it is. But I don't feel like I don't think we need to micromanage that in any way. And I think that's what Lionel's concerned about, is that, if it becomes a select board issue as well, suddenly it becomes, a constant source of discussion, et cetera, that they have to manage. And that's pretty cumbersome. So I'm fine with it.
Yeah. We can slow the whole process down by, we already have.
Yeah. No, I would defer to Larry's opinion on the appropriateness of the proposed inclusions, et cetera, that Bob is proposing. And I think we see what Larry has to say about it and then go from there.
Well, in Larry's email on May 18th at 5:02, he did make a statement, your suggestion, meaning Bob's, of an agreement which would survive the deed and be recorded in the land records is a good suggestion.
Yes. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
So what would the select board like to do at this point? So it sounds like everybody's agrees that moving forward, and I mean, from what I've read, I feel comfortable.
So I think at this point we need to have Larry give feedback. If Larry is comfortable with what Bob has proposed here, then I think, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe that we could move forward with this process with Larry and Bob making an agreement on that, making the additional updates that we would need, and then it could come back before us. And as long as Larry and Bob have come to a full agreement on this language, I'm comfortable with this. It sounds like the rest of the select board is comfortable with this. We just need to hear from Larry that this is good enough for him. And if not, why? Like what would be?
What's missing?
Where yes, exactly. So and then if that can happen I mean, we're already looking at 3 weeks behind, almost 4 weeks behind where they expected to be at. I would love to push this. If Larry says tomorrow, this is great, I would love for us to try and reconvene very quickly just to make this happen.
Yeah.
Or to say now, well, no, because we agreed on a different document, and this would be an additional document. So we would have to meet again. We would have to call a quick emergency meeting to just all come together and agree on it, and then we could sign it and be done with it.
Or, I mean, if we're intending to meet next week anyway, I'm not sure.
We're not.
We're not. Okay. So
no,
yeah,
we were gonna.
I think that
2 weeks.
In order to be assured that this is the case, and that Larry agrees, et cetera, before we vote on something, my feeling would be we need final documents presented from Larry and or Bob that they both agree to and that we can essentially endorse and agree to. So I think we have to have the documentation, and that may be the part that slows it down a little bit. But as soon as Larry has a document in front of him that he can get on board with, I'm comfortable getting on board with that. So
Agreed. And from the language that I'm seeing in these emails, it looks like they're really close. The two of them agree that they're really close.
Yes.
So I would love to see this resolved before our next meeting. I know that Forest for Learning would love to see this resolved before our next meeting, but we will.
So it's not going to happen this week because Larry was prepping for a Supreme
That's right.
Court case. So
priorities, Karen. Come on, push the guy a little bit.
Hey, I got all of this from him this week, so it's all good.
That's good. No, I think we're definitely headed in the right direction.
In the right direction, and a lot came out of this, so everyone's done a good job. So I'll touch base with Larry, and Monday's a holiday too, so that's going to be another day delayed. So we're going to have patient, okay?
Yeah. I guess my point to the board is just that if we get this, I would love for us to be able to call a quick meeting and resolve it for these folks. So, all right. So we're moving on. We added the conversation around masks to the agenda, and I don't know, David and Josh, have you had a chance to see what the town of Brattleboro chose to do regarding?
No.
Okay, so I'm just going to give you a quick rundown of that. Last night, the town of Brattleboro chose to basically require that face coverings are required in all public premises. And so it reads that starting May 20th, 2020, all establishments located in the town of Brattleboro that invite the public into their premises for the purpose of receiving services, purchasing products, or otherwise transacting business shall require both staff and customers or visitors to wear cloth face coverings or face shields over their nose and mouth while inside the establishment. The exceptions are cloth face coverings should not be placed on a young child under the age of 5, anyone who has trouble breathing, or anyone who is unconscious, incapacitated, or otherwise unable to remove the mask without assistance. And they have posting requirements. This is an ordinance that the effective period is that it shall remain in order until the Brattleboro Select chooses to amend, rescind, or suspend this order, or until the governor declares an end to the COVID-19 state of emergency in Vermont, whichever occurs first. So the governor has, in his wisdom, decided not to make a decision on this and to kick it down to the towns and put us in this position. And I reached out to our business owners today, as many of them as I could speak to, and got most of the responses that I got from our business owners were that they would appreciate us passing something like this because they feel like they are in a really hard position right now. Some of the feedback I got was, we're afraid that if you do something like this, we'll lose business. And so they would rather us make it a recommendation than a requirement. I will say that was the first business I spoke with that was more like, hey, recommendation, not requirement. 3 of the businesses I spoke with after that asked very clearly that we make it a requirement. So I'm just curious as to how the select board feels about it, and I wanted to bring it up because it feels important, and in light of all the discussions that we've been having, like something we should really be thinking about.
I'm happy to comment, but David, you want to comment first or not?
I'm still chewing on it.
I mean, you know, I think that as we always discuss in situations like this, we have no ability to enforce. So for all practical purposes, it's really just a recommendation anyway. I think actually of somebody in a business like David's, where if we were to say all businesses in town are required to do this, David runs a business, and we shouldn't bias our decision based on David's business, obviously, but the nature of his business is that, he's got a big open door, there's airflow, so on and so forth. So a requirement would seem to me to feel a little bit overly stringent as far as that's concerned. In an enclosed space where somebody's coming in, I think it should be. I guess my feeling would be, if there's any way we can word it so that it's required based on the desire of the business owner, that might be the best way to do it. But I don't know whether that's something we can do and or whether that's helpful in a way that is at all meaningful. I guess that depends a little bit on whether it's a business owner or their clients who are resistant to do this and what the feelings about that are. I mean, obviously somebody who's going to a business can either choose to, they can choose to go to the business or not, but the business owner can't choose who they allow into their store or not. So we want to give the strength to the business owner to say, you have to wear a mask if you come into my business. But I don't think we necessarily want to say that that applies to all businesses in town. And I'm not sure how we do that. So I guess.
So my thought was that we switch the wording. Instead of saying required, we request. So I think that, at first I'd been talking about with Karen earlier this morning, we recommend it, and recommend it doesn't feel, request feels like it's a little bit stronger language than recommend. We're actually asking you to do this as a town, and whether or not businesses or individuals choose to uphold that becomes their choice.
So I guess, yeah, I agree. I agree that sounds like a good way to do it. I guess I might, if possible, strengthen it a little bit more by saying we request that businesses require masks, both of their employees and of their clientele.
They're already required by the state for the employees.
It is in all,
yes.
In all settings, or I mean, I know it is in retail.
All settings where you're serving the public. Yeah, even nonprofits. In all settings where you're coming into contact with the public are required to wear face masks.
So what I'm trying to think of, Laura, is there a way that we can leave it up to the discretion of a business owner as to whether they require it of their clients or not? I mean, if we can present it as a request from us and allow businesses to have the extra teeth of saying, yes, I'm allowed to tell you that you have to have a mask if you want to come in here, I think that would be ideal. So maybe I think we should allow them to do that if they choose. I mean, I think it should be any business owner's choice not to not have masks at all. But if they don't want somebody coming into their store without a mask on, we should allow them to be able to make that statement if we can.
Yeah. I think that some of them feel very comfortable in that, as we've seen the Putney Co-op has already done this. They've implemented it, masks and gloves, and they're providing them. But I think that what I've heard from a couple of our business owners is that it's hard enough at this point to interact with folks that are choosing not to do this, and then to not have something behind them saying that this is, and so that's what they're looking to us for. And so I think for us to, I mean, maybe we request and recommend, and you can put on your signage that the town of Putney requests and recommends that.
Well, except again, if we said the Putney Select Board requests that all customers wear masks, and we leave it to the discretion of a business owner as to whether they want to actually require it, then that gives those business owners the ability to really say that. And maybe that's too, I don't know whether we can word it in a way that makes that makes it viable, but I very much think we should allow business owners to make that choice if they want to.
Right.
That it's not just a request from us, that they have the legal right to require it if they so choose.
Is that true now? Can't they do that already, even if we don't make it? So, and it's still all, like Tom said a long time ago, it's the honor system, basically. This is all, basically.
Right.
So, is our statement helpful in any way because there's no enforcement?
Yeah, because it's a statement of, we hold positions of power, David. And in those positions of power, we're able to influence in a different way. And they're able to also point and say, it's not me, it's them.
Exactly.
And I think that's important to empower them in that way, that they can say, this isn't my rules, because they're trying to do business during a really hard period of time, as you understand. And to be able to kind of scapegoat us, I I feel pretty strongly about that they are able to say, the town of Putney is pushing this on me.
Right.
Whatever their personal feelings are, I think it matters for
But
them. At least that's what I'm hearing.
but
And if,
but I do think it's also important to allow them, if they want to take that. I think the request is exactly what you're referring to, Laura, of, hey, the town requested this. But I do think it's important also that we allow them to make a decision to go further if they choose.
yeah, absolutely. And I mean, frankly, if it wasn't for one business saying to me, I don't know that I want you to go as far as requiring it, I would probably be asking a very different thing right now. I would probably be saying we should be requiring this of all businesses. But because one business said to me, I'm really not sure that I'm nervous about what this will look like for us, I feel less comfortable with that. I don't want to do anything that's going to negatively impact any business in this town at this point. And I recognize too that though I feel pretty solid about the science behind masks, it isn't necessarily and I'm going to try and be very careful about how I say this. The WHO has not come out and fully endorsed this yet. The CDC has. So there's conflicting science at this point. And there are also some people that really struggle with the idea of wearing a mask for many different reasons, whether they have breathing problems or they have, sensory issues or so. I would like to leave it up to the discretion of the owner and give them the support of the select board
Great.
in that choice.
So are we trying to take action? I mean, do you want me to try and verbalize a motion, or are we discussing this and trying to come up with an ordinance that we would adopt soon?
I think it would be great if we could come up with something tonight, just because we're not going to meet again for 2 weeks, and this is rolling fast now.
Yeah.
We know that we have our seasonal folks coming back into town. From what I heard from the few people that I spoke to today, I spoke to 5 different business owners total today. From what I've heard from them, they are definitely seeing that, and they're seeing a change in masking, and it's making them a little nervous.
Yeah.
So I would love to be able to do something about this tonight. And whether we choose to adopt the Brattleboro Select Board's language, switching it out from required to recommended, I'm pretty comfortable with that.
Karen's raising her hand.
I can't, you're all frozen on me, so definitely shoot me a message if
can you hear Karen?
I can hear y'all. I just can't.
Okay.
You're all
Karen,
froze.
question.
So can I just make a comment? Josh, you mentioned ordinance. So an ordinance has to be heard. You have to have a public hearing.
Warned, etc. Yes, right.
Yes. So
that's what
you're not referring to an ordinance though, right? Is this a temporary situation, Laura?
Yeah, so the way the town of Brattleboro did it, and they did it without, and they caught a little bit of flack for it last night, but they said they'd own it because this is emergency circumstance. They did it as a resolution.
Okay.
It does, so I misspoke when I said ordinance. It is a resolution.
Okay.
So I will make. I don't have the Brattleboro one in front of me, so I can't base language. But I will make a motion to adopt a resolution to request that all clientele visiting businesses in Putney wear masks, and allowing business owners to require clientele who are attending their business to wear masks.
Can we encourage businesses to do that?
encourage them to require it.
Encourage
That's
them
fine.
to require it. Yeah.
That's fine with me.
Okay.
David's not sure about that one.
I think it's the nature of my business is so different than most retail or service business that there's always room for me to say, could you just make sure you stay 6 feet away?
Right.
And I frankly talk so much all day on the phone and to so many people. It's a steady stream, and it's almost impossible for me to do that with a mask on. And I have a serious hearing impairment, and it's really hard for me to hear people talking when they're wearing a mask. So seeing it from my perspective, it seems restrictive, but I know it's honor system, and I know there's no enforcement. I know my clientele is smaller and really well known to me, and they leave their cars and they leave. So I don't deal with them for any period of time, and they're not inside my building. So there's lots of needs that retail people have, and concerns that I don't have. So I think it's important that we recommend it, and I think it's important that they get to require it. But I don't know if we need to go any further than that.
Okay, so that's Josh's motion. Pretty much said exactly what you're saying. Are you seconding Josh's motion?
I'm seconding that motion. Yep.
Okay.
And about endorsing it. So I thought you were heading towards changing the motion, but
Well, no, I did ask that we endorse it so that we encourage it. Not saying that we require it, but that we encourage it.
Okay.
Encourage wearing of masks or encourage businesses to require masks?
Encourage businesses to require masks.
I think that's fair. I mean, we're not, I mean, we're not telling them they have to, but encourage. I'm okay with that. David, you okay?
I think encourage people to be safe in any way they can be safe and try to keep this spreading. I
will accept as a friendly amendment the inclusion of the word encourage businesses to require masks.
Okay, and I'll second that.
So if you could read that back, well, yeah, I don't know, however you want to run it, but if you can read it back in full so that we know exactly what the language is, that would be great.
Okay, so I did not. Karen, did you catch all of this?
I did not.
Okay.
I can repeat it if you want.
Please repeat it, and I'm going to catch it now.
Okay, so I will make a motion to adopt a resolution that requests that all clientele visiting businesses in Putney wear masks, and that would allow business owners or would encourage business owners to request their clientele to wear masks.
I think that covers it.
We can always amend it later if we find that something's wrong with it. Laura just disappeared.
Uh-oh. Laura? Laura? Hopefully she comes back in.
She had put in a landline to try to improve the connection, didn't she? That she said.
I think they were working on it.
They hadn't done it yet. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's also, I mean, I think it's great that Laura reached out to, Laura's back in.
Yeah, she's
that was
weird.
That was really weird.
Josh got stuck on mask and it just kept repeating and repeating and repeating.
Weird.
I can't see it.
Oh, hold on. Here we go. Now I have to be on my phone because my computer froze with Josh just repeating over and over and over.
Ask.
It was pretty bad, Josh.
A little bit. But what was that? What was that show? The Talking Head. Anyway, never mind. Max Headroom.
Oh yeah. That's what it was like. That's exactly what it was like.
Okay.
So we're requesting that all clientele that visit Putney establishments.
Maybe Karen, did you get it down, Karen?
I got most of it. So adopt a resolution that requests clientele in Putney
to visit Putney.
And that would encourage businesses to request their clientele to wear masks.
To require. So we're requesting, but we're allowing businesses to require.
Okay.
With the exclusions that Brattleboro put forth. So the exclusions were, hold on one second.
Yeah.
That
fine.
Children under 5, where is it?
Yeah, people with difficulty breathing, unconscious, so on and so forth. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. The exceptions are cloth face coverings should not be placed on young children. And it could be face coverings or face shields. So all clientele to wear face coverings or face shields.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to read this back just to make sure we have it. So
David, hang on. I showed David as paused. David, are you there? Yeah, I think he might have bio broken.
Oh no.
I'm here.
Okay, we can hear you. Okay. All right. So this is what I have. The town of Putney requests that all clientele that visit Putney establishments wear masks or face shields and encourages all clientele or wait a minute.
Businesses.
Encourages businesses.
And encourages all businesses to require clientele to wear face coverings or face shields. Exceptions, cloth face coverings should not be placed on young children under age 5, anyone who has trouble breathing, or anyone who is unconscious, incapacitated, or otherwise unable to remove the mask without assistance. And then they have a posting requirement. I don't feel like we need to do that. I think that we can leave posting up to the businesses.
Yes.
Yes, I would agree.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this sort of would go without saying, but I don't know whether in those exclusions there should also say, and at the discretion of the business owner by request of a client. Sort of, I mean, if somebody comes in and says, I'm phobic about masks or something like that.
Right.
So, but that maybe that doesn't need to be there. That might be overkill.
I feel like I'm just trying to, now I'm using one device, which I feel like that's kind of covered in this with the.
I think it's implied, so it's probably fine.
Yeah. I mean, anyone who has trouble breathing could be somebody that has sensory issues or that has PTSD or asthma or So, okay. All right, so that's been moved and seconded. Do we have any further discussion on it? David, are you still with us?
I am with you, and no, I'm no more discussion for me.
Okay. All right. Hearing no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, then it has been passed to create a resolution that requests all clientele to visit Putney establishments wear masks or face shields and encourages all businesses to require their clientele to wear face coverings or face shields with exclusions as laid out.
I guess now we've already voted, but it probably should say encourages and allows.
And allows. So friendly amendment to that?
Yeah.
Or do we? Okay. Was that a motion for a friendly amendment?
I don't do yeah. Yes, I guess. So we'd have to.
Are we all in favor of amending this to include the words and allows?
Yes, I am.
Yes. Okay. So be it.
Retroactively.
Yes. Okay. So that only leads me to one other thing before we move on. We had talked about signage, and I don't know, Josh, you had thought that maybe the Putney School might be able to help with some signage. Did you have a chance to follow up on that?
I have not done that, but I am meeting with Emily tomorrow morning, and I will ask about it.
Okay. All right. And if not, then Karen and I had found some signage that might be appropriate. And we can discuss that at another time. Okay, so town manager's report.
All right, I'm going to move through this as quickly as I can, okay? So
I have faith in you.
All right, Route 5 State Bridge project. As we all know, it started up on Monday. And in your packets is the schedule and the announcement that has been posted on social media and iPutney. The schedule has not been posted anywhere, but has everybody taken a look at the schedule?
I quickly reviewed it. I didn't spend a lot of time on it.
You know, I don't have a whole lot of concerns because Renault Brothers is a really good firm. And so it'll be interesting to see if they can maintain the current schedule and the original schedule. So the bridge will close June 15th and then reopen on June 29th. Just from the schedule, it looks like most of the startup was April 6th, but it's just basically getting, you know, everything in order for them to start construction. But so I'm confident that they'll stay on schedule. If anything changes, I'll let everyone know. On June 2nd, there's going to be a virtual public meeting. We will get that notice out to the public. It will be at 5:30. And I think it's just to touch base with the community and let us know what's happening and, you know, what it's going to look like down the road. So, and you will see things happening down by the mill. So they've had a boom truck. They're working underneath the decking right now to stabilize things so they can work under there. They're marking sidewalks too. You know, I don't know what that's all about. I will find out from Renee, the project engineer. But so that's moving ahead.
I noticed that. Are you referring in front of the, I noticed in front of the Catholic Church, they were marking sidewalks. Is that part of that?
I think it's part of that project, but.
I couldn't quite figure out why that would be, but maybe it's just a reference.
Yeah, I'm going to ask the question because I'm not sure why.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a point or something that was surveyed.
Exactly. That would be my guess. That's probably what.
Right.
So it's come up several times through the public, and my understanding is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Karen, but the state route for diverting traffic from the bridge is to go to 91. Our local route is over Sand Hill. Is that correct?
All tractor trailer trucks will need to take I-91 north to Westminster and come back down Route 5 to the mill. Unless they're turning on to Mill Street, but no tractor trailer traffic is going to be coming through town when the bridge gets closed. Okay, so for a while there, that bridge will be one lane.
But when it's closed, local traffic will have the option of Sand Hill Road as long as they're not driving a tractor trailer.
Right. So the local bus, the current will be running on Sand Hill, and UPS, FedEx trucks will be running Sand Hill, and then all local traffic. And I've already talked to Brian about detour signs when the bridge is closed. So basically it's, up Kimball Hill, over to Sand Hill, back to Route 5. And I suspect, Laura, that most of the traffic you're going to find is from East Putney, because we can't ask them to go all the way through Westminster, get on 91, and then come down. That doesn't make any sense.
No, I'm in East Putney. It would be a nightmare for me. So, I'm very grateful.
I would think the other exception to that, to the use of Sand Hill would be, I mean, it's limited by the weight limit on that bridge on Sand Hill. So for example, a concrete truck, I would guess, would have to go around, even though it's not a tractor trailer.
Right.
So, that would be either tractor trailer or subject to the weight limit of the road, of the bridge on Sand Hill.
Right.
Do you remember what the weight limit is on that bridge?
No, I'd have to look it up.
That's okay. I was just curious.
Yeah, I think like your oil trucks too, propane, I think they would be okay, but we're going to have to monitor that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But again, we do have a public hearing on public informational meeting on June 2nd.
June 2nd.
It'll be virtual. Okay.
And Karen, presumably either the state or Renault is going to take care of all signage related to that.
They are on Route 5. They are not on our local road. So Kimball Hill, Sand Hill, we have to do the signage for those two roads because we know the roads and Brian will know where to place them strategically. Okay. Because if anything happens and the state doesn't want the liability on a municipal road.
So we probably ought to just remind Brian, he may well have already considered this, but that weight limit posting should be at the ends of Sand Hill as well.
Yeah.
You don't want to get somebody getting to that bridge and having to back all the way out.
Right. Yeah, good point.
Isn't there a weight limit sign? Doesn't there need to be a certain distance from the bridge?
Probably. We should just make sure that it's there. Yeah, I'm not sure how that. I can't remember whether it's at the end or.
Yeah, and I can't remember.
That's a really good point.
I'm sure they're
no, I don't either.
Just like speed limit signs. I'm sure they're there, but.
Yeah.
But you never.
Exactly.
He never pays attention to them, especially when she's in the convertible.
You're right, I don't. It's like.
Aren't they just suggestions anyway? Isn't that? They're just suggestions, right?
Not enforceable.
They're recommendations, not requirements, right?
Yeah. All right, moving on. Tax sales status update. I sent you the list. I don't know if you all looked at it. Okay. So just a quick update. There's $95,063.46 outstanding in delinquent taxes. The letters went out to the property owners. I've already had one property owner pay one of their 2 delinquent years. So it actually got them off the tax sale list.
Good.
So now they're only 1 year delinquent. So I'm going to pursue, more, hopefully. I probably won't see more until, maybe the first week of June.
Closer.
Yeah. But so people, I'm confident they're going to do the best they can. And I will make payment arrangement plans with them. So
On the two properties that are listed that went to tax sale, but we could not sell, why couldn't we sell them? What happened there?
Because nobody bid on them.
Is it? Okay. So
But
desirability of the property.
right. But it's okay because one of those 2, David, I have a neighbor that's interested in one of them, which is a good thing. And then the other one, I had somebody interested, but it doesn't sound like that's going to go through. But again, I'm optimistic. So people, they're calling. And once this list is posted, people will call because they're going to want to know where the property is. And I've already got calls about some of them anyways because of the condition of the property.
Okay.
So the mobile homes are going to be harder because they're personal property and they don't tend to sell.
Right.
And they are all in on Locust Lane, which is owned by Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust. So the land is owned by the trust, and then the mobile homes are personal property to the people living in them.
Well, that was really complicated. I can see that. Yep.
Yeah, that's going to be a mess, but I'll do the best I can with that. There are, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that are delinquent in water and sewer. And of those 6, 3 of them I'm going to call and try to make payment arrangements with. And then the other 3 are going to end up going to tax sale. So, I mean, we have people that haven't paid since 2016 on utility services.
We had this discussion in a meeting before about the enforceability of that. I mean, some of it, we can't provide people septic, but we can water. We can shut the water off, but not the septic, right?
Correct. And we can put a lien on the property, but every time there is a change in the amount, you have to, record it again with the land records. So, I'm hoping, a letter that, your property's going to go to tax sale will prompt them to at least call me and make some sort of arrangement.
Have we already, if any of those are related to water, have we already shut off their water, or are those all just related to sewer?
No, they're water and sewer. And we have never, I don't know if you guys have ever shut anyone's water off.
Right. I'm not aware of that. Also, I mean, I know that during a pandemic is not the right time to do that anyway. But it seems like a better option than going to tax sale. but maybe it isn't. I don't, I don't know. I guess you post them for tax sale and see what happens, but.
Well, so on the list, there's one property that owes $8,341. It's water and sewer. It's water and sewer, $8,000. That's,
That's a lot.
It's a lot of money.
Yep.
But I mean, we can shut their water off, but again, you can't shut sewer off. So
We don't really want to shut either off. We just want to get them to pay.
Exactly.
Yeah. In the past, going up for tax sale has been a great motivator, at least to a high percent. Correct? At least that's what it seemed like last year. A lot of people responded to that. Almost everybody.
Well, I'm going to explain one thing too. So, and I don't know if like this particular $8,300 property for water and sewer, I don't know if they have a mortgage on the property or not. So if they do, the bank automatically will get involved because they're not going to want to lose the property to a tax sale. So they'll pay it and then they just, deal with the property owner.
Right.
Right.
So that applies to
that particular property has been in arrears for a long time, but we've never taken it to tax sale before. Is that correct, Karen?
That's correct.
Right.
And that's because they're only behind on utilities, not in taxes.
Correct.
That's
correct.
Yep.
Okay. Well.
So when we revisit our policies too for water and sewer, maybe we can put something in there that reflects a better way to collect for utility services. If people there should be like 2016 is a long time. That's 4 years in arrears.
Right.
And if the users are paying for the system, it's not fair to the other users that, there's almost like $20,000 in arrears for utilities.
Yeah, no, and I mean, again, I would just say that I think that, going forward, when we do revisit that policy, maybe we look at, at a year out, your water gets shut off because you got to pay it. So, because otherwise you're going to be we've talked about this before with the tax sale concept, and maybe the shutting off the water is the carrot or the small stick before the big stick, of saying, hey, we're not mucking around. And if you don't want to go to tax sale, you got to pay this. So we're going to shut your water off until you do. And if you still don't pay it, then you're going to go to tax sale. So,
right.
And we got to do that more quickly too, because like you said, if a bank is involved, then it will get paid more quickly.
It'll get done.
Right.
And that's really actually in their best interest too, of course.
Right.
So we lost Laura again.
No, I'm still here.
Oh, you're there. Not on film. Okay.
So anyway, we're out about $116,604 in revenue right now. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. And I'll keep you posted as I go through the process. And again, I'm optimistic. Broadband status update. In your packets is like a 32-page feasibility study. I don't really want to talk about it tonight because it's going to take up some time. So I think we should table it. And just some short notes that I spoke to Sue West at Wyndham Regional today. There's going to be a webinar in June. We are moving ahead. We're still on schedule. There's 10 towns now in the Deerfield Valley Communication Union District. And, oh boy, what happened? Whoops. Sorry, guys. I got distracted here. I thought I lost you. So there's 10 towns now in the new communication union district, and it looks like that's going to be the district for the entire Windham County, which is a good thing because this allows municipal select boards to vote whether they want to join or not instead of having a town vote. So
My recollection is the last time we talked about that, there were only like 2 or 3 towns involved in that. Is that correct, Karen?
yeah, there's
Yeah.
10. There's 10
Great.
now. So the business plan is going to be the next step. And that basically is going to look at how this district will work together, the cost to build the infrastructure, and then the fundraising in order to build that infrastructure. So there's a lot going on with that right now. And like I said, we can talk about it more in detail after we go through the feasibility study.
When is that meeting, Karen? In June?
They haven't set a date yet, Laura, but I will keep you posted.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. And by the way, there's supposedly some funding that's coming out of the CARES package because of the COVID-19. So Windham Regional is looking at that, and the other towns. So they're trying to secure some funding right now. So this might move a little bit quicker than we anticipated. So that's my spiel on broadband for tonight. You all set, David?
Oh, I could give you a list, but anyway.
I just wanted to let you know the listers have sent out change of value letters. There were 161 letters. This gives people the opportunity to grieve if they choose to. The listers grievance has scheduled May 27th through go-to meeting to do all their grievances, if any come to them. I don't even think they had one last year, so I'll keep you posted on that.
That's unusual, though. That was a first. I think that was a first for me.
Yep. So, and then let's see, abatement, there's an abatement meeting. Jonathan has set that up for May 28th. That is basically with his abatement board to kind of go over like the go-to meeting and how they're going to handle abatements. We already.
But that includes us, David, if you're wondering.
That's right. So the
I didn't
select
make it
board.
last year's abatement meeting, but I wanted to this year. Yep.
Yeah. The select board, JP, the treasurer, or I should say the interim treasurer, Lissa Harlow. I'll be in that meeting too. Then I believe he's going to schedule the abatement meeting for June 11th, which is the last day for our tax sale properties to respond to me. So the timing of that coincides. So I'll keep you posted on all of that. Any questions? Okay. Beatrice Aiken Trail cleanup. So the Beatrice Aiken Trail is off of Old Route 5. We've had some complaints. So people have been using the trail, but they noticed a structure that was being built out there, kind of like a wood structure. And there's been a couple fire pits and there's empty beer cans out there. So I asked the deputy sheriff if he could go up there and just kind of check it out. Dana Shepard did walk up in there. There is a four-wheeler trail, and it looks like it's coming off of Shagbark Hill. But because there's a couple homes up there, we're not really sure who is driving down there and who is hanging out and building structures. So Anne and Lionel and Ellen Strong, maybe, a couple other people went out on Sunday. They cleaned up the trail because there were some trees down. They took down the structure, and they did post some signage stating that this is Town of Putney property. It is for public trail access, but whatever you take in, you take out. So,
And
hopefully,
presumably no motorized vehicles.
Yeah, none. There's not
Right.
supposed,
With the exception of four-wheelers.
No, I don't think they're supposed to be.
they're not supposed to
Oh,
be in
okay.
there.
No, I thought you meant, all right. I misunderstood your question.
Yep. So, we're going to monitor that a little bit because we don't really know who they are or where they're actually coming from. We can presume where they're coming from, but because the trail leads right up to Shagbark Hill. Josh? Do we have?
Sorry, you froze up a little bit.
Oh.
No, I'm here.
Okay.
Karen froze on.
Well, yeah, I think it was you freezing, but
Oh.
yeah.
We all take turns.
Yeah.
I know, right? Technology. So that's what I wanted to let you know about Beatrice Aiken.
Thank you.
Census, I had something on that. So
We're over 50% now in the state. We've gotten up over 50%. We've gotten up over 50% participation in the state. I don't know about Putney particularly, but I know in the state we finally gotten over 50%. It was
right. So we
pretty
want to
dire.
encourage people to, fill out the census. It's very important because we do get funding, and at this point, every little bit's going to help. So Jonathan was on a webinar today for census, and the two takeouts or the two takeaways that he got out of that was Windham County only has 35.3% response rate. Chittenden County has 70%. And then the census does not mail anything to post office boxes. So anybody with a post office box is not going to get a card to remind them or tell them where to go to fill out census. And I don't know
Laura,
how many
I can't remember whether we talked about this before, Laura, but if there's any way, if you're in communication with the Putney Mutual Aid to encourage them to encourage people, that would be great.
Yeah, I can do that. I know that like the organization I work for is actually working with the census to encourage folks through our organization to do it. They've really done a great job of trying to outreach. It's just unfortunately, I think in part this is the COVID crisis has really impacted their ability to reach people the way they normally would. And so these numbers have kind of stagnated because of that in some part. But yeah, I will encourage anybody and everybody to encourage folks to participate in the census. It's so important towards our funding, and in this state, not so much towards our federal representation, but it does indicate our state representation. So like right now we have 2 representatives for Putney, Dummerston, Westminster. If our population is drastically changed through this, we could see that representation change locally. So could be revisited. So please, please, please go fill out your census. It's really easy to do online. You know?
Green Up Day is May 30th. So we are doing green up. We do have bags at town hall. We do have them out on the front step near the front doors. There's 5 to a roll. So if anybody wants to stop by the town hall and just grab, some bags, we encourage them to do that as well. We did talk about, and I know we don't do this, so Brian Harlow always puts a truck down at town hall, and everybody brings all their green up bags and tires and whatever to the dump truck at town hall. Now, this is an idea, and maybe we can implement it next year, but and this may encourage more people to participate, but if we were able to do green up on all the roads and then possibly put the bags down at like major intersections and have the highway department pick them up on, the following Monday, that may get people to participate a little more.
Just because of visibility, you mean?
Yes. Yeah.
Maybe like bus stops.
Yeah, bus stops,
school bus stops.
At any intersection on any road, because like Hickory Ridge, how many side roads you have, if those bags were all on Hickory Ridge, truck could go up, pick everything up, and then, go back to the highway department.
Right.
I think also, like I was on River Road the other day and somebody like dumped a television, one of the big tubes. There's a TV laying out there, and I'm like going, really? I'm like,
Bummer.
what is wrong with people, So that too, if somebody's walking down a road and there's, a big stuff like that, you put it in a pile and perhaps maybe we can get the highway department to pick it up. It might be too late to do it this year, but it might be something we should consider for next year.
Yeah.
I like that idea. I'm curious, I have not dove too far into Green Up Day media, but is there an educational campaign happening to help people understand how to safely handle sharps that are found? Because we did have last year several incidents of people finding sharps throughout the community. It's going to happen. It's a part of, frankly, it's a part of the opioid crisis, and I would really love to see education around that so people know what to do when they find them and don't feel panicked in the moment.
There is education on that, Laura, and I can have Jonathan. So Jonathan is our Green Up coordinator.
Mm-hmm.
So I can have him get information out there.
Fantastic.
There's a couple posters that are going to be posted around town too, one at town hall and at the co-op and at the post office. So maybe we can get information on our website too for the sharps. Mm-hmm. But there is a special way to handle those.
Yeah, it's not, and it's not that complicated, but it should be done with caution.
Right. Education
and care.
Mm-hmm. Well, and making also, if we're having highway folks picking up bags, you can't have sharps floating around in an open bag.
No, and that's why it's so important that it's done properly, that, it's ideally folks are educated in advance so they know to have some kind of plastic container that's lidded that they can tape and mark that this has sharps in it. And then I know that the dump takes them for free. So, or the I call it the dump. That's what I grew up with it being called, but the Waste Management Center.
That's true. Also, just since Karen mentioned it, for televisions, I believe virtually all electronics they take for free as well.
They do.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Right. Moving on.
You had Landmark, Recycling, Library, and Putney Public Pool still.
Yeah. So the library, Mominy Painters has their sign out in front. So I called Emily and she's like, yes, they already washed the building. So the building's been washed. They plan on staining it next week. And I already talked to Emily about doing one coat. She's going to ask Mo to give her an estimate to do 2 coats just on the south side of the building, like we discussed.
Right.
So she's going to get that, and then and I'll let you know what it is. So we'll have to compare that with the 2 coats for the full building and see what the difference is. So hopefully I can get that before our next meeting. Well, I'm gonna ask for it before the next meeting, so we have it. Landmark College, they will be doing a virtual commencement on May 30th, which is a Saturday. I spoke to John McLaren, and he also mentioned that their high school program that they usually have in the summertime, they won't be holding that because of the COVID. Their hopes, like any other school, is that students can return in the fall, but everybody's trying to be optimistic.
Sorry, Karen, did you say they're having a commencement ceremony in person?
No, virtual.
Oh, okay. Same, same for Putney School. That there will not be an in-person graduation this year, and also they are not running their summer programs this year. So same story, but also hoping to be in person in the fall.
Yes. Fingers crossed.
The school district, the greater school district, sent out an update saying pretty much the same thing. And they're planning for many different possibilities. So they're planning for the possibility of partially returning in the fall. They're planning for the possibility of remote learning in the fall, and for actually a full returnage. So fingers crossed.
All right. So Putney Public Pool status. Because of David's business and having fiberglass in the pool, I asked David to go look at the pool. Have you seen the pictures, Josh?
Yes.
Yeah. So we have a big problem.
Yes.
And I don't know how to tackle it yet. I have a call into Carol Lalott down at in Brattleboro. I'm going to make a phone call to Falvey Pool. Twin State that Joe had spoken to, they're busy until July. David did go inspect the pool, and David, you want to fill us in?
Yeah, we need to refiberglass the whole ramp, basically, from down from the top where you start in down to where it connects with the bottom, and then about 2 more feet and a strip the width of the ramp. It looks like water infiltration between the fiberglass and the cement underneath it, starting at the top of the ramp between the wall, the ramp, and the way you walk on the rim, above the 2 suction inlets for the recirculation system. And it's lifted. Basically, we're going to have to cut through the fiberglass with a grinder at the base of the wall, strip all of it that's loose off, rough it up, clean it, and refiberglass it. So,
what kind of expense is that, David?
You know, I put in pools when I was 26 for a year, and we did. That was a very long time ago, and it looks like, you know, and I'm guessing, and it's been a long time, but because I don't know the cost of materials for this, I'd say 2 guys who work hard could get this stripped and cleaned in most of a day, and then reapplied and down and painted in most of the day. So
Okay.
that's what it looks like to me. As long as there's nothing underneath there in the cement that I haven't seen yet that needs to be dealt with, and then we've got to jackhammer out any cracks in the cement, and then hydraulic cement that and let it dry, and then fiberglass it to make it bigger. So I think basically it's unusable the way it is. It doesn't seem safe the way it is, and you're letting water in under to damage the rest of the liner. And so it's time to fix it now. You know, get the fiberglass, get me a grinder and a young back.
My understanding, though, is of the governor's restrictions currently that, when I read them, I questioned it's so incredibly restrictive for pools. Are we going to, is it realistic for us to even open?
Yeah, it seems like, Karen and I had to talk about that. It doesn't seem like that's going to happen. And probably this is the thing that, goes on the back burner. And there's as she was saying, most of the pool companies are, backlogged right now anyway, because everybody wants to get their pool up and running. And so, and we haven't got a estimate or a contract with anybody yet. And who does our maintenance? Do we have a maintenance contract? Who do we?
Salvi, right?
No. Simon's operations, Joe, has always been taking care of our pool.
So does he just do that? He keeps the pumps running, does the plumbing and that stuff, but not
the
rest of it.
So I had Tim Carrillo. He has his own pool company, and he patched it last year, the small crack. And he said, yeah, this job is way too big for me. So he's only one person, and they're all busy doing other things right now. So I'm going to look into a couple different companies, get an estimate and see what happens. But given that the governor is restricting and you can only have like 10 people, in a pool area, I mean, it limits what we can do anyway, like with swim lessons, open pool, movie night, all of that. So, we talked about a GoFundMe page too. And, I want to talk to Larry about that some more, because Ruby, who has left our meeting, she had brought it up 2 years ago, because of
I think it was Jamie. I actually think it was Jamie that was pushing for a GoFundMe for this. I could be mistaken, but
no,
I thought
you
it
might
was
be
Jamie.
right. Yeah, Jamie and Ruby have both been in on the pool thing anyway. So
they have pretty, close goals.
Right. And maybe this is a, Putney mutual aid thing that can get off the ground, But we have to be careful when we start, doing GoFundMe pages and having other people, I don't know what the liability is to the town. And I just don't want GoFundMe pages popping up for things in Putney that, we're not aware of.
Yeah. No, I do think I'm guessing it's important, though, that we, regardless of what the pool schedule and opening ability this summer is probably important to do this repair regardless, because I'm guessing it's not something that's going to improve with time if we try to ignore it. So.
Right. So let me get some prices, and I'm going to do my best to get them as quickly as possible. And then we can make a decision on how to address this. But I definitely agree with everyone that it needs to be dealt with now.
So we store the pool empty in the winter, right? We drain it out.
No, there's water that stays in it. It's gross.
Yeah.
So, and
it's really gross.
The reason behind that is, the reason we don't drain it is?
I've never understood it.
It's drained now.
No, so Joe drains it down to the jets. You know, where the jets are, where the water comes out. So he drains it down that far. And then he winterizes everything in the pool house and, you know, shuts everything down.
It's a less common practice, I think, now, David, than it used to be to drain it all the way. And I don't know what the reasoning behind that is, but that totally anecdotal, but I feel like I've seen it's more usual to see pools filled now than it used to be. And I don't know why that is.
So
they're usually covered though. We don't cover ours.
Yeah.
It's really, it's weird.
Yeah. The reason
the way we treat it.
Because the area that's affected is above the water line, quite a bit above the water line now.
Right.
And even though
Right.
rainwater will make it worse, it won't be as bad as if it's filled with water and we don't repair it. So I don't know how much damage will happen from this point forward if we don't use the pool and don't fill it. So I mean, it definitely needs to be done, and the sooner we can do it, the better, but I'm not sure how much worse it's going to get. You know, it might progress another foot and might not, you know. I don't know how much water is in there, but
my concern would be if we go into next winter without repairing it, freeze thaw damage and cracking of the concrete. So I think at a minimum it should be done. And you know, again, I'm just talking. I don't know for sure, but I think we should be aware that that's a possibility of a risk. So
that makes sense.
I've never really worked on a pool this design, a fully cement poured pool sprayed with fiberglass. It's interesting. I've never seen one. It looks like it would be really prone to cracking because of the movement of concrete.
Yes.
Most of the pools we put in only had a concrete ring and the top 3 to 4 feet. And then they were sand filled and had a vinyl or plastic liner, which move, tend to not crack, are much more easily serviced and don't pose this problem. You know, gunite's the best, but it's so expensive, you know, sprayed gunite. But I don't know.
And that's what, Brattleboro uses that gunite.
Yeah.
Josh, historically, how often does this pool crack?
I don't really know. It's not a problem that we've I mean, there's often sort of small repairs, but not anything of this scale that I'm aware of. And I don't know whether I'm just not aware of it, but you know, we're also, I mean, I can't remember, Brad did a bunch of concrete work on it 10, 12 years ago, something like that. But previous to that, I mean, that pool is, you know, age is catching up with us with the pool also. I mean, it's been there for a long time now. So, you know, we may at some point be looking at a more expensive decision-making process, and maybe we're getting closer to that point. I don't know.
This problem, looking at
it's got to be at least 20 years, right?
So
20 years old? Oh, it's more than that. It's pushing, probably pushing 40, I would think.
Really?
Yeah, you might be right, Josh, because my husband used to swim in that pool when he was a kid.
Wow.
Yeah.
I had no idea it was that it had. Okay, that's interesting.
So
That's
I think
really interesting.
the problem's been happening for a while. Looking at the fiberglass, it's been leaking between the fiberglass and the cement for quite a while, but we weren't aware of it because the weight of the water holds
the fiberglass down.
And then you put in the water and it pops up, and when it pops up, it cracks. Or as it gets loose enough and people walk on it, it cracks. But I can't imagine this problem just happened. This has been happening for a while.
Yeah.
Right. And Beverly Wright, who is in charge of the pool during summer, she said it's been like that for at least 2 years.
Yeah, Brad would have more history on it, Karen, if you wanted.
Yep.
He would know, because again, he definitely did concrete work on it a while ago. I can't remember when, and I think it was his dad who poured it originally. So he probably was.
Maybe I'll talk to him. He might know how to handle that. or maybe he has some connections. He knows somebody that might be able to.
Yeah.
I'll call Brad. Good recommendation. All right. So on
The
that
only
note,
thing we haven't covered, Karen, is recycling. You had that on your list.
oh no, that was supposed to be Green Up Day. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, I meant to say Green Up, not recycling.
Oh, okay.
That's a whole nother topic.
Oh gosh, yes it is.
So warrants.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve and execute the warrants as presented upon completion of review.
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Payroll warrant dated May 22nd, 2020 in the amount of $12,849.62.
I'm pretending to sign it.
And that was noticeably less people, Karen. Is that just, have we shifted? I mean, I know we have less people working, obviously, but it felt to me like we've had a number of employees listed on the past payrolls, but with zero payment to them. And this time it was a smaller number of people. Is it the same thing? Just now we're not?
No, that was a very good observation, Josh. So we did not get timesheets for the fire department prior to Tom going on vacation.
I just wondered if we were so far down in accidents, and I mean, I know we've had a few doozies, but I was wondering if the calls were so far diminished.
No.
That we weren't seeing hours.
No, we requested timesheets to be submitted prior to departure on vacation, but it's an oversight, and unfortunately, the on-call personnel will have to wait another 2 weeks at this point. So, accounts payable warrant dated May 16th through May 22nd, 2020 in the amount of $46,745.52. So David, on that warrant is Keith Short Plumbing and Heating.
Oh, I noticed. Yeah.
I just read that, yeah.
So
That's for the shower?
That is for the decontamination shower at the fire department.
Got it.
That is a reimbursable expense through COVID.
It is, good.
Did we ever get the FEMA question answered?
The grant?
Sorry, David, you have a question about the warrants? Yeah.
I do. We paid Bob NASA $140 for something.
Yeah, we did.
What's that?
So those were for PPE for masks.
Doesn't Tom get masks through the, what's it called? The reserve?
Yes,
or the, whatever.
stockpile. Yes. Yeah.
So tired.
So,
Right.
I can't answer your question.
Are these special? There's just curious about that.
Well, there's
I can't answer
lots of different PPE. So was it necessarily masks or?
No, they were masks. It's on the invoice.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Let me see if I can find it.
What is Endyne Incorporated?
Endyne is a lab. It's a testing lab for our
Diamonds?
samples for water.
Okay.
Very expensive. We might have to start looking around for other contractors or labs. I've been monitoring the expenses at the treatment plant, and every year they keep going up. And I have to believe there's other companies out there that can do the same testing for less. But
Do we have anything else?
I don't. Karen?
I'm all set.
Okay.
Okay. Moving on to.
So Laura, the answer
Karen.
to your question, so the FEMA grant through the firefighters, I ended up going through a different portal. It's a grant portal specific for PUA. So that's the one we're gonna utilize that grant.
Nice.
Great. So we will be able to get some back.
Yeah. It's still a lengthy process, but I'll work my way through it.
Sorry.
The other thing too is, I'm just going to mention this, that any expense that we ask for reimbursement has to be directly related to COVID-19. You know, I have about $5,000 in expenses that state they're COVID-19, but some of them are not going to be reimbursable. So COVID-19 means PPEs and overtime for personnel, like first responders, okay? So all of Tom's time, he's a salary person, so we cannot get any reimbursement for any of his overtime. Even though he put in 200 hours, he's a salaried employee, it's already budgeted. So, you know, on call is on call. I mean, they can work 40 hours a week and, you know, if they're on call. So it's going to be really hard to get reimbursed for labor for the first responders. So anything that we ask for reimbursement is going to be basically an expense item, not a labor related item.
It would seem like, though, if you could show that they were coming in for something that's directly COVID related rather than their regular duties, that should be reimbursable. And I also get that that's not always the way it works, but.
You know, we can try to submit what we think is COVID related, and the worst that can happen is they're going to reject it.
So would they, the only concern I would have is, would they reject the whole claim or pieces of the claim? Will they itemize their rejection?
I think they're just going to itemize the items and then, yeah, not the whole request, but the thing is, if we drop underneath the $3,300 threshold, they're going to kick it out anyway.
So before you go through all the work, how do we go through the list to make sure that we have fairly confident about what we submit being accepted, so you don't do all the work for nothing?
I've been through the list, and there's a lot of it that's not going to be reimbursed. So
do you feel confident about 3,300's worth, though?
No. No, I
Right.
don't. So,
Well, I mean, to David's point, if it's a whole lot of work, then maybe it's not worth it. If it's not a whole lot of work, maybe it's worth it. And if they don't kick it out and we get $3,400 worth, great.
right.
Right.
Yeah.
But if it's
It's kind of the
38
conversation we had
worth of
last week.
work, if it's $3,800 worth of work to get $3,400, then don't bother, you know.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
And we're only going to get reimbursed 75%.
So it begs the next question. If there's a lot of stuff on that list that you don't think we're going to get reimbursed for, then, you know, what were we spending $5,000 on? And should we look at that? You know?
Mm-hmm.
Good question. That's a very good question. And I have a list, so anytime you want to stop in, I can.
Okay. All right.
We can go through that list.
All right. Thank you for going over that with us. Other business. It has come to me through a few different folks that the parking situation on Kimball Hill and in front of the Putney General Store is less than desirable, that folks are parking overnight, sometimes taking up 2 spots, sometimes leaving their vehicles in front of the Putney General Store for long periods of time. Karen and I talked about this a little bit today as far as the Putney General Store is concerned, and I passed along what you had said, Karen, to Mike. And he said he was going to try and think about ways to do some positive signing. He doesn't really like the idea of putting up general store only, but he would like to find a way to positively message that these parking spots are really important for them. And then as far as Kimball Hill goes, I don't really know what to tell folks when they are upset that spots are taken up the way that they're being taken up, and I don't know that there's really anything we can do about it. So I guess I'm just bringing it up. Josh, I know you have a ton of experience with this and our parking issues in Putney, and I'm curious as to what the conversations have looked like in the past.
There's very little we can do. I mean, there are, you know, the landowners have specific rights to specific places, but we have no authority to enforce that for them. There have been agreements with various different parcel owners in different capacities, and sometimes they hold for a while and sometimes they don't. It tends to be, in my experience, pretty cyclical. You know, it tends to be a problem for a while, then tends to sort of seem to go away for a bit. And, you know, it's related to occupancy numbers and the particular occupants, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But I'm not aware of any time that we as a governing entity have had a whole lot of success in trying to manage it for anybody much, because I don't think we have either the legal right or the personnel to do much about it. I think probably positive signage would be the best way to continue to try to manage it, and maybe we're willing to participate in that in some way if there's a sort of proposal brought before us, but I'm not sure.
I'm curious on Kimball Hill, so if you're headed towards Putney Central on the right hand side, those spots that are in front of houses that are marked out, are those spots actually technically do those buildings have ownership over those particular spots, or are those town spots?
I don't think they own them. It's the town right away.
Yeah,
Okay.
but there
that makes
are
sense to me.
but there are agreements. Yeah, it's definitely in the right of way. But for example, I mean, this may have shifted since Neil Maddow, he owned all three of the buildings up Kimball Hill from the general store. And there was an agreement, and I don't know where you would find this, Karen, if you were able to. There was an agreement at some point about allocation of spots for those apartments versus allocation of spots, because since he also owns the what used to be the pizza parlor, there's space behind in basically in Christian Square in that parking lot area behind there. And there was an agreement with Neil as to capacity for parking, but I don't remember the details of it. But we might be able to find that, and that might clarify a little bit of it. I would guess, the person who might know more about this than others is Lisa Papazian, because she has tried to manage it for the Historical Society, and I think she was on the board when that agreement with Neil was made, perhaps. So might be worth asking her if she has any memory. But yeah, the only thing I know we can mandate is no parking from whatever it is, November 15th to April 1st, or for the snowplows.
For overnight parking.
Exactly. Yeah. Other than that, I don't have jurisdiction.
And that's the only time overnight parking is banned, is during those winter months, correct? Okay.
Yes.
There's some confusion on that as well. So I will clarify that.
It's mostly about courtesy,
Right.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Neighbors being neighbors.
Yeah.
I think we can bring that up.
Yeah, right.
It's been complicated for as long as I can remember. I mean, it just, again, sometimes it rears its head and sometimes it doesn't. And
Well, just to, let you guys know, when the Route 5 bridge construction actually starts, the general store is going to lose those parking spaces on Route 5, for the construction. So it's going to be even harder. So
yeah, they might want to consider signage before that happens.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good recommendation, to just point out what the schedule is to them and okay.
Yeah. And of course, the other thing about that, but I mean, it's sort of irrelevant right now, but Next Stage has an agreement with Basketville where they use their parking, but there's no events, so that's irrelevant. But Basketville isn't going to be available anyway because the bridge is going to be closed. So that's also.
Yeah. The timing of all of this, I have to say, is actually shaking out kind of well. Traffic is reduced. We're, that's as far as like doing this to the bridge and all of that. It's not too bad as far as timing goes if we're going to have a pandemic. But I did point out to Mike the history of Baskerville supporting community parking, and he wasn't aware of that. So,
but it also would be worth reviewing if you could find it, Karen, that agreement with Neil, because it does allow for parking. The whole concept was that tenants of those three buildings above the general store, in theory, are supposed to park behind the pizza parlor at least some of the time. And I again, I don't know the details, but reminding people of that. Neil is no longer the owner of what used to be Mellon Store, the next one above. Jocelyn. But there's a number of apartments in there, and there's competition for those spots. So, and I'm guessing she inherited the agreement that Neil had, but I don't know that. So it would be worth looking for that.
But during the winter time, they have to park behind the old pizza place. But during the summertime, it's, they can park on Kimmel Hill. Now, Neil also has apartments in that green building, and he's
Yes,
got parking behind the pizza place as well. But again, during good weather, they're all parking on the street.
right. So that's more about messaging and speaking. I mean, like, talking to Jocelyn and asking her to ask her tenants to park behind the pizza place. And, it's all about neighbor stuff.
Right.
Are people going to do
Yeah.
it? Not all the time, obviously. So.
And Mike and Kim are being really lovely about the parking in front of the general store. Their feelings are, as long as we're closed, it's open to anyone. They have no problem with folks parking there when they're closed. They just really ask that folks don't park there when they're open for long periods of time, especially in this time of doing curbside service. They need those spots in order to be able to serve people well. So, but I think that they're being very thoughtful in their approach to it. And
yeah.
So I will pass along some of this information. And then just a friendly nudge to you guys, we still have to schedule time to do Karen's review. So I'll just keep reminding you, we'll get there. I'll send out an email again. So all right, so the one other thing I was going to bring up is we have been doing executive sessions in the same go-to meeting that that we're doing our regular meeting in. And I noticed when I was reviewing Brattleboro's protocol, and it makes sense to me, that we should actually be jumping out of this meeting and going into a separate one so that nobody could accidentally come into our meeting during an executive session. Though we would notice somebody coming in, there's a chance that we could miss it.
Yeah, but you can lock the meeting.
That's what I was going to say.
Come in.
Okay, are we doing that?
Yes, during our executive sessions, yes, we turn off the recorder and then I lock the meeting.
Okay. All right, fantastic. Then let's not worry about it. I just noticed that and was like, oh, we haven't been doing that. So that's good to know.
No, BCTV showed me how to do that.
Well, thank you, BCTV. They're wonderful for so many reasons.
Yes.
All right. So unless we need an executive session.
No, we do not.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Wait, our next meeting date. I know you're I know you're excited. We're skipping. We're not going to do a emergency management meeting next week. We're going to take a week off and regroup, and our next meeting date is June 3rd, and then we will go back to the emergency management schedule until it is no longer needed. And now, please jump all over that motion.
Motion to adjourn.
And seconded.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank
Bye,
you.
everyone. Thank you
Night,
so much.
Be well.
Good job.
Yep.
Oh, enjoy the week off.
we are now going to shift. I'm trying to find the section. I always have trouble with this. It is section 6, and people who are eligible for parole. This is general parole. This is not the presumptive parole. It is our general eligibility for parole consideration. We have Senator White with us to talk about one piece of this, which would allow folks who are 65 years of age or older who have not served their minimum yet, but have served 5 years of their minimum to be considered for parole. And also they would, if they are serving a sentence of life without parole, they would not be eligible for this. Some members requested a senator to come and talk to us about the thinking behind this. I know your committee, Senate GovOps, met this afternoon at the same time we did. So thank you for finishing, when you finished your committee, to come on to ours. And I hope we don't have to keep you for an hour or an hour and a half like we did, what was it, a year ago?
It was more than an hour and a half. It was more like 2 hours on 2 different days.
Well, we all had a good time, right? So members just wanted to hear what your thinking was on this. We did put into law a couple of years ago, or 2 years ago, a compassionate release piece. And for folks, they would be eligible for parole and also for furlough under compassionate release sections. So people were concerned about this piece just being limited and focused to the amount of time served.
Well, I think the
all yours, Senator.
Sorry.
No, that's
so
fine.
Jeanette White from Senate Judiciary to speak to you about this. Our concern was, I think the compassionate release bill, and I am trying to remember it now, dealt with people who were ill. It was very focused on people who had some chronic illness that, or were in a wheelchair. There were medical conditions attached to it. Our thinking on this was that if somebody was over, if they were 65 or over, and they'd served 5 years of their sentence, that they should be allowed to apply for parole. This does not mean that they'll get it. This is not the presumptive parole. This is just the ability to apply for it and go through the regular parole board. Both corrections and the parole board agreed with us on this. And it was simply a matter of thinking about, do we need to keep people, should we be more open about our allowing people to apply for parole? And the parole board has very strict requirements, and in this case, because it's not presumptive, the victims, if there were any victims to the crime, they would be notified. They would come before the parole board, just like a regular parole board hearing. So it wasn't very complicated.
So did you hear testimony from DOC and the parole board that they supported this?
We did. I don't know if they enthusiastically supported it, but they didn't oppose it. And they agreed that it could happen because it's not, originally we had it in the presumptive parole section, and we moved it there because we thought that was not the right place for it, and they felt fine with that.
I know one concern that has arisen in our committee in talking is that the possibility about a real short window of time between the time they're actually sentenced and their minimum, and it's not really connected. it's not connected to the terms of whether it's a listed or non-listed crime. It's not connected to their health. It's just connected with their age.
Mhm.
So if they were, say 63 years old, and then they were detained for 2 years and then sentenced to a minimum of 20 years or even 10 years, they have already served 2 years of that 5 years that's in the bill.
Mhm.
And that's what
Right.
some members of the committee are really struggling with, that it's a very short period of time.
It is a short period of time, but they're not going to, the parole board will make those decisions based on that. This isn't, this is not the presumptive parole. This is having to go through the same process for parole that anybody else has to go through. And this just says they can apply for parole. That's all it says.
Do you know how many offenders would qualify for this to apply? Do you know?
I don't think there are very many. We got a list of people, and I'm mixing up some of the lists of people that we had. So if you are sentenced to life without parole right now, then you're not eligible here for this. There are 14 of those people, I believe, in the state, and I cannot remember how many they said, but there are not a lot of people, and they're not, if they're convicted of some egregious crime and the parole board decides that that they shouldn't be given parole, they won't give it to them.
Mm-hmm.
So it just allows them to apply. And in this, where we've seen now that we've released over 300 people, we begin to wonder, some of us begin to wonder why some of those people might have been held in prison for the time they've been held there anyway. If in a crisis you can release them, could you release them not in a crisis? But that's a different question. But this just allows them to apply.
Okay. So we have some questions from the committee. Kurt, and then Butch.
The other thing that I think there was some concern about is that this is the only instance where a person is eligible prior to their minimum. They would not be serving their minimum, and that's kind of that was not well received, I think, on some parts of the committee. And so I'm wondering why you would make it so that they are as the only case where they would be eligible but prior to their minimum.
Primarily because they're old. I mean, 65 is not old, I'm finding out now, but because if their minimum is 15 years and they're 60 years old, they're not going to be eligible for parole until 75. And do we really not want to allow them to even apply? So that, you're right. It is the only group of people that are allowed to apply before they reach their minimum. And go ahead.
We did hear testimony. It's pretty well known that 65 is old when you're thinking of inmates. They are. So we did hear that testimony as well. So.
And it is pretty old if you're in prison, and if you've been there for 5 years, it's taken a toll on you, and so it is pretty old.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so now we have a few more questions. We have Butch, Carl, and Marcia.
Hi, Butch.
Senator. How are you today?
Good.
Nice to see you.
I'm holding my thing here because the sun comes in so bright in the afternoon that I look like a ghost.
Oh, you look great.
Be thankful you're not sitting in our little chair where the people are.
I know.
Well,
I see Terry there. Looks like he's in the witness protection program.
I have a question, by the way.
Okay, yes, I thought you did.
I have a concern, as you may gather, that I think we're setting up a special class of inmate here and it's to a very limited group of people. And because previous to this provision, it clearly states as if the inmate sentence as a minimum term, the inmate shall be eligible for parole consideration, et cetera. So this sets up a special class of people based on age. However, our criminal code does not set up a special group of people based on their age. And that, frankly, Senator, that concerns me. So I have a little problem with this. And I remember seeing this language in the bill that we crafted in 18, and it was disturbing for the committee at that time. And that's how we landed on that compassionate release that we landed on in I guess it was H-150 of 2018. So I just really, to be honest with you, Senator, I have some real reservations about this, and I guess that's more of a statement. But my question is, did you take testimony from the victims or any victims or victims advocates concerning this area here in the Senate committee?
Yes, we did. And what we heard was that because originally we had it, as I said, in the presumptive parole, and we moved it out of there. And the parole board always contacts victims, so they will have the ability to respond. I don't think there were there was any opposition to this in terms of it being either a special group of people or from the victim's perspective. And some of these might be victimless crimes. I mean, there is no such thing as a victimless crime, but it isn't necessarily a personal victim crime.
So are you contemplating that this 65-year-old person, no matter what their crime was, whether it was a misdemeanor or a listed crime or a Big 12 crime, any of those people within those categories would be eligible for this?
Yes, because we're trying to move, I think in this whole justice reinvestment, we're trying to move more from the attaching to the crime itself then, and beginning to look at the risk of re-offending or the risk to public safety instead of just attaching it to the crime. And we heard that there are people who have not committed Big 12 or listed crimes who probably are creating less safety for the public out there than some people who've committed either a listed or a big listed crime. So we're trying to, this whole justice reinvestment is trying to move away from attaching the sentencing and the how we treat them from the crime itself to the risks.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that.
So we have another question. Carl.
Good afternoon, Senator. Thanks for joining us.
Sure.
I had I've got just two questions. I share some of the same reservations that Representative Shaw and Representative Taylor noted. What I was really trying to understand was, is there some did you know of other states who had tried an approach like this, and was there some background or other programmatic element that that this provision had sort of originated in?
Oh, I'll be pretty honest with you. The whole impetus for trying to do some of this has come from particular inmates and from their families. So we know there are a couple inmates in prison right now who pose no harm no public safety issues, nothing at all. They have not served their minimums and they're not eligible to apply for parole. So that kind of was the impetus for us to get going on this. And then when we started looking at working with the Council of State Governments with the Justice Center, they felt that this was a good direction to go. I couldn't tell you if other states have done it or not.
Thank you, Senator. Would those inmates not be eligible for the compassionate release?
No, because they do not have a chronic illness that has is a terminal illness. They might have a chronic, but they're not terminal. The medical release is pretty specific about what you have to have.
Okay, thank you. And my second question was, did Senate Judiciary take any testimony from Judge Grierson on this provision, and was there any?
You know, my guess is that we did. We took testimony from Judge Grierson on everything, so I'm sure that I can't specifically remember what he said, but it's the parole board that makes the decision, not the judiciary. So,
right, but my concern there was similar to that idea of someone, you know, being released before their minimum, and if judiciary had an issue with that. So
they as I remember, they didn't. As I remember, when we passed this bill out, everybody was in agreement with the bill, and this was part of it.
Okay, thank you, Senator.
Sure.
So I have one question. So, Senator, you mentioned that there's a few folks that you know of that who are incarcerated that would meet this. Do you know what their minimum is?
Well, one I believe has at least 5 years left to go before his minimum. And I don't
know how long he's served already.
Maybe 6 years.
So
I can't.
May have been 10 or 15 years, depending on how long the person was a detainee as well.
I can't. And what we tried to do is not to craft this to meet one particular or two particular people, but to say, and we quite honestly debated about whether it should be 55. And if you've met if you haven't met your minimum, but you've served 5 years, because even 55, if you've been in prison for 5 years, you've aged. So, but we went with 65, just because that seemed more palatable to people.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't remember the details on, and it's always dangerous to craft legislation for a particular person. So this was, while that was the impetus to get this going, that is not the, and those couple people that are there they may apply for parole and they may be told, nope, no way. Mm-hmm. So this doesn't guarantee anything at all for anybody.
Mm-hmm. So we have another question. I saw that Marcia had her hand down and now it's come back up.
Yes, it did.
Yeah, you pulled it down and then it came back up. So it's yours.
Yeah, the only problem I have with this is the Big 12. I mean, I can't see them not serving longer. Yeah, you age in jail, but what about the people outside that are aging because something happened in their family?
Then my guess is if the victims come in and make the appeal, that the parole board will say, no, this does not guarantee anything. Remember, all this does is gives the ability to apply for parole. It doesn't guarantee, it doesn't give them any up on anybody else. It doesn't, it isn't presumptive. So the person is going to have to prove, I mean, they're going to have to prove all the things that they have to prove to the parole board, that they have a place to live, that they have community support. Maybe the parole board will say, yes, you could have parole, but you're going to have to wear an ankle bracelet. You're going to have to be restricted. There are all kinds of conditions they can put on them when they're on parole. But my guess is that if it was a crime that where there was a lot of victim sentiment, that the parole board would not grant it.
And the other day, we were also told that there's more and more people over the age of 65 committing crimes. They said the age of people going in is older, and so they've already aged out before they even go in.
Well, they haven't aged out. They still have to serve 5 years minimum.
Yeah.
Your mom went
to call. Thank you.
So
Yep.
we have another question. You never get
Sure.
out of this committee easy, Jeanette.
I know that. Believe me, I know that.
Kurt?
Yeah, I don't know if this is a question for the senator or somebody else, but it just occurred to me that, so the person is denied parole. The person is still over 65. Can they appeal again? Or
I believe that the parole board has some rules. I can't remember that exactly about how often, I mean, how long you have to wait before you can apply again. I quite honestly can't remember that because I keep mixing it up with when we were dealing with the ability to have your records sealed or expunged and the time period there. But I do believe that the parole board has some time limit that you couldn't then apply the next week.
Yeah, they do, and I'm not
exactly.
sure.
I'm not sure what the timing is. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, they're constantly being interviewed or reviewed one way or another.
I'm just wondering where that would be, because there must be somewhere.
It's probably in their rules, not in the statutes.
It might be because
that could be.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
So we have another question, Sarah.
Hello, Senator White. Nice to see you.
Hello, Sarah.
So this is not so much of a question, but it's a comment. I think this kind of raised to the top when we got some testimony from the Vermont Network that they were expressing some real strong concerns around some of the victims of sexual assault and personal harm and violence. And so I think that's why we're looking at this section of the bill at this later stage. So I was just curious, did you hear from any of those folks?
We did, from Sarah Robinson and we did. And I think that when we had it in the presumptive parole section, there was a lot of concern. But my understanding and my memory is that when we moved it to the regular parole proceedings, that and there still will be some concern, but I think that we have to put some trust in the parole board to not give parole to, we trust them now to do it for people who are applying for parole. We trust them to make that decision. And this is just another area where we're asking for that trust.
So what made you, what's the thinking behind 5 years? What if it was 10 years or 15 years? I mean, it's 5 years is the determinant. Age 65 and 5 years that they've served. What if they've had to serve 10 years or 15 years?
Well, we heard some in terms of justice reinvestment in general that you're not as likely to reoffend after a period of time. And as I remember, that was around 5 years. Mm-hmm. That and 10 years, then I guess if somebody was 60 when they committed the crime, they couldn't apply then until they were 70. If they were 65 when they committed a crime, they couldn't apply till they were 75. We just thought that 5 years was a reasonable length of time to have served.
Mhm.
And again, as I say, that the parole board will not grant parole to somebody they feel is not ready to be paroled.
Okay. Anything else from folks? As you can see, we do have some problems. There's some questions about this particular piece here.
I think that, I don't know if you have had a chance to talk to Ellen from the community from CSG.
Mm-hmm. Might be
But-
good to circle back.
And I think that we really are trying to look at what makes sense in terms of when we're incarcerating people. We have way too many people incarcerated right now. So how do we start looking at how to deal with that? And we've just released 300 people. And so those 300 people were we not in this crisis, probably would not have, many of them would not have been released, and yet we've released them. So I think we need to rethink the way we deal with people in prison, and when we can release them and when we can't, and look at it in terms of their risk to reoffend and their risk to the public safety. And if it's considered a risk to public safety, then the parole board is not going to do it, because that's one of the things they take into account, in addition to the fact that, do they have a place to live? Do they have support? Do they have, so that all of that has to be taken into consideration.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, this is helpful.
Okay.
Any other questions here from the committee? Oh, Kurt, a question.
Sorry, not a question. I think I found the answer to my question that I asked previously.
Okay.
In section 502, where it talks about parole interviews and reviews, it does say in C, any inmate who's eligible, and what we're basically defining is another eligibility. So
Right.
every year their records would be reviewed by the parole board automatically, I gather. They don't have to apply for this, they're automatically eligible. And so their records would be reviewed.
Are you talking, Kurt, if well, they would be reviewed, but they would have to meet their minimum in order to be reviewed?
Unless this was part of the
This
bill
was,
that passed, then anybody over 65 who'd served 5 years would be automatically reviewed.
Every year, yeah. That seems to be what this says under 502. Because it says anybody under 501 who is eligible.
Is that the presumptive eligibility section, the 501?
No, it's just
oh,
parole.
that's your regular.
Okay.
So I guess what we're talking about is anybody who's over 65 and satisfies these other criteria is automatically eligible for parole.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Review.
that's
And
what we're saying here.
Yeah, and every year their records would be reviewed.
And the parole board agreed with that.
Yeah, okay, just want to make it clear that that's what we're saying. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions on this? So that Senator White can go and enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
It's cold down here.
It's cold down here. It's windy. It's really windy today down here.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you, Jeanette. Thank you, Jeanette.
Okay, folks, so now it's 10 minutes of 4. We've been on for 3 hours. We're not gonna get much further on this bill unless people want to have some committee discussion at this point. I'll leave that up to you folks if you want to talk about anything. I'm not hearing or seeing anything. So
So we lost Jessica, right?
We did. She had to pull off at 3.
Okay.
who did we lose?
Jessica Barquis.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I will reach out to her because at that point she thought maybe Senator White wasn't going to be able to jump on. But I
Right.
will alert her to listen to the YouTube stream. And she did indicate that she would be willing to come back and testify more to the committee if you so desired.
Well, I had on this age 65, it was not a recommendation of CSG.
That's what I have in my notes.
Yeah, it's not a
Yeah, me too.
And I'm not sure about the parole board supporting this. And we do have DOC on the line. I didn't want to put them on the spot with Jeanette being there as well.
You know, Jeanette had said that we have way too many in prison, many people in prison. But I remember a comment that was made in our committee while we were in committee that we don't invite them. They come knocking on our door. Remember that?
That's true.
Madam Chair, I just want to check. I got froze up a few minutes ago, and is everybody realizing that we're still on YouTube? Have we?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, we're still on YouTube. Yes. Does DOC want to weigh in a little bit on this now? I mean, I don't want to work behind Jeanette's back by any means, but it was indicated that you folks support the this piece, and I'm not. Dale?
Yeah, this is Dale Crook, Director of Fields. We're kind of neutral on this. Concerns with the victims, that we'd have to reach out to victims before their minimum. You know, the population that's generally in this group are on for pretty serious offenses, but we're not opposed to it, but I don't think we're in favor of it per se. It's, you know, as far as the department's concerned, it's just a review before the parole board, and they can make their determinations. One of the quirky parts about this is that they have to be done with their programming, but the department doesn't program if they have to do programming until they're getting ready to be released. So some of the language doesn't actually sequence very well. So if, you know, at that 5-year mark, if we haven't programmed them yet, they're technically not eligible for the parole consideration, but we probably wouldn't end up programming that individual until 1 to 18 months before their minimum release date. That's how we kind of program. So that's kind of quirky there. But if someone doesn't have to do programming, it's just a review before the parole board. I'm not sure how many people this really impact. Monica might know the numbers, but
I don't off the top of my head. I'd have to go look.
But and realistically, I don't see very many individuals getting paroled through this mechanism, just because I think of the level of the charges that the parole board will be looking to parole before their minimum. But the parole board can obviously change its members and have different interpretations. But that's it for this. I mean, our big concerns is the victims and notifying the victims and making sure that they're aware of everything going on with this case, if it has to get before parole. And obviously we want to let them know this is not our decision or recommendation to parole. It's a statutory requirement.
So Monica, I know Carl has a question here, but Monica, could you by Thursday just send us an email on how many folks would be eligible for this, in that they've completed their programming?
And that they've completed their programming.
Well,
okay.
Unless
I can do it by what's written here, 65 and served 5 years of their sentence.
Yes, but they shall be eligible unless the inmate has programming requirements that have not been fulfilled. So that's what Dale just said.
Yeah.
sometimes the programming requirements, you know, you do that close to release. So,
right.
So
Yeah, we can get you something. I'll have to, I'm just thinking about how we'll do it, but we can get you some information.
Okay. Carl, you have a question, comment?
Yeah, I just want to say I'm really uncomfortable with the idea of supporting this personally, anyways, without hearing from the judiciary on this. I think, you know, hearing from Judge Grierson about the sort of precedent of allowing people to apply for parole before their minimum. I'm really struggling with that. And I would like to know what Judge Grierson thinks about this before I would feel comfortable supporting it.
I totally agree with that.
Okay.
Alice?
Yeah, go ahead, Butch. I'm sorry.
Thank
I'm
you.
looking.
So in full transparency, I had a conversation with Alice about this, an email conversation last night. And again, this morning, I have some grave concerns about this section in this bill. I saw this language in 2018 and that committee in 2018 struggled with the language and made a conscious decision to say no. I don't think the situation has changed any since then. We did come up with a kind of a compromise, and we talked about that. It was H-150 and to the 2018 session, and that was a good compromise, and it was a good piece of legislation to help the elderly, if they had certain situations, be eligible for parole. This, for me, creates a whole new class of inmates within the facility without taking into consideration the crime, the length of the sentence, or the victims. And I understand that it's permissive to the parole board, but I think we set a very dangerous precedent if we allow this piece to stay in this bill. And I'm not gonna put the committee on the spot today and ask for a vote on this, but or maybe I should, but I'm gonna defer to the chair on the timing on that, as I promised her I would in the earlier conversations. So that's just my thoughts on this, and I think it's a very dangerous precedent that we set when we travel down this road.
It only takes one person to make it bad for everybody.
So I'm picking up that we all members of the committee are really struggling with this piece. Is that fair to say? Just nod.
Yeah.
Okay. So it may end up being a piece that maybe doesn't survive, or is drastically changed, one or the other. For that. And then we've got the issues coming from House Judiciary. So I think we're finishing up here, unless what I'm seeing for Thursday for folks is having a hunch we'll probably be working more on the capital budget than on this. I think we really have to let House Judiciary do their work. But one thing, Monica, if you could just send an email possibly with the numbers of folks that have fulfilled their program requirements and are 65 or older that would qualify for that review by the parole board.
Yes, I was just thinking about how I would get that, so I'll send something to you.
Yeah, just email the committee, send it to the committee.
I'll send it by the end of the day tomorrow. I'm not available on Thursday, so I'll try and get you something tomorrow.
Okay, just so we know what we're dealing with here.
So you're not going to take testimony on S338 on Thursday then? Is that
we've got to go through the remainder of the draft of it with Bren, which is really looking at the report section, the report back on the implementation. we might try to get that done with Bryn at the beginning, so that she is free to do whatever work she needs to do for House Judiciary, because House Judiciary is also meeting in the morning. So I don't want to tie her up too much for that. So that's what I'm thinking right now for Thursday. Hope it doesn't change, but that's what I'm thinking. That makes sense to the committee. We can start Thursday. Let's start Thursday at 12 o'clock. And Phil, maybe if you could connect with Bryn and see if she can finish walking us through S338, which is basically just the report sections in the back, the implementation group to work with Council of State Government. She's redone that language. That's really what's left.
Okay.
Okay, and maybe you folks with Earn Good Time would have something done by then, but maybe not for that. So why don't we sign off here of YouTube? We've been on for 3 hours. I don't know if anybody's still listening on YouTube, but if you are, thank you. It's been a long afternoon and we appreciate you being with us. So we will sign off for now, and we will be back on Thursday at 12 o'clock to pick up just the tail end of 338. And then it looks like we'll kick over to our capital bill. So thank you all for listening.
Good morning.
Morning.
So just for people listening in on YouTube, this is Vermont House Commerce and Economic Development Committee holding a hearing on H945 and possibly discussing other economic issues within the state in the next couple of hours. So right now with us, we have Commissioner Joan Goldstein from the Department of Economic Development from the Agency of Commerce. And so good morning, Joan. Thank you for joining us this morning. We appreciate your time.
Good morning.
So I think we're beginning to hear that, and we'll have Commissioner Sherling on at 9:45 talking to us from Public Safety's position, but that probably 9:45 is not needed at this point, and that things are moving along very well, helping the manufacturers that are out there that want to pivot. There is an opportunity built into their contracting, I think, that assists them in pivoting. Is that that's the understanding I have?
Yeah, so the understanding I have, and this is working pretty closely with Commissioner Sherling, is that because there is an effort to ensure stability of the supply for Vermont, for first responders, for hospitals, what the commissioner has been doing is basically helping manufacturers by placing a purchase order. So basically, if they find out a good source, they would then do a purchase order to get that done. So I think the feeling and the sentiment was that perhaps this is not necessary because this looks like this would give funding first and then figure out whether or not there was a market for it. So like the best way to determine whether the entity had a chance or capability or capacity to create this would be to say, okay, we've vetted them. We, meaning the state, has vetted the source and the entity. We think they could produce X amount within X amount of period of time. We're going to commit to purchasing a quantity to be delivered at some future date. So that is my understanding of how they're working it right now as we speak. And I know I've been on a couple of those calls where they're trying to develop sources that would be closer to Vermont, or if not in Vermont. And that is kind of the path that they're taking.
Okay. All right. And they're able to use FEMA dollars, right?
I believe that's the source. I'm not 100% sure. I know that all the purchasing authority and everything is with emergency management and BGS. So yeah, we've not been part of that discussion necessarily, but they have the ability to spend and commit.
Ready? Any questions for Joan? Even if it's not related to 9:45. We
any riddles? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some questions about. I know this afternoon we'll be having a more in-depth discussion with you and others on 641 and where we go or what we do with that, and then what is happening, that kind of giving us a preview of what you may be bringing to us next week as far as assistance for the business community through this COVID-19. So.
And that's at 12:30, right? Is that what you're?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So we were looking to pass to vote on that bill, but we may not vote on that one. We do have the captives bill we'll be voting on too. But
okay.
Christy, you have a question?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner Goldstein, for appearing this morning. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
What are you hearing from the business community regarding the anticipation of a scheduled opening? I know retail is expected on Monday. Are you hearing from other industries, salons, the personal contact stuff, I know outdoor recreation is starting to see a revitalization. We're getting a lot of questions from our constituents in our businesses, and we just like to feel comfortable that there's people at the administration level that are working towards perhaps providing a schedule, or at least giving some indication of when these businesses perhaps could open. And I know it's the exact date can't be identified, but what's phase one, what's phase two, what's phase three, and what are these people, what are the expectations that they can have? Are you involved with any of that?
Yeah, I'm not as directly involved as Deputy Secretary Brady, but we are in frequent conversations. We are getting lots of queries from everybody. Personal care, particularly, gyms, of course, restaurants, etc. So we don't have a date. Obviously, the higher the contact that the business requires, the more risk as per health. So I guess the expectation setting would be that, it's going to be a little bit longer. I don't have a date. We talk about this daily, and we have schedules and we have proposals from each of the industry groups about how they would reopen. And I know in the Connecticut River Valley, it's particularly stinging because of New Hampshire being open, and there is fear of loss of business. And I understand that and appreciate that fear. So we are, advocating and putting forward those schedules as possibilities. So I think we'll hear something, and, we'll know a little bit more as the week unfolds. In the next week, I think we'll hear something more, but it's just the toughest. The high contact is the toughest decision because the risk of spread is highest there.
I absolutely understand facts and watching how the virus diminishes or starts to just resurge. I think we're all conscious of that, but it's just it sounds like you're hearing the same issues that we are. I've had some communication with Deputy Commissioner Brady, some sort of guidelines, or not guidelines, a future scheduling, just so that the people know, or the businesses know, at what point or what level that they're going to be considered. And it may not be a specific startup date, but where they are in the pipeline as far as their resurgence.
Yeah, we are working on it. I mean, I know that's not a satisfactory answer for anybody who has lost their livelihood. So we're sympathetic to it. It's not our decision alone. We're doing this in tandem with health, and so it takes some time, for the whole plan to unfold. If you notice how we kind of went from like controlled environments, sort of outdoor environments, to controlled indoor environments, and which were low contact, right, and then go into higher contact and then higher numbers of people. When you think about that as the grid, it sort of is a schedule of sorts. It's just too indefinite for anybody to plan, and we understand and appreciate that. But that's what we're working with.
Thank you very much.
Hey, there's a couple more questions, but before we get there, Patricia's joined us from VMEC, and maybe Patricia, you can give us VMEC's thoughts on 945, where we go from here.
Thank you for inviting me. I apologize for being late. So in having some follow-up, let's say, email conversation with Joan and also Commissioner Sherling, kind of shed some new light, I guess, maybe on some of the, other factors and things to kind of be considered, and the strategy at the moment in terms of really trying to address the highest priority needs through the procurement channel. So so to make sure that we're, you know, all in alignment and, you know, have the information at the right times and everything, essentially Commissioner Sherling is kind of asking to, you know, wait until some of the emergency needs are, you know, addressed and fulfilled, if you will, through the procurement channel, before we look at, you know, other ways of funding some of these needs. I guess as a way to just be sure that the priority items are being addressed through the place. I know, Joan, if you have any other, may not be my place to ask a question, but I don't know if you have anything to add.
No, I pretty much said the, you know,
Okay.
the same thing about kind of pausing.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, I apologize for being late.
No, not a problem. We'll, of course, 9:45 is still sitting in appropriations, and I can ask them to hold on to it. If there's a time down the road where we need to use it, it's there, and we can get it ready to go pretty quickly, I think. So that's fine.
Okay.
So we have Commissioner Sherling can't be with us until 9:45, so we're going to continue on with some discussions and questions. And so for either for Commissioner Goldstein or for you, Patricia. So there's a couple of hands up now. Charlie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had two questions. One was for Patricia and then the other for Joan. And Patricia, you had mentioned that I think you had 15 different projects, folks that were looking at producing, and I would imagine that those projects also are in coordination with BGS and Commissioner Sherling as well. So if there's an opportunity for them to start making products, then they could contact those sources and see if there's a contract. Is that, do I understand that correctly?
Yes, that would be the case for most of them, I would say. You know, there are some that that the state of Vermont may not be the primary customer, but many of these are have either made proposals to the state and or are, you know, working through them. Yep.
Okay, great. And it kind of is a segue into my favorite question for Joan, which is about PPE and about the state's role in trying to provide supplies. Certainly that the Coronavirus Relief Fund provides money for personal protection equipment. And I hope I'm getting the right PPE nomenclature, but and so the question is, other states, namely our neighbor, are providing PPE either free or for easy distribution to either businesses or individuals that are distributed through, I think, even the DMV, and I'm not sure how they coordinate that. But so just wondering if, I don't know if it's appropriate for Commissioner Sherling to talk about if this is something that we can do as a state. And really allocating funds to purchase PPE and distribute it to enterprises and to gain some kind of comfort level for those businesses to reopen, especially if we're trying to reopen retail, speaking as a retailer, and trying to figure out, is there enough PPE for customers to wear and for the employees? So thinking about, is that something that I know you and I have mentioned, had a brief conversation about that before, but any thoughts on the agency about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's been brought up before, and you should definitely ask the Commissioner to address it. My understanding is that it isn't a question of funding, but rather a question of supply. So I think at the time it was raised, we as a state were waiting for a delivery of a large order just for state coffers, first responders, hospitals, in case there's a resurgence. And I think at the time, there was not a confidence level in the supply line in order to then commit to being able to source that for all the businesses and customers of Vermont. Now that could have changed because that might be a week old news things are fluid. So we could revisit that for sure.
And I don't think we're alone in that. I know Massachusetts has reported that they're short of PPE, and somehow Dean Kamen got involved with the state of New Hampshire and figuring out how to leverage his private contacts with FedEx to get more PPE. I don't know how that worked. I don't think we have the same, or maybe we do, I don't know. But yeah, so okay, we'll ask the commissioner, but it would certainly be great for us to enable businesses to reopen if we can provide that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And just to go along with that, I'm wondering if the unavailability of PPE could hamper businesses from opening. And I know that the order for people, for businesses to open even right now is masks for, having their employees wearing masks and 6 feet. And I'm not seeing a lot of that. And I'm seeing a lot of people working outside, side by side with no masks on, delivery people coming in where they have helpers and they're not wearing masks either in the truck or when they're bringing things in. And I did see today that the governor may be considering a mandatory mask wear for everyone. And so I'm wondering, how do we provide the essential, which is either a cloth mask or something throwaway, to everyone if we're going to mandate things like that? So
yeah, I mean, I know, as you know, the governor was not 100% in favor of mandating this for quite some time, but if it's going to be warranted by lack of attention and care for it, then it may have to happen. Of course, they don't have to be medical masks. They could be kerchiefs, they could be whatever, just to try to avoid the spread of droplets. So yeah, I don't have the answer to that. I mean, the more people don't abide, the more difficult this is going to become, both from a health and an economic perspective. So I don't know what to say about it.
I mean, it's kind of funny because you'd think that people would start getting used to this now, but instead, as we're opening up more, that they're freeing themselves up more. And even people coming in my store, I've constantly telling them to keep 6 feet apart. Hurry up and get your stuff and get out. They want to sit around, scratch tickets and chit chat and everything else. And then I'm looking around town as I'm driving around, and as construction starts to open up, and people are they're out working side by side with no masks on. And so it's concerning that they're not heeding the warning, and could drive us right into another a second wave. And so yeah,
right.
And it's hard. It's really difficult for a business to mandate someone to wear a mask when they come in. It's a lot easier if everybody has to do it. So yeah, if people don't start listening and understanding why they need to wear a mask, then I think the only thing you can do is have it as regulate it and tell people they have to wear them. It's too bad, but I don't know.
I suspect even with a regulation, there'll be people who break that rule.
Oh yeah, sure.
And then do we have the ability to enforce, and to what extent? So I mean, that it just leads to a whole host of questions. I know everyone wants the state to be able to tell everybody what to do, which is a shocking thing through this whole ordeal, but they do want that, and we possibly could do that. It's just, I don't know if that's going to change the behavior, perhaps for some. I know you've seen horrible pictures from all over the country where they are trying to enforce that. It's really not pleasant. But I think, there's risk. The problem is this is an invisible thing until it's visible, and then it might be too late. So it's really, it is concerning.
Yeah. Well, and especially, the areas that haven't been hard hit. We've had 9 cases in Orleans County. It's,
Yeah.
And it's been holding steady. So it should be, actually, people should be happy that that's where it's at, and because they've been doing the right thing.
Right.
But don't stop doing the right thing. Just because it hasn't hit us doesn't mean it won't.
Right.
And same with, around the state, especially with the low numbers that other areas have. So, Lynn, you have a question?
Yeah, I do have a question for Joan that you can pass on to Ted and whoever else is making these decisions. One of the issues for these businesses, small business, often Main Street businesses, for the personal care, in our case, it's a dental office, but there's optometrists, there's restaurants, there's all kinds of people that are involved with this. The PPP loans have all come through, and now people are on an 8-week time frame. And if you can't open, it's hard to pay people to do nothing. You are doing something. A lot of times you have to go and revamp your business so you can hire people and pay them to go and do the training and to revamp your schedule or revamp how your business is going to run. But there's very clear guidelines. You have to spend money on these people. That's within 75% of that loan has to be on payroll. And people in restaurants, they're not going to hire back all those people. And we've got people going part-time. There's the wage, we can have them part-time and they still be on UI. I mean, the whole point of this was to do that. And of course, nobody expected that it would take this long. But this is a real concern for businesses who are going to end up with 18 months basically to pay off some kinds, a huge loan, $8,000, $10,000, $15,000 every month to be able to pay off this loan by the time they say it. And I know I've talked to Rebecca Ellis about this couple months ago about this, and the feds need to, it's a federal thing that needs, and of course the Treasury is changing all the rules every week.
Daily, yeah.
So this is a real concern for a lot of the Main Street businesses and a lot of the personal care businesses and the restaurants and the things like that. And, for instance, Charlie's talking about the PPE. We have specialized PPE that we need. And apparently the reason that Sununu allowed the dentist to go back to work in New Hampshire is because they had stuff that the state has enough to give them so they can actually work. And there's no way, the supply chain doesn't exist. We have a little bit, but we won't have enough in another month.
Right.
We don't get supplies. This is a real concern. And so the manufacturing grant program looked like there was some potential there, but I don't see it. So
no, thank you for that comment. We are aware of the tremendous shortfall that the PPE is actually causing in terms of the concern and the lack of guidance on forgivability and the fact that these businesses are closed. And so we are working on a possible solution, a possible state solution with using COVID relief funds, where we could deploy immediate funds to the sectors that have been closed to get them the help that they need. And a combination of grant, a combination of loan through VITA. So we are formulating these ideas as we speak. We understand there's immediate need that we need to get out right away, that we need to prevent massive business failures and massive bankruptcies, and to rebuild the revenue drivers of the state. So I know it's a federal problem. We can't just wait for the feds to fix that. I know that everybody, the governor, everyone is petitioning to make that change happen, but we're not sure. So in the meantime, we need to design a program that could help these businesses in our communities, whether it's Main Street or otherwise, but the ones that have been closed.
Yeah, the other thing is to comment also on Mike's issue. I think the longer this goes on, the more complacent people get. Doesn't happen to me, I'm fine. And they'll just pick up and do what they've always done. Another problem. And at the same time, we have employees who are scared stiff. They don't want to go and do anything until everything is like 100% ready to go. And you can't blame them. They want to make sure that when they go in there and start to work on people, that they're going to be able to be safe.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is yeah, this is this is something like no one's ever experienced before. So it's not just a recession. It's about people feeling comfortable to go back to work. It's about employers feeling comfortable welcoming people back to work. It's about having enough capacity where it makes sense to reopen and getting the financial and technical support to enable that to happen. So we have to build that. We have to build that system of supports to enable that to happen, even if it's going to happen at a much more reduced fashion as we learn to live with this, because this did not go away. So I know that's scant consolation, and we're working on a program and a variety of programs to help businesses that are most in need to prevent a catastrophe. And I think we could do it with the resources that we're able to get from the COVID Relief Fund.
Stephanie.
This question is actually for Patricia. She's still, oh, there you are, still on, good. So the other day I heard a story on NPR about a lack of producers of the particular type of swabs that they need for the COVID-19 testing. And only, from my understanding of the article, it was the only producer was located in Maine and the other producer is located in Italy. Is there anyone in Vermont who's ready to take up that task to help produce these very specific type of swab that's needed for that test?
That is not something that, not that I'm aware of, and it has not been, hasn't been an area of focus for VMAC anyway, but I certainly can.
It was a an NPR article earlier this week, and it certainly seemed like that was an opportunity for some small business to be able to pivot and step in when, at least temporarily, while this is the only type of test that works.
I can say that I did share, VMAC is, part of a national network, and the Kentucky MEP, the VMAC of Kentucky, had posted some information about a US manufacturer, the owner of which actually was on their board, who had swabs available in large quantities. So I did share that with Commissioner Cole, and they were going to look into that. But this could be an area to look into in Vermont. The challenge, again, that we have definitely is around mass producing these kinds of items at a price point that works. Yeah, one thing I do want to add, however, we have not put a lot of focus on that particular item. I did want to add to some of the prior conversation. We have been really trying to work on solutions for low cost, high volume face coverings. And just yesterday, so one company that's been working for weeks on trying to come up with a solution is Web Industries, or CADCUT. They're located in Montpelier and manufacturing in Middlesex. And anyway, they made a proposal yesterday, and I've passed that along to Commissioner Cole, and he's asked for samples. And this particular face covering would be one that they could make tens of thousands a week kind of volume. So at less than $1 each, that they would be willing to sell them to the state. So anyway, that's late breaking news. As you mentioned, like it's very dynamic. I also want to mention that Gordon's Window Decor, you heard from Brian Wernicke a couple of weeks ago, they have launched a website, they've launched their product. It is available in packs of 25 for $75. So that is another, and both of these items I'm talking about are washable, reusable. So those are a couple of options that are available that I'm aware of, you know, in Vermont that could help us, I think.
Okay. Jim, did you have a question? I know your hand was up before.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. This is for Commissioner Goldstein. Joan, Charlie Kimball contacted you about an idea that one of my constituents and I developed, and that was, and you touched on it briefly, but I wonder if you could flesh it out a little bit more. And that is, rather than loan forgiveness, loan deferment during the declared state emergency, and then once the emergency is ended, there would be a 6-month buffer period with respect to loans and mortgages. Would you care to expand on that, or see if, or talk about whether or not it's going to be possible?
So we know that Vita and many banks have done some deferrals and loan modifications, but
not all.
Yeah, we have sort of no way of knowing that in totality, but we know that it's pretty widespread. So what we can do and control really is getting funding to folks so that they could make their payments. It would be, I'm not sure how we would work out a way to mandate that, mandate deferrals, because then we'd have a banking crisis probably on our hands. We also don't have jurisdiction over every single bank. So I think that the way that we're approaching it is, if the feds are permitting the use of COVID funds to issue grants to businesses for the disruption caused by the business interruption, that express statement in the Treasury guidance is what we're counting on to be able to issue grants to folks to pay their fixed costs. So even though they're closed, they still have to pay their mortgage, they still have to pay their rent. And so that's how we're designing this relief package, if you will, is with that in mind, just because we can't possibly just say, everybody stop paying your mortgage.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think we have to be very careful about what we try to mandate. We don't have too many more state chartered banks or state chartered credit unions, and it wouldn't take much for them to flip their charter and go be federally chartered, and then we lose our ability to regulate them, for one thing, and to do anything, to ask them to do something. So we need to be careful there. And like Joan said, we have to be very careful that we don't put our financial institutions into peril either, because they're the ones that we're going to need to help us get out of this mess, along with with the government. So although it's an idea to think about, I think if we really get into exploring it, I think it'd be near impossible to force them to do those forgiveness, so, or to put off people paying their mortgages, and even after 6 months after they come out. So I know that the banks and credit unions are working the best that they can with their customers to help them as much as possible, but we want to make sure that the banks and credit unions and all the other financial institutions stay as healthy as possible. Charlie.
Yeah, one of the things that came out of my conversations with Representative Carroll, and one thing that I had forgotten, is any SBA loans, the SBA was going to make 6 months worth of payments on their loans. Those are direct loans, those are guaranteed loans, whether it's 7A or 504, or so that is tremendous. So if you do have conversations with companies or businesses that have SBA guaranteed loans or SBA loans, there's been a tremendous effort to, excuse me, give them some kind of financial relief for at least 6 months. Good. And that doesn't add to their burden. That doesn't extend their loan. It pays their loan for 6 months. So, and that's, we can't do that as a state, but the federal government found the money to do it.
Yeah, well, good. Yeah, that's a straight out grant. It's not a deferment or anything. So that's really helpful for businesses. Anyone else have any questions? Comments? We have 5 more minutes before Commissioner Sherling joins us. Nothing. I'm amazed. I've never seen this committee not have questions. Okay. So I think as we Len, good.
Yeah, I have a question of Bob Bancroft, since the economist here. He was an agriculture economist. I'm sure he's seen lots of difficult times in his work and advising at UVM and farmers, and if he has any words of wisdom here for the rest of us.
I really don't. This is a age-old problem with agriculture of the swings in supply and demand. Generally, it has to do with supply, but the long-term solution is for that supply and demand to equate. And in most cases, that means that producers are going to have to go out of business.
Yeah,
people got to be real careful about switching to other products, at least making large investments. And I think the hemp may be a prime example where, at least my experience in all agriculture, where there's no restrictions on entry, and it's not, and there isn't restrictions isn't capital intensive. That people will move in, and what will go from being a lucrative business will go to one where many people will fail. Agriculture is one of the last vestiges of a purely competitive market. Although with dairy now, that's the capital requirements. There isn't that freedom of entry and exit that they're typical of a fully competitive market. I think we just got an oversupply situation, and it doesn't look good. It was starting to, dairy industry was starting to look better until all of a sudden this hit, and now it's gone back to what it was here a year ago, which with prices way below the cost of production. Ultimately, some people are going to have to go out of business.
Yeah, it's a scary time for farmers right now. Has been for a long time, but it's even worse now.
Well, there may be some opportunities to grow more stuff locally if people are scared, for security purposes, and that's been growing over the last I'm going to say 20 years. I mean, significant. There were talk about being self-sufficient way back in the 70s. It was just never. We didn't have the infrastructure, and there wasn't the demand for it.
Well,
I suspect that we're going to see more people move into it, and there will be more supply of locally produced products, which may lower some of the costs associated with it.
Well, you go to the, we're in the middle of May, and you go into the hardware stores where they're selling seeds, and you can't find seeds because people they want to start growing their own food now. They're worried about the supply. My wife went to the grocery store yesterday, and they're selling Hamburg now for $8.49 a pound. And that's only going to keep going up. So, locally grown vegetables and meat are, I think more and more people are going to get into that. And it's not a bad thing.
The primary issue there with a lot of it is the supply line.
Yeah.
There's our farmers out in the Midwest don't know what to do with their hogs and their beef animals. And then there's people on the East Coast that are begging for meat.
Well, the beginning of the supply chain is not the problem. It's the slaughterhouses and yeah, it's right in between where, you know, the packaging companies didn't take precautions, and they wound up with some horrendous amounts of people coming down with COVID, and they had to shut them down, and so now we got a supply problem right in the middle. It's choking everything. Stephanie?
For those of you who have seen those production lines in both, I don't care whether it be beef, pork, or poultry. I mean, people are shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah.
It's what's scary about it is it tends to be a cold environment, but it doesn't appear that cold restricts the spread of it.
No.
Good question for Joan. Joan, you know, with so many people out of work, we've also been hearing that there's a lot of people hiring, and I'm just wondering what your perspective was from the jobs board on Think Vermont.
Yeah, to be honest, I have not looked at the jobs board activity in the, you know, since this hit. We are thinking about a possible way to develop some sort of retraining. I think also the Treasury guidance in COVID does permit that. So if you could do some sort of retraining for the unemployed to get them certifications to work for the people who are, you know, looking to hire. But to be honest, I've not looked at the activity. I mean, we almost entirely have been devoted to the COVID response and also building up a recovery plan. But you're right. I mean, matching the unemployed with the need is an absolute priority. We just haven't gotten to it yet. You know, we are seeing some scant activity on people inquiring to come to Vermont for the remote worker and new worker. But even that just went to a complete halt, I'd say, from the executive order time. You know, just now it's coming back. People are asking questions about it. And I think once we're able to finalize our plan and get to it, you know, some of the other activities will continue. I mean, having said that, there's still things going on. You know, there's brownfields remediation projects. Vermont just got some EPA funds for projects in the Upper Valley. So there is some activity. We have Northern Border Regional Commission, letters of intent came in, and there are people who are going to embark on some projects. So as much as possible as part of recovery, we want to make sure that projects get put back on track and get people to work. And there may be some retraining necessary for all the unemployed.
I also see this as a time when we have had 6 or 8 weeks of people who have come to Vermont to spend time with their families during this pandemic, and that they've found that they can work remotely successfully as long as there is good bandwidth. So I would love to, I'd love to be able to seize that opportunity that people are seeing that they can successfully work here and live here, and under, they've had to test this out under these dire circumstances. But I mean, I'd be curious to see if there's going to be a spin-off from this, that people actually decide to stay or return.
Yeah, we're hoping that's the case. I mean, we definitely could see that, and we could see that even as a marketing campaign. You know, like we know that people who had second homes, let's say, came up and are working from home, and if they could do it now, they could do it, forever. There are companies, I read somewhere that Twitter has made all of their employees work remotely, like permanently. I think we're going to see a lot of change where remote work is going to become more the norm rather than the exception. And Vermont is poised to take advantage of that. Also, we've had such a great track record in terms of our containment of the virus that it's really like a selling point that we are indeed a safe place. We've always said that we've had the safest place to live in terms of crime rate. And now, because of the diligence that we took in containing the virus, and even though amongst a lot of critique about the reopening, this is the place to be, that you could be safe and work remotely. And ensure that there's broadband. And so, yeah, I think it's all part of our overarching theme on recovery would be those things.
Yeah, and this is going to go on for a long time. I'd heard that Google in New York is not going to be reopening for its employees till January 21. So these people will be around for a while.
Yeah.
The ones that are.
I mean,
here now.
I guess basically if you could work remotely, continue to work remotely. It's probably the safest way to work at this point. And if you can't, then we make these other plans and requirements to make sure that people are safe. And some jobs just can't be done remotely. So it's an acknowledgement, you know.
Okay, thanks.
So I just wanted to share, I know the real estate market in this area is nuts. There is more real estate activity happening with the purchase of properties, and it used to be we had 9 pages of listings, and now it's down to 3, and half of those are under contract. And so I know that that's very fast right now. So it's amazing the desire to have property here, even though people's economic situation may be different because of either the stock market or because of their job. It's fascinating to see. But the thing that I was going to ask you, Joan, is now we're looking at a skinny budget, is what we're calling it, the skinny bill for 2021. And I think you guys are in battle mode, not thinking yet about, but you're probably thinking about that. But that's going to be a different budgetary priorities for 2021 than what we thought it was for 2021 3 months ago or 4 months ago. So, and I know we'll be having those discussions about what that budget looks like next month or maybe at the end of this month, right? Or at least for the first 3 months. Have you started to work on that yet as an agency, or is that?
Yeah, I mean, I saw the memo, and I need to delve deeper into it. Our financial people are looking at what that would look like. So I don't have an answer right now, but yeah, I mean.
Yeah. Okay.
It's skinny.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
So Commissioner Sherling, good morning.
Hello.
Great
How
to
are
have
you
you back
folks?
with us again.
It's nice to be with you. Sorry, I'm a couple minutes late. The daily schedule is a little bit of an adventure.
Yeah, I bet it is. So we just wanted to chat with you a little bit about H945 and your perspectives on it, and see where we go from here. And if you could fill us in what's going on in public safety.
Sure. I won't have time to bring you up to speed on, excuse me, on everything that's going on in public safety, but my understanding is the goal for today was to chat about potential grants for folks that would be constructing PPE in state. Is that correct? That's the component.
Yeah,
okay.
Just assisting manufacturers to pivot.
Got it. So at the moment, we have a number of efforts underway. Some of them began early on in the emergency. A variety of others are ongoing, including conversations with both Vermont-based companies and some companies from outside Vermont to try to establish a more resilient supply chain that is domestically based, and in particular based in Vermont. At the moment, we are still, and for the foreseeable future, we anticipate continuing to operate in an emergency response mode relative to personal protective equipment. So that creates eligibility, in theory, from our normal emergency funding streams like FEMA. So at this stage, we don't see the need for a specific grant program to support PPE construction in Vermont, because we've got some flexibility now in our ability to respond to that using existing dollars. But I would put a pin in it for the future, because FEMA guidance does change with some frequency, and no one's ever been through an event like this, so we don't know exactly how things will evolve, because this is going to be a long-term emergency response. The end date is unfortunately unknown.
Okay. So I think probably the best thing for us to do at this time is to just ask appropriations to leave it on their wall for the time being. It's drafted. It's if we need to make any changes, it could come out very quickly. So it would make us pretty nimble to do something in the future if we need to.
That sounds great. That's sort of to use the emergency management moniker, put it in the staging area for use as necessary. Have it sort of ready to go, and if we need to pivot to it, we'll do that. I should be clear, the primary need to put a pin in it, I think, is just to save the state's limited resources for use as necessary. And this may become a necessary use, but there's certainly going to be plenty of others. So if we can avoid having to ask you to invest in this right now, that would be great.
Okay, Charlie.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. You and I talked before about what you anticipate the demand to be over the long term, and you're working on some models, and I know that keeps getting refined as to what you need to put in store in case there's a resurgence of the virus in the fall and that kind of stuff. So just thinking about, we had an earlier discussion about trying to provide PPE for employers and citizens that are going out and trying to restart the economy. Trying to really think through what the availability is going to be for us to be able to provide that, if we can use that coronavirus relief fund money to buy PPE equipment. And I know it's an unfair question, but when will you know if you have enough inventory, if you ever will be able to know with certainty, for the state's needs for responding on a health crisis basis in order to bring PPE out to industry and business?
It's a great question. We don't know when we're going to know the answer to that. The PPE landscape it may be the most complicated portion of this response. So I'll try to just walk you through a couple of the most important highlights. The worldwide supply chain is constrained for a variety of reasons, ranging from material to where items are constructed, to the reduced availability and increased cost of air freight, and a worldwide competition for PPE, beginning in the medical arena, but also now expanding, as you noted, Representative Kimball, to a variety of other areas as well. So supply chain is constrained significantly. Burn rates have gone up for a variety of reasons, initially led by the need to use enhanced PPE, both to protect healthcare workers, but also to ensure that we do outbreak mitigation and prevention, so that nursing facilities, long-term care facilities, other at-risk populations, correctional facilities are using PPE in a way they have not before to ensure that we're not vectoring disease into those places and having outbreaks. And then the next level is, as medical restart happens, those same kinds of enhanced needs occur as well. And then the next level, of course, is folks that may need it for their regular jobs, so to speak, folks that are working in lumber mills or with fine particulates that need some kind of a filtering mask or something of that nature. Set next to that are challenges in what folks believe they need versus what the existing health guidance is. So there's a global health document or global PPE document that was created by the Department of Health that went out via Health Action Network alert and has been distributed to all of the folks that we potentially supply through state means, to ensure essentially that people are looking at their use of PPE under the correct circumstances, the right use case. So in other words, you're not getting because you're getting on mass transit, it's not prescribed that you wear an N95 mask, but you may have someone who's asking for an N95 mask for that use. So there's some incongruity there that we're still working through. And then the final piece is the universe of logistics and supply that the state warehouse is now supplying is now hundreds of facilities instead of the normal 13 or 16 hospital sites plus the medical surge sites that were set up. So we sent a survey just last week to 506 different cross sections of groups and facilities around their PPE needs. And the data team is working to model the 12 and 18-month daily burn rates and the overall consumption of PPE across those populations based on the health guidance for the correct use case for that personal protective equipment. So, and I just scratched the surface of the complexity of this. We could talk about this for about an hour and a half and probably not get into all the various rabbit holes that relate to personal protective equipment. So suffice it to say, we've got a team of a couple of dozen people that are working exclusively on this challenge. And if I were to boil it down to 3 key points, the first is, for those who are using it, make sure you're using the right kind under the right circumstances, both for your safety and on the other side of that coin to ensure we're not burning PPE unnecessarily. So 2 sides to the same issue. For Vermonters in general, anyone who's listening and the media, general face coverings are prescribed for the overwhelming majority of cases. When you're not in close contact with a known positive person, you're not in an at-risk facility, and you're not doing something that causes, that is what's called an aerosolizing procedure. It is by its nature creating a risk because of what's happening in your close proximity to people. Things like dentistry, intubating patients, and a variety of other medical procedures. Where we're at now is we are only able to supply personal protective equipment to healthcare operations that are frontline COVID or are in the realm of outbreak mitigation or response. We're not in a position at this stage to provide wide-scale PPE to the entire healthcare apparatus in Vermont. We are very cognizant of the fact that because of the supply chain that is compromised or impaired, that is a challenge, because all the medical providers, no matter who you are, from acupuncture to dentistry to primary health care to hospitals, all have the same constraints on the supply line. And we are actively working to try to develop the best possible supply chains to eventually be able to support as much of that as possible, not necessarily to buy those items for dentists and such, but have them be able to have access to them through the state's purchasing power and the collaborative that we've established primarily with the hospitals and the UVM Medical Center in the lead for that. Not sure where to go next. I might just leave it there since I may have completely overwhelmed you with the state of personal protective equipment.
No, it sounds like a really simple problem to solve, and I thank you for that. No, it's obviously very complicated, and you've done a lot of work, and thank you for sharing it with us, this kind of approach you're taking to determine what you need to supply the frontline workers and what you can supply now. So
that's a great point, Representative Kimball. There is one more piece to this. I failed to describe the 3 main ways that we're procuring right now. Well, actually 4 ways. First is the Federal Emergency Management Agency is supplying PPE on a limited basis because of the nationwide demand, but it is coming from FEMA on a weekly basis. We have, I mentioned, a partnership with the UVM Health Network and the hospitals to purchase using their connections. Essentially, the state is adding to all of the purchases that they're making for distribution to a variety of health providers here in Vermont. In addition to that, that partnership allows us to vet offers of personal protective equipment and the specifications of non-traditional equipment like KN95 masks before we enter into an agreement to purchase. And then once those non-traditional items like KN95s arrive or face shields are produced, they go to the UVM testing center to be validated before they're actually sent out to a healthcare provider. The second or the third way that we're purchasing is through partnerships with Vermont companies. A couple of those have been widely publicized. Folks like C2 or Burton Snowboards have connections in the supply chain in China in particular, and they have facilitated the purchase of millions of pieces of PPE or donated hundreds of thousands of donated pieces of PPE that have made their way to Vermont or are inbound. And the final way is the method that you were discussing here, and that VMEC and Vermont Manufacturers and the Department of Economic Development and Agency of Commerce have all been involved in, which is Vermont-based construction of PPE. Again, constraints there because of the availability of material and a host of other things, but Vermont manufacturers have really stepped up in the near term to provide support in this arena, and we're hopeful that we will be able to create what we're essentially describing as an insurance policy for the supply chain, not only for the near term, but going forward for any future events, and be able to procure some of this through Vermont manufacturers on an ongoing basis.
Thank you for that overview. Very helpful.
Michael, I know you have a lot of other things to do. I don't know how much time you have to spend with us. I have another question from another member, if you have time to take that.
I do. I have a hospital supply chain meeting next, but they know I'm going to be a few minutes late.
Okay, one more question then, Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This goes for both commissioners and Patricia. I got an email from the husband of a woman whose company has pivoted down here in Bennington and producing PPE. And the email directive has cut their hourly wages back to minimum wage and gone to piecework. And this business intends to apply for the COVID-19 manufacturing grant program. And I wonder if frankly, is it permissible? And can you speak to it?
I'll start just by saying I'm not familiar with any of the constructs around the wages or anything of that nature.
Okay, thank you.
I know that there's some NIST money that went to the MEPs. Maybe Patricia could talk about that, because we at the agency have not created a manufacturing grant program. So, but I am aware that there was some federal money as part of COVID cares that went to the MEPs or is going to the MEPs, but maybe that's not produced yet. Maybe you could speak to that.
So
I'm just going to jump off, folks, and on my way out the door, I'm going to thank Patricia and everyone for the probably 50 different technical questions about Vermont manufacturing that we sent in the first 4 weeks of this, trying to ascertain what people could do. So thanks for all of your work, and we'll talk to you soon.
Michael, thank you for joining us. And if we can help you on anything, don't hesitate to reach out to us.
Will do. Thank you. Stay safe.
Thank you. You too.
So I guess there's a couple of different parts to that question, or the email that you referenced. I suspect, I don't know for sure, but I suspect that the well, this may be the company that we've talked about down in Bennington before, so I suspect that the reference to grants is probably talking about what we've been discussing here in terms of H945. I can't speak to the wages and piecework question. Joan, in terms of what you're mentioning with the VMEC, the MEP dollars, I guess the best way I can describe that is that's kind of the PPP funds, if you will, to the MEP. So as you can imagine, so our funding structure is based on fee for service and matching our federal grant. And of course, VMEC, as you can imagine, our fee for service work stopped pretty immediately in March. So anyway, so that's what those funds are related to.
So Representative Carroll, I'm not sure what manufacturing grant program, unless you were referring to the H945 or.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
the proposed.
Oh, I see. Okay.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay. So committee, is everyone okay with putting a hold on 945 for the time being and leaving it on the wall in appropriations, and knowing that it's ready to go, or it's close to ready to go? Looks like everybody's good. You can put your thumbs up if you'd like. Okay, so that's what we'll do with 945. I'll inform the chair of appropriations that we won't be moving that anytime soon unless we get a call from Commissioner Goldstein or Commissioner Sherling that it's needed. And we appreciate VMEC's help, Patricia and Joan. Thank you for your help also. We'll see you this afternoon, I'm sure.
12:30 is what you.
Yes.
I have on my. Okay.
Yep. So we'll probably take up S255 first, which is a captive bill, and vote that out, and then we'll take 641 right after that and
Okay.
have that discussion. So I think what I'd like to do is just have a chat with the committee now on penalty weeks. We haven't heard back from Department of Labor, but I think what we heard yesterday was that they believe they can use PUA money. They're not inclined to do that unless, and I don't know, absent of passing legislation that tells them that they shall use PUA money if it's available for people that are on penalty weeks. The only other option would be for us to write a letter to them and strongly suggest that they use PUA money if it is available. And I just want to know where the committee is, what they think. Should we continue down that road with seeing what we can do? And I know Patricia and Joan, if you have other places to go, please don't hesitate to leave us. We appreciate your time with us, and thank you very much.
And thank you for your time as well.
Thank you. Stephanie?
My question is about the number of people involved in the penalty weeks program. It kept referring to this group of 211 of the most egregious. Now, that's not the entire population of penalty weeks, though.
No, I think, yeah, the other ones that they find that were not egregious, that they were mistakes that they're allowing them to go through.
Okay, so the population that we're talking about is 211 people who've got these severe cases.
Somewhere around there, yeah.
Of having taken advantage of the system in some way that,
right.
Yeah. Okay, it's 211. Yeah. All right, thanks.
Can I just clarify too that the thing we were waiting on the Department of Labor about was whether the those egregious cases were eligible for the $600 of federal PUA money. But everybody else is eligible for that. Were they the only exemptions?
I think they're the only population that Department of Labor is not putting through. They're having them serve their penalty weeks, and then once they have, then they're eligible again. So I'm just, I'm thinking that, and I don't know which way to go, and I'm not sure, because what we heard from them yesterday was that, we're not in favor of using PUA for penalty weeks, that they should serve their penalty weeks, but if we decide that they should do that, then they would. But if they already have the ability to do it now, and the only way of us telling them specifically is to pass some legislation that says you shall use PUA money if it's available. I was a little confused, and the more I thought about it, is how do we do that? You already have the ability.
It felt like, and the other piece was, do we continue to ask them to serve their penalty weeks, even if they are receiving the PUA money, which I felt inclined to support.
Well, I think that they would not be serving their penalty weeks, that their penalty weeks would still be there at the end of this, and that they would at another time serve their penalty, which I would agree with. And I mean, I would almost, I would think, the more I thought about it, would be to ask them to make sure that they do job search where the others aren't. I don't know. What are people thinking?
Well, Mr. Chair, I think there's also on a daily basis, we get the UI update from now, and it has the number of people that are not eligible for UI or PUA. And there seems to be a pretty high number of those as well. So I don't know what to do with that information, and maybe Stephanie knows better because of her work on the legislative action team, but it seems like that, to Bob's point, some of these really egregious cases, they are criminal, and I don't know why they haven't been treated that way in the past. And I'm just not sure as to if we can ask the commissioner or the department to look the other way, in a way, for some of these folks that have committed egregious acts against the unemployment insurance. But I would think that we would want to at least get them to pursue the availability of PUA, and I thought that's what they were going to do, and come back to us and say if they could or not, right?
Yeah, and then, yeah, so I think, what I want to talk about is then what's the next step?
Do we put a needs test in there? There is no needs test for unemployment insurance, right?
Possible.
What do you mean by needs test? Like how hungry somebody is? Like what's the need? Or they have no savings?
Yeah, it's a situational thing, but right. I mean, if you've got someone who is ineligible for unemployment insurance because of their commission in the past of some kind of violation of unemployment insurance, and they were able to get the system, and then you suddenly make it available to them, well, do they really need the money? And it's a good question, because we're saying if they really need the money, why hold back right now? Let's help them out right now and then worry about that later. But do we know that they need the money right now? And it's a different ask. And they're not in a position necessarily to evaluate if they need the money. But I would say that's where I think the chairman was going is before, when we had this discussion, is we should not deny someone the ability to be able to feed themselves, their family, because of something they did 10 years ago. And that's what I was going, is just, are they in that position now?
Did everyone get the memo or the letter that legal aid sent to Commissioner Harrington?
Yeah.
Oh.
It came yesterday. It was a follow-up letter to one they sent earlier on.
Oh, there was a follow. I didn't see a follow-up letter.
Oh, okay. I'll send it. It specifically talked about our discussion yesterday.
Oh, really?
With penalty weeks, yeah. I'll send it to everyone.
I mean, I know that legal aid's been very worried about this, and they feel like, my understanding is that we should be compassionate to people who have no money right now because of the situation.
Well, Charlie's suggestion, I don't know if we could do it or not, but something we could think about. Bob?
I'm not terribly sympathetic to providing any assistance to these individuals. If we do that, I like Charlie's idea of having a needs. But on the other hand, we need to add any more work to the labor. But I'm not, I don't know. I'm sure that the $100,000 fraud one was probably the most extreme.
Sure.
But I'm absolutely opposed. Actually, I got a couple of emails this morning that they read about it in Dig. That we were thinking about the penalty week for people with fraud, and they wanted an explanation.
Christie?
Well, I can't believe I made the top of the list. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, my thought is, and then I'm going to throw some thoughts out here and then see where it goes. I asked the question yesterday about 211 numbers that they gave to us and said those were egregious and for perhaps fraudulent claims and such, or trying to take advantage of the system. I agree. I'm not in favor of. I would find it hard to swallow to tell my mother that I'm giving money to somebody that cheated the system and deserved it. And I like the idea of the DOL having the flexibility, and it sounds like they responded with that they're looking at some of these cases and they're providing the benefits to some of the others outside of the egregious, and that they have done that. I like the at-needs consideration that Representative Kendall is talking about, and if we're only talking 211, or hopefully it's not the 7,000 that's being reported on the daily UI report, but I think those have to be looked at. I hate to just throw money at the bad, so to speak. And it sounds like these people are fairly resourceful anyway. The most egregious ones, they're taking advantage of the system, and they're getting 6 months off and then working 6 months in the worst case. And it sounds like you're somewhat resourceful. I would have a hard time. I would be thinking to myself as micromanaging if we tried to initiate some legislation that was going to force DOL's hand to do this to some of these criminal activities. Just my thoughts.
Lynn?
I agree with Christy and Charlie. I think that needs test is, I'm not sure that would work with the burden they're under right now, but I do think probably, when they were talking yesterday about 31 weeks and 29 weeks, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks at the most could be a mistake, but 29, 31, it's supposed to only go on for 26 weeks is the way my understanding of UI is under normal circumstances. It's somebody's really gaming the system, and I agree with what everybody else has said so far.
Jim?
I think a letter might be fine, but I don't think we should put it in legislation.
I'm just reminded, Mr. Chairman, of what you said with respect to, even though it's a relatively small group by comparison countrywide, about 211 people, but that would, in some cases, force them to go on welfare. And that is sort of the conundrum on this.
Yep. Zach?
I guess I was pretty blown away to learn that there's no jail time for somebody that does this. They're breaking the law, and that's frustrating. I do think, though, I'll try to, I think that if we have the opportunity, if DOL does have the discretion to give the federal money to these individuals, I think that we should be able to do that. I don't think just because I think during these times it is important that we try to be compassionate to folks and understanding, even if they did do something wrong, which they clearly did. But I think that if somebody doesn't have any money, they're going to figure out a way to get that money, and that might mean abusing the welfare system. But if there are funds available and the U.S. Department of Labor allows for us to give these guys money, I think that we should do that. It's not our money. It's the federal, I mean, it is our money, but it's the federal government. But I do agree that that should not contribute towards their penalty weeks, and they should be required to serve out those penalty weeks after they receive that money. But I think that I think that we should try to be compassionate to these folks, even if they did break the law, which it sounds like they were. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay. Anybody else want to weigh in? Okay, so we'll wait. We'll wait to hear back from Department of Labor, and we'll have another discussion and with them and see where we want to go. Okay.
Mike, I just want one sec. I just want, from my observations in the past week or so working with labor, like they are just so constrained by these federal guidelines and regulations. It just, there's some flexibility with the PUA program because it's new, and I think all the rules really haven't been set out very clearly yet.
Yeah.
But anyway, I just feel like they're so constrained for what they can do. No, that's my comment.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Yeah. Yeah. And, you know, to pass something that would allow the commissioner to waive penalty weeks, and sounds like it'd be hard to set that program up for them, or for them to set it up right now with all the other issues that they have. So let's we'll keep talking. Hopefully it's not too long, that we get some type of answer from them. So I think that's about all I have for us this morning. We'll be back on at 12:30, and the first thing we'll do is vote on S-255, which is the captives bill, and think about who would like to report that one. Zach?
I did it last year. You guys,
Yeah,
I'm gonna let somebody else have this shot.
Ah,
Mike,
go
are we
ahead.
not voting? Are we
I'm
not
sorry?
voting on the sunset? Are we not voting on the sunset today?
Not today. We'll do that next week.
Okay. All right.
It has to go to Rules Committee first. We have to get approval from Rules to put that one out. So we'll let the speaker take care of that, and then she'll let us know next week when that's ready to go. And I think we'll have, think at the end of next week, we'll know more today, but I think ACCD will have something, a proposition to put in front of us on business relief and other things. So we'll hear from them this afternoon. So with that, Amy, we can go off